From the book jacket. As the bloodied and weary galaxy faces battle once more, the Jedi take on the formidable task of bringing the last of the Empire into the light. From the ashes of the New Republic, torn to shreds by the savage Yuuzhan Vong forces, the newly formed Galactic Alliance has risen, determined to bring peace to the entire galaxy. But first the Yuuzhan Vong must be contained once and for all, and so Luke Skywalker seeks a world long lost to legend, Zonama Sekot, a sentient planet believed to have repelled an invasion by the Yuuzhan Vong decades ago. Deciphering the enigmatic secrets of Zonama Sekot just might turn the tide of this relentless war. Aboard the Jade Shadow, Luke, his wife Mara, Jacen Solo, and other Jedi head off into the unknown regions where rumors and clues suggest Zonama Sekot might be found. Yet the mission has barely begun when the searchers stumble into a horrific battle. The Imperial Remnant, in retreat from the mighty Yuuzhan Vong, is about to be destroyed. It would seem those aboard the Jade Shadow have little choice but to leave the Empire to its fate. But these are no ordinary space travelers. They are Jedi. There are 3 ways to defeat your enemy. The first, and most obvious, is to better him in a trial of force. The best way is to have him destroy himself. The middle way is to destroy your enemy from within. Judicious application of the middle way shall make your blows more effective if you later take the way of force. From the middle way it is also possible to push your enemy onto the path of self-destruction. Ueg T'Ching of Kittle Fard, 54th Emperor of Etrisia. Prologue. Saba Sebetine knew the moment she emerged from hyperspace that Barab One was burning. Where the planet normally displayed a cloudy gray face lit by the glow of its primary, a sullen red dwarf, her infrared-sensitive eyes now saw a fiery inferno. Smoke billowed high into the planet's atmosphere as the surface below boiled in outrage at some recent violation. Wanting to suppress the dread welling up inside of her, wanting to deny what she was seeing, Saba banked her X-Wing into a steep dive toward the surface so she could take a closer look. This couldn't be happening, she told herself. There had to be someone left alive down there, surely. But her monitors were empty. There were no ships in orbit, no transmission sources, no signs of life. "This is Saba Sebetine," she spoke into the comm unit. "If anyone can hear this broadcast, please respond. Anyone." Silence was her only answer, scratched with static. She shook her flattened, leathery head, hoping in vain to lose the vision, the thought, the truth. So many worlds had fallen since the Yuuzhan Vong had first invaded the galaxy, but not Barab One. While a part of her had always known it was a possibility, she hadn't really imagined that it would ever actually happen to her homeworld. She clicked the comm to try again, not because she seriously expected a response, but because there seemed nothing else to do. "Reswa?" Her voice broke on the emotions rising at the thought that her hatchmate might have perished in those cruel fires. It was for Reswa she had been returning to her home planet in the first place. Her hatchmate was to embark on her coming-of-age ritual Shenbit bone-crusher hunt, and she had asked Saba to be her witness in this. It was an honor to be asked, and a rejection of the invitation was regarded as highly insulting, especially when the one asking was a close family member. Family. The word had never sounded so empty as it did now. Friends, family, they were all gone. Nothing could have survived the flames that now ravaged her homeworld. And the closer she came to the surface of the planet, the more horror she saw. Alitor Ka spaceport was a smoldering crater. The Shenbit reserves were now nothing but bubbling lava plains. The Shaka Ka memorial was sliding inexorably into a steaming sea. She guided her X-wing through the upper reaches of the atmosphere, the ship buffeted by the upthrust of hot gases rising from the smoking ruins of her homeworld. "This one should have been here," she whispered. It was a foolish notion, she knew. Even had she been here, she wouldn't have made any difference to the... All thoughts ceased. She saw them. Slipping around the limb of the planet, a small contingent of coral skippers, 4 in all, were breaking from low orbit, where they had been out of her scanning range. They were escorting a ship, the likes of which she'd never seen before. A huge, vaguely ovoid mass, its movement slow as it labored against the pull of Barab One's gravity. It reminded Saba of a bloated balloon ready to burst. Whatever the ship was, it and its escorts were all that remained in system of the attack fleet that had destroyed her world. A mopping-up squadron, perhaps. Whatever. It didn't matter. If there had been 100 Yuuzhan battle cruisers out there, her response would have been the same. She allowed the grief inside her to rise unfettered, feeling it blossom into a rage that felt perfectly satisfying, immediately easing her emotional pain. That pain, she knew, could be eased still further by action. Gritting her razor-sharp teeth, Saba veered off to intercept the coral skippers. They didn't see her at first, clearly assuming that all resistance had been quashed. She was able to get in close before they realized she was even there. Only when she was practically on top of them did the skips break formation, 3 of them peeling away to come about on an attack vector. It was too late for the skip closest to the balloon-like ship. She emptied a round of laser fire into it, crying out in rage as she did so. She didn't really expect such a crude attack to achieve anything except to get their attention, so was surprised when the coral skipper exploded in a violent flash of crimson that flung shards of the craft far and wide. The explosion had the unexpected effect of clearing her mind. The skip must have been already damaged, its Dovan Basal disabled from recent battle with the Barabels. Such a simple victory, so soon in the battle, startled her. Perhaps she thought she hadn't expected victory at all. She had simply gone into the fight expecting to die. No, wanting to die. Her people were dead, and so deep down she reasoned that she should be too. Now she was in a fix, and one she might not be able to get herself out of. 2 of the remaining skips were coming at her from behind, unleashing streams of molten plasma in her direction. She didn't want to die, and her reflexes agreed. She avoided the fate of her fellow Barabels by rolling her X-wing and skewing down and around her attackers. Some of the plasma reached its target, however, instantly depleting her shields. She didn't have time to check if the skip had stayed on her tail. Her R2 unit tootled an urgent warning. Off to her port side another skip was coming in fast. She pulled up sharply, rocking unsteadily in her cockpit as plasma balls flickered past. Saba winced. That last shot must have sheared a millimeter of paint from her wing. She barely had time to thank her droid for the heads-up before the first 2 skips returned to make another pass at her. It was too much, she knew. If she remained on the defensive like this, then sooner or later they were going to get her. And out in the open she had no choice but to be defensive. With this in mind, she moved her X-wing nearer to the larger Yuuzhan craft. She kept her flying tight, swooping in close to the massive bulbous vessel, feeling the craft's Dovan Basals tugging at her shields. They weren't as effective as the Dovan Basals on the other ships she'd come across in action. These no doubt had a different purpose, although she couldn't guess what that might be. Sweeping under the belly of the thing, confident that she was safe on at least one side, Saba gave pursuit to the skip whose buddy she had destroyed. It tried to shake her by swerving abruptly from side to side, but she was able to stay on it long enough to get a bead on its Dovan Basal. When her target lock flashed, Saba loosed one of her torpedoes. She had done this enough times to sense when she'd fired a good shot, and the second her finger squeezed the trigger, she knew she had the skip beaten. The torpedo detonated on target, effectively downing the skip's defenses and allowing her to blast the rocky craft into oblivion with a hail of laser fire. She called out in delight as the coral skipper fell apart in a stutter of explosions. She was quick to bring her emotions into check, however, when she banked her X-Wing to come back around and once again saw her planet burning. This was not a time for celebrating, she reminded herself. Another warning from her droid. This time she didn't even pause to check where the attack was coming from. She just rolled her X-Wing in toward the main ship. The surface of the thing seemed to move in strange and subtle undulations as she passed near it, almost like a sack filled with water, although at all times it remained as rough as the exterior of the coral skippers. She noticed something else, too, huge tentacles that unfurled from the stern of the craft, flailing around as though reaching for Saba's ship. "What is this?" she said aloud, not really expecting a reply. Nevertheless, the R2 unit behind her tootled a response. She didn't need to check her translator to know that the droid didn't have enough information to be able to give her a proper answer. She kept herself close in to the huge ship, veering constantly to avoid the writhing tentacles. She swung around the underside of the vessel when one of the skips came in too close and risked taking a couple of pot shots at her. She avoided the attack easily enough, and the plasma shot harmlessly into the space away from the balloon ship. The skips wouldn't fire if she stood between them and their charge. "What is it?" she asked herself again, and why were the skips being so careful around it? It had no defenses to speak of, except for the small escort of coral skippers, and its only weapon seemed to be the tentacles that constantly lashed out at her. If there was anything else, then why didn't they use it? There was no time to dwell upon the matter, though. Time was running out for her. She couldn't stay defensive indefinitely. Others from the fleet would soon be making their way back to assist their comrades, she was sure. She pitched the X-Wing again, jinking to avoid one of the tentacles, while at the same time spraying a cover of laser fire at one of the incoming skips. The shots were easily absorbed by the Dovin Basil's black hole, but it was enough to make the pilot swerve out of her way. That bought her a few valuable seconds to get herself into a better position. She pulled her fighter up into a backward arc, coming around the top of the massive sack-like vessel and down onto the skip that had just swung past. She didn't wait to get the Dovin Basil properly in her sights this time. She simply fired. The torpedo detonated too soon to be of any use. Saba silently cursed her rashness, a wasted shot. There was no time to bemoan her luck. She quickly brought her ship around again to pursue the lucky skip. It released blazing plasma from its side cannons. A handful of the globules struck her forward shields. The ship shuddered under the impact, and she snarled as her R2 unit reported a further 12% depletion to her shields. Determined, Saba went after the skip, doggedly tailing it around the body of the larger vessel and keeping its Dovin Basil at all times in targeting reticle. Finally, with a lock on her target, she went to depress the firing trigger. At that moment, the remaining skip crested the top of the main craft, loosing a volley of plasma. She brought the X-Wing sharply around, heading directly for the incoming skip, her forward shields taking the full brunt of the hot plasma and being reduced still further as a result. A tentacle whipped after her, snaking through the vacuum to strike. Instinctively, she pushed the nose of her ship down, leaving the coral skipper behind her to plunge broadside into the thick and unyielding appendage, effectively stripping half the craft's hull from nose to tail and causing it to spin out of control. Saba pursued it, pounding the damaged skip with laser fire, not stopping until it disintegrated into a ball of vapor. An exclamation of joy died in her throat when, a split second later, she saw the remaining skip abruptly emerge from the vapor cloud of its fallen comrade. Saba moved easily enough to avoid it, missing the craft by about 5 meters. She swung her X-Wing smoothly and deftly, a confidence returning in her that had been missing since the battle had begun. Now that she had reduced the odds, she felt she had a much better chance of survival. All she had to do was stay focused and be mindful of those tentacles. The skip tried to lead her away from the main craft. She didn't mind any more. With only the one skip remaining, she no longer felt the need to use the huge vessel as a shield. Without the others around to trouble her, she could take this last one out with little difficulty. She chased the skip for several thousand kilometers out from the tentacled vessel, waiting for a decent shot. The skip opened up with its plasma cannons, filling the space in its wake with streams of molten plasma that rained down upon Saba's X-Wing. Her R2 unit whistled a warning. Her shields were totally depleted. It didn't matter. Saba had to stay on target until the opening came. When it did, she stutter-fired at the skip's Dovin Basal and launched a single torpedo. A perfect shot, she knew. The instinct confirmed a moment later when the Dovin Basal overloaded and the skip was left defenseless. The alien pilot attempted desperately to evade Saba's pursuit, but it was no use. She depressed the firing button of her laser guns and watched in satisfaction as the bolts made their way into the rear of the enemy craft, quickly tearing it apart with a blinding flash. Saba found herself wanting to laugh out loud at the victory. It was an emotion empty of joy, containing only bitterness and grief. What was victory when her planet hung burning behind her and her people were dead? She hissed savagely as she brought her X-Wing around to attack the remaining Yuuzhan Vong vessel. It swelled before her like a hideous living moon, a target almost impossible to miss. She didn't bother with her targeting computer. She simply aimed and fired, releasing her 3 remaining torpedoes into the huge ship with grim satisfaction. They sank easily into the hide of the craft. 3 detonations occurred in quick succession deep within its belly. A rent appeared in its side, outgassing fire. The tentacles flailed crazily as if in pain. "For this one's home," she whispered, "for this one's people." She banked for a final pass to finish off the ship, her heart racing as she thrilled at the thought of her impending revenge on the enemy. It was a moment she would savor for many years to come, even as she grieved for those she had lost. Laser bolts peppered the side of the craft, widening the rent and creating numerous new ones. To Saba's surprise and disappointment, however, the ship didn't explode. Instead, the sack burst from top to bottom, stretching like a fruit left too long in the sun. From the tear poured a strange, translucent gel, followed by what appeared to be 1,000 six-pointed stars. Stars? She relaxed her grip on the laser cannon trigger. How could that be? There were thousands of them, tumbling into space, glinting in infrared starlight. They couldn't be weapons, or the strange ship would have deployed them earlier. They couldn't be bounty either, for nothing of value on Barab One matched those peculiar shapes. She reduced speed, coming in cautiously for a better look. Her R2 unit plucked 1 star at random from the jumbled mass and brought it up on her display. A sickening sensation flowered in her gut as she saw just what the points of the stars were: 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, and a tail. Nothing of value. The thought rang in her mind as the horror of what had happened sank in. The Yuuzhan Vong didn't value metals or jewels. Their biological sciences had no use for Barab One's usual bounty. They did, however, take captives, and they had to transport them somehow. My people! Saba watched helplessly as the ship continued to spill its contents into the cold vacuum of space. Her entire being shuddered to a grief that burned more intensely than the fires raging on the planet below. Her last thought before tears obscured her vision was a despairing, soul-tearing cry. What have I done? Part 1. Intersection. 3 months later. I say we fight on. The voice echoed through the vast domed hall that was serving as a replacement for the Grand Convention Chamber on Coruscant, where the Senate had previously met. With Coruscant currently in the hands of the Yuuzhan Vong, Mon Calamari had been selected as a temporary capital and now played host to the representatives of the Galactic Alliance, a group much smaller than a full meeting of the Senate had once been, before the Yuuzhan Vong invasion, but still several hundred strong. They responded to the call to fight in the fashion preferred by their individual species. There were whistles, grunts, shrieks, and subsonic rumbles. Some waved appendages, others stamped their feet, and others still, Leia Organa Solo among them, remained silent. She stood completely motionless, gently extending herself into the force to feel it crackle and flare from the conflicting emotions of those gathered around her. The speaker, a sour-faced Celestin by the name of Nyuk, paced the floor with an energy that belied his size. Clearly agitated by the sudden commotion, he lifted one hand to his ear to indicate his discomfort, while the other attempted to motion the crowd to silence. Even with his audio dampeners in place, the level of noise around the hall still hurt his sensitive ears. "We have them on the back foot," he said, his large black eyes roaming the assembly. "They are overextended and ill-prepared to defend themselves. They didn't expect to have to defend themselves so late in the game, which is precisely why we must drive home this advantage. To ignore the opportunity we have been given would be like putting our collective head back on the chopping block." "And who took it off the block in the first place?" The call came from the far side of the chamber. Leia immediately recognized the voice as belonging to Thuv Shinev of the Tyon hegemony. Nyuk's face contorted into a fleshy snarl. "That is irrelevant," he said irritably. "Really?" Shinev bellowed. "I wouldn't have thought so. Too long have some among us treated the Jedi with contempt and suspicion. If we do have the chance now, finally, to force the Yuuzhan Vong back, then we should at least acknowledge their opinions on the subject." "If you think it necessary, then by all means thank them," the Celestin retaliated. "I'm not saying they don't deserve that. But to do anything less than strike back at the Yuuzhan Vong would be madness, no matter what the Jedi say. We must prove to the Vong that we cannot be subjugated and will not tolerate their oppression. They have done enough. It is time for us to show them who this galaxy really belongs to. We must strike back hard, and we must do it now." A scattered cheer rose up among the senators. It was loud, but not as deafening as Leia had feared it might be. After so many crushing defeats, most of the representatives remained uncertain that the Yuuzhan Vong could be rolled back as easily as Nyuk stated, but the willingness to try was undeniable. As Leia's gaze swept the crowd, she caught the tall, long-faced figure of Kenth Hamner on the far side of the chamber. From the scowl on the Jedi Master's face, Leia felt sure he was about to speak out against Nyuk, but it was another who voiced their concerns. "What if you're right?" Leia identified Reliki Akla, daughter of Kamasi Senator Elegos Akla, who had been ritually murdered by the Yuuzhan Vong's commander Shidao Shai in the early days of the war. Since she had already served in his stead during his absence, her people had voted her into her father's position for the duration of the crisis. "What if we can beat them?" "Then we win." Nyuk's big round eyes were bright with anticipated glory. "But at what cost?" Akla's fine golden down shivered with intense emotion. "The Yuuzhan Vong fight to the death, Senator. Admiral Akbar used this very fact against them at Ebac 9. I don't think you truly realize what this means." "I realize," the Celestin said, "and I realize that it is not our responsibility. If the positions were reversed, they would undoubtedly do the same to us." "I'm sorry, but my people cannot support such extermination under any circumstances," she said. She brought her long three-fingered hands up to her chest. "We are pacifists, Senator. We do not wish such horrors on our consciences." "And I respect your people's ethics," Nyuk replied. Turning from her to address the entire chamber, he continued, "If there was an alternative, then I would consider it. But in the absence of any such alternative, I am not prepared to sit back with my neck out waiting for the Yuuzhan Vong to bring an amphistaff down upon it." Another cheer rippled around the room. "It's all very good for the pacifists to argue about compassion and restraint, but it is they who will benefit from the ultimate peace that we will bring about with our actions." New faced Reliki Akla once again. What good is pacifism if you are dead, Senator? Reliki Akla sank back into her chair, blinking in dismay. We will crush the Yuuzhan Vong, Nyuk concluded to the Galactic Alliance representatives gathered, punching a fist into the air, and we will send their remains back where they came from. The cheer was louder this time. Leia's fellow Alderaanian, Chief of State Cal Omus, said nothing. It would have been pointless at this stage, with the majority now so evidently behind Nyuk's sentiments. Across from her, Leia saw Hamner's scowl deepen as he shook his head and slipped silently from the huge hall. Finally, we are vindicated. In a room not far from the domed hall in which the senators met, a gathering of Jedi Knights and Masters looked similarly reduced in numbers, but was no less passionate. Jedi Master Luke Skywalker had called the meeting to discuss strategies for the coming stages of the war with the Yuuzhan Vong. Waxarn Kell, the current speaker, paced in front of the gathering like a caged howl runner. His face and hairless scalp were pink with fresh scars, indicating just how close he had come to being another victim of the Yuuzhan Vong anti-Jedi vendetta. "Explain," Luke said. He sat on the stage at the front of the chamber, one knee raised to support the elbow of his right arm, and that hand supporting his chin. The unnatural coolness of the hand's artificial skin against his jaw helped keep his head clear. Kell looked up at him with a frown. "Do I really need to?" he asked with a mix of irritation and surprise. Then, to the rest of the Jedi, he said, "We've been slandered, hunted, and butchered from one side of the galaxy to the other. We became the scapegoat for everything the New Republic brought upon itself because of its complacency and inability to act. We told them things they didn't want to hear, and what was our reward? We were damned for it, that's what. But now we have been vindicated. The Trapum Ebac 9 and the defeat of the Yuuzhan Vong have shown that we are a force to be reckoned with. Vergier's sacrifice will not be in vain." "I hadn't realized that our fight was with the survivors of the New Republic," said Kip Duron, leaning in flight uniform against one of the chamber's fluted walls, arms folded across his chest. "I thought our battle was with the Yuuzhan Vong." "It is." Kell regarded Kip with some annoyance. "The Yuuzhan Vong are our enemy, not just of every peaceful citizen of the galaxy, but of the Jedi in particular. That's been the frustrating thing about this war. The New Republic has thwarted our every attempt to defend ourselves, if it wasn't the Peace Brigade actually trapping us and selling us over. It was idiots like Borsk-Felia holding us back. Well, now we're free to act, and we can show them just what we are capable of doing." "I presume you have something in mind." Kip's expression was neutral, but Luke sensed a cautious interest lurking behind it, like that of someone poking at a bug's nest with a stick to see what might emerge. "Of course," Kell said. "We strike, and we strike hard." "The Yuuzhan Vong?" "Of course the Yuuzhan Vong." Kell's eyes flashed anger. "We must act to ensure that public opinion doesn't turn against us once again." "How might it do that, Waxarn?" Luke asked. Kell glanced back at Luke. The master could feel the scarred young Jedi Knight consciously bringing his emotions into line. "I fear it could happen all too easily, Master," he said, bowing slightly. "Unless we act decisively to reaffirm our usefulness and goodwill, to prove beyond the slightest doubt that the war can only be won with our assistance, then we risk looking weak, or worse, looking as if our loyalty to the Galactic Alliance is weak." Luke smiled sagely. "Surely our loyalty is to peace." "First and foremost, yes, Master," Kell put in quickly. "But you have to be strong to protect peace from those who would destroy it. Sometimes it is necessary to fight in order to bring an end to fighting. Isn't that the way of the Jedi?" "Is it?" Luke asked himself as he pondered the words of the young man before him. Luke himself had acted more than once on the philosophy espoused by Waxarn Kell and those like him. The cry had been taken up several times throughout the war with the Yuuzhan Vong by those tempted to take the seemingly easy route through the dark side, rather than brave the ambiguities of the Force. Luke didn't think Kel had fallen to the dark side, though. There was none of the anger and hatred in the young man that Luke could sense in a handful of others presently around him. They remained quiet, allowing Kel to speak their words for them, but it wasn't difficult for Luke to read their feelings. So many had been hurt by the Yuuzhan Vong and the Peace Brigaders that desiring retribution was perhaps only natural. Natural wasn't necessarily right, though, and part of Luke's job was to ensure that those in his charge weren't led astray. None of the Jedi in the room had yet fallen to the dark side, and for that he was thankful. Some of them had taken a wrong turning here and there, just as some were being tempted to do now, but Luke had faith in all of them, even those who disagreed vehemently with his own opinions. He was sure that the collective wisdom of the Jedi, their strong belief in the healing, sustaining energies of the Force, would gradually assuage the grief they all felt for loved ones who had died in the war, as well as for themselves. Luke straightened and dropped down onto the floor of the room to face Waxarn Kel. Once considered handsome, he was now scarred almost beyond recognition, and it was from this that Luke felt the man's emotions stemmed. Every time Kel looked in the mirror, he would be reminded of what the war had done to him and those he loved, and his anger and hatred would grow. The dark side can beckon to us from so many quarters, Luke thought. "If we strike now," Kel said, undeterred by being eye to eye with the great Jedi Master, "we can do the most damage. But if we wait too long, our enemies will have time to recover and—" "Do you believe that this is why we have survived as long as we have?" Luke interrupted calmly. "Because our enemies are weak? Did those of us who have fallen in battle do so because they were weak?" Kel blinked as a look of uncertainty passed over his face. "Master, I would never think that." "Of course not," Luke continued smoothly. "The Yuuzhan Vong are a powerful species, and they have used our weaknesses against us, just as we are learning to use theirs. No species is perfect, and no war is won purely by strength. There are many other factors that must be considered." Kel nodded, lowering his eyes. "Yes, Master." Luke inwardly cringed. Kel was addressing him as a droid would its owner. "Under my leadership," Luke said, "we have seen special combat units trained and led by the Jedi making a decisive difference in battle. Yet at the same time I refuse to allow a Jedi to stand for political office. So do you think me weak?" The young Jedi was shocked at the suggestion. "Master, that's not what—" Luke tried again. "I have formed a new Jedi Council and placed non-Jedi upon it," he said. "Is that the action of a weak individual?" "No, Master." Before Luke could speak again, he was interrupted by a low chuckle from Kip Duron. He faced him, lacing his hands together behind his back. "Yes, Kip," he said. "Master, I know you are weak." Duron bowed formally at the waist, but with respect, not sarcasm. "As am I." His hand lightly swept around to indicate the room. "As is everyone here, but I am proud of my weakness, for it makes me who I am. Forgetting one's weakness is a sure recipe for disaster." The door to the chamber opened, and Luke turned to see Kenneth Hamner step into the room. Luke nodded acknowledgment, hiding his disappointment that it wasn't Jaina. His niece was running late for the meeting, and he couldn't help but feel worried. The loss of Anakin, Jaina's younger brother, struck deep into the part of him that was all too human, the part that had turned away from Master Yoda's teaching to rescue his friends, the part that loved his wife Mara and his son Ben more deeply than anything else in the galaxy, the part that could fully understand the need to strike back at those who had hurt the ones he loved. He wouldn't blame himself for loving or call it a weakness, but he would blame himself for not meeting his duty of care. Aside from Jaina, too many of the Jedi were missing from this meeting. Tam Azur Jamin, Octoramus, Kyle Katarn, Tenel Ka, Tahiri Vela. If they were dead, he would feel as though he had failed each and every one of them. Waxarn Kell had turned a faint crimson under his scars. Luke couldn't tell if Kip Duron's point, the one Luke himself had been trying to make, had finally hit home, or if the young man was simply embarrassed for looking something of a fool in front of his colleagues, and some of those were becoming restless again. The tension in the air was palpable. Despite the recent turnaround in the fortunes of the Jedi, there were clearly still some who thought his leadership flawed. "Thank you, Kip," Luke said, reciprocating the bow. "There is more to winning this war than military might allows. Remember that, all of you. And we may yet win it in a way that saves us from ourselves, too." He swung back up into his sitting position on the stage and caught Jason's eye in the process. His nephew, standing apart from the others at the back of the hall, nodded slightly, then turned his attention forward as Waxarn Kell sat down, and the next person stepped up to speak his mind. "Same meat, different bantha," Cal Omus snorted at Kent Hamner's words. Although the Jedi physically towered over him, and he found the man's dour expression impenetrable, the chief of state of the Galactic Alliance had developed quite a liking for Hamner in recent weeks. Unlike most politicians, Omus had an appreciation for straight talking. "We didn't have bantha on Alderaan." He was standing by the immense convex viewport of his office, staring out at the view. Beneath him, the terraced walls of the floating city swept away, merging into the mist thrown up by the mountainous waves far below. Beyond the mist, there was only the tumultuous sea, stretching out to the horizon. He'd spent a lot of time at this view, hoping for a glimpse of the planet's legendary Krokana coming to the surface. More often than not, though, he was too deep in thought to even notice if one had. He glanced over his shoulder to Kent Hamner and said, "But I do know what you mean." A murmur of assent rolled through the small group of people seated before him. 2 hours had passed since the meetings of the Senate and the Jedi. Omus had called a select group of people together to discuss the outcomes of both meetings. Apart from Hamner, both Skywalkers were there, along with Leia Organa Solo, Reliki Akla, and Sin Sav, the Sullustan Supreme Commander of the slowly reforming Galactic Alliance military. In other words, people he could trust, and people he could use, in the best possible sense of the word. "I called you here to ask for your help." He turned now to face everyone in the room. "Because I have to tell you, I am altogether sick of fighting." "The Yuuzhan Vong?" Mara Jade Skywalker asked. She was sitting at the long, oval, transparasteel table, her husband standing beside her. Omus shrugged non-committally. "Borsk failure was bad enough. Fighting him every step of the way used to make me want to weep. The losses we incurred because of his stupidity." He shook his head, wanting to lose the memory. "He's gone now, and I had the momentary foolishness to think that it would somehow make things easier. But I was wrong. His death has sent the Bothans on this crazy Arcry war of theirs, and I have one of my senior admirals arguing for an all-out push to wipe out the Yuuzhan Vong once and for all. I take it to the Senate, and all I hear is more of the same from them, even the Jedi. Not all of us." Luke Skywalker's frown was deep, as though he'd been personally stung. Omus respectfully inclined his head to the Jedi Master and to Akla, who had stiffened in her seat. "Forgive me," he said. "No, not all of the Jedi, and not all of the Senate either, but there's too much craziness out there for any real decisions to be made." "Should I take it, then," Leia said, "that you don't approve of the final push?" "You're asking a politician to buck the public's will?" Omus laughed lightly, humorlessly, as he returned to his seat. He sank into it with a sigh. "The truth is, I wouldn't commit our forces to attack at the moment, whether I wanted to or not. We've made some small progress against the Yuuzhan Vong, yes, and we seem to be holding our own at the moment, but if we overextend, we'll just be putting ourselves in their position. Until we have enough in reserve to defend ourselves, should such a push go wrong, I'm not prepared to authorize anything dramatic. Otherwise, we run the risk of losing what small advantages we've gained, and maybe even ending up worse off. We need to consolidate first, then fight back. I wondered why Troyest wasn't here for this, Hamner said. He's not going to approve of this decision, is he? He'll have to live with it. Crefe is a good strategist, and he stuck by us when we needed him, but he's not my supreme commander. I trust Scene on this. Seen-Sov nodded, his big black eyes blinking. Consolidation is the key. I'm not going to stick my neck out until I'm sure my vibro-axe is bigger than the Vong's. Discretion is the better part of valor, Mara said. Perhaps, if I had the forces at my disposal right now, maybe I would feel differently. Sov shrugged. Skywalker nodded. A push would be harder to argue against in that case. I understand. It becomes a moral argument, then. If we do attack with intent to destroy, does that make us any better than the Yuuzhan Vong themselves? There was silence around the table. Oma studied each of them in turn. Skywalker looked worried, and his wife was watching him closely. His sister, Leia, had the tight-faced reserve he had learned meant that she was thinking carefully about everything going on around her. Kenneth Hamner and Seen-Sov were military through and through, used to arguing in terms of resources and objectives, but on less firm footing when it came to philosophy. Senator Akbar was the only one displaying any clear emotion. The Kamasi's golden fur was practically bristling with agitation. Yes, Reliki? Umas knew what she was going to say before she had even opened her mouth. That was why he had invited her to the meeting in the first place. I hope to speak for all of us, she said, when I say that our ultimate objective is peace, not just an end to the war. Again a murmur of agreement swept around the table. Only Princess Leia voiced dissent. Peace at any cost, she said, isn't peace. Mara was quick to back her up. At best, it would only be a temporary ceasefire. We need something more permanent to base this new Galactic Alliance on, apart from the defeat of an enemy, the princess went on, as well as a solid infrastructure and guaranteed supplies, ships to replace those destroyed, and open hyperspace lanes. We need security and order, and what we need, Seen-Sov cut in, is Coruscant back. It's a symbol of our authority, and without it, everything we attempt is undermined. All valid points, Omas said, acknowledging his supreme commander with a curt nod. But I fear we're reaching for stars when we've barely managed to get out of the gutter. Keeping things together on a daily basis, let alone rebuilding what we've lost or fighting back, is my most pressing concern at the moment. The subspace networks in Holonet itself are a mess. Do you have any idea how hard it will be to put things back together when we don't even know which bit is doing what anymore? Half the pieces can no longer even talk to each other. It's not as though people haven't been trying, Leia began. I know, he said. You and Han have put in a lot of effort, and so has Mara. Marab, too, is doing his best. Grand Marab? Mara interrupted. Surely there must be someone better for the job than that. Well, he's a Mon Cal, so he's local, Omas said, unable to help feeling defensive. And besides, it's not as if I have much choice. That's my point, really. I don't have any choices. The intelligence community was routed when Coruscant fell, just like the Senate. All we have in its place is a lot of fine effort, but nothing coordinated. There are at least 6 chains of command out there, all feeding through to different people by different means. They don't talk to each other. I'd be surprised if there aren't still more that won't talk to me. And that's when they can talk, he went on. There are parts of this galaxy as big as the core that we haven't heard from for months. We don't know if this silence is self-imposed or due to infrastructure collapse. We don't know if it's a technical problem or deliberate sabotage. All we do know is that the communications we once took for granted have fallen into disrepair, along with everything else. And in the absence of communications, Luke put in, ferment breeds. Precisely, Omos said. It's pointless to win a war, only to watch the Galactic Alliance fall apart around us afterward. Then what is it you want exactly? Mara asked. I presume it has something to do with us, otherwise we wouldn't be here. I need a group of people committed to bringing things back together, Omos said passionately. A mobile task force traveling from place to place, reconnecting the dots, if you like. Familiar, trustworthy faces, symbols of peace and prosperity, that kind of thing. I thought of Master Skywalker first, of course, and Leia, too. A new Republic presence will certainly help things along. That's Galactic Alliance now, Cal, Leia said. Yes, of course, that's going to take some getting used to, he continued. The task force doesn't need specialist technical expertise to repair the networks where they're down. You can call for that sort of help if needed when the problem has been isolated. Just in case it's a military problem, I'll provide a squadron or two for protection, but you shouldn't need anything more than that. You're not there to intimidate, but to communicate. Open up the black spots, whatever it takes, and bring them back into the fold. At least let them know we're paying attention anyway. He paused to allow others to comment. When no one did, he said, Well, what do you think? Leia was the first to respond, nodding slowly and thoughtfully. In principle, I think it's a good idea, she said. And I'm sure Han will agree, too. Omos offered a faint smile in appreciation. I was hoping this would be the case, he said. The Falcon would make a great support vessel. And you don't really have many to spare, Leia said. I understand. Omos glanced at Luke and was surprised to see the Jedi Master frowning. That threw the Chief of State for a moment. What wasn't there to like about his plan? It gave the Jedi a chance to reestablish their peacekeeping role in the galaxy, while at the same time tying them ever closer to the Galactic Alliance. If the mission was a success, and there was no reason Omos could see why it wouldn't be, then no one in the Senate would be able to argue about the worth of the Jedi again. Luke? Mara prompted, also catching her husband's frown. The Jedi Master remained silent for a while longer, as though mulling over everything Omos had just said. When he did speak, it was slowly, choosing each word with care. This would solve only half the problem, he said. No matter how well we did our job, it would still leave the Yuuzhan Vong. That's a problem that isn't going to go away, no matter how much you stifle the agitators. But what if I told you I could solve your military problem and the moral problem in one operation? I'd be interested, naturally, Omos said, then lifted his thin shoulders and spread his arms in a supplicating gesture. But how? The Imperial Remnant, Sav said, answering for the Jedi Master. Luke looked at the Supreme Commander, nodding. The Empire. They turned us down, Leia said. Pellaeon said that he had no interest in joining forces. As far as they're concerned, they've been holding their own perfectly well against the Yuuzhan Vong. And at that point we weren't, Luke said. But now that we're starting to hit back, they might change their mind. Well, it would certainly solve the military problem, Omos said. It would also legitimize the name of our new government. The Galactic Federation of Free Alliances, Akla said. Exactly. There's not much meaning to it if entire chunks of the galaxy won't join. Omos folded his hands before him, returning his attention to Luke. You're proposing a diplomatic mission, Master Skywalker? To the Imperial Remnant, and to the Chiss, too, he replied. They're the ones who refined the toxin developed by Scour scientists, the Alpha-Red bioweapons. That project is still hanging over us. We mustn't forget that. No, Admiral Crefe isn't letting me. I thought the project was on hold, Akla said, the purple fur above her eyes ruffling slightly beneath the frown. On hold, in military terms, simply means that you're set on stun, the Supreme Commander said. The blaster, however, is still powered and aimed. Or it would be, given just a few weeks' development time. Almost himself was deeply conflicted over the Chiss plan to use biological warfare to defeat the Yuuzhan Vong. On the one hand, he could see the military sense in wiping out the enemy with one strike, a strike that would cost nothing in terms of troops or fleet resources, but it smacked of using the enemy's own tactics against them. The Yuuzhan Vong had employed biological warfare on Ithor, whose native bafor trees, ironically, were the very source of the alpha-red toxin, and many other worlds, destroying whole biospheres in the process. It was a dirty, demeaning tactic, and it could so easily be used against the wielder. In his nightmares he saw system after system falling to a gray plague, while at the same time the Yuuzhan Vong were wiped out by the Chiss bioweapon. The end result would be a lifeless, sterile galaxy. He didn't want that to be what his administration was remembered for, even if there was no one left to remember it. Destroying the research, Sav said, would meet with the strongest resistance from some under my command. I cannot guarantee that they wouldn't take independent action to stop you. Luke nodded. I'm aware of that, Commander. That's why I wouldn't be going to the Chiss to propose or attempt such a move. That's their decision, and I'll leave it up to them. I would only be extending the hand of peace. People will automatically assume a hidden agenda. Sav turned to Omas. If you're going to allow this, Cal, I'd advise that it be an informal mission, unofficially sanctioned, top-secret, hidden agenda, whatever you want to call it. The fewer people who know about it, the better. If it's not official, Omas said, I'm not sure how much support I could lend it. That's okay, Luke said. We'll have Jade Shadow and my X-Wing, and we might even be able to call in a few favors on top of that. The only support I really want is an assurance that you won't try to stop us, and that you'll hold the warmongers back while we're gone. That shouldn't be a problem, Omas said. There's plenty to keep people busy. He leaned back into his chair, sensing more to Luke's request than appeared on the surface. However, I doubt that the Yuuzhan Vong will make it as easy for us as Senator Nyuv would have us believe. It's a long way to travel, isn't it? Sav asked. I mean, I appreciate you going to such lengths to bring the Empire into the fold, but I'd have thought you'd be more needed here. Isn't there someone else you can send? Kenthir, for instance, would be perfectly competent. The Empire and the Chiss would respect his background. You make a good point, Scene. Luke briefly exchanged a look with Mara and Leia that almost couldn't interpret. But those very same abilities you mentioned make him perfect for the job of keeping things calm here. Neither the Empire nor the Chiss will resolve the Yuuzhan Vong problem alone, even in a military sense. To be honest, they are only secondary objectives. There's something else I need to do while I'm gone. Almost pushed himself forward as the missing piece slowly became clear. The Empire and the Chiss both lie in or near the unknown regions. A faint smile appeared at the edges of Luke's mouth. That's true. What is it you're looking for, Master Skywalker? If I told you, Cal, you wouldn't believe me. The moral solution to the war? Perhaps. An alternative, anyway. Luke raised a hand as Omas began to ask another question. The Chief of State rested back into his chair again with a wry smile. I guess I can't force you to tell me, he said. He glanced at Sav. It was obvious that his Supreme Commander knew as little about Skywalker's plans as he did. You've offered enough for me to give you my private assurance that I won't do anything to hinder your plans. Having the Empire and the Chiss aboard won't guarantee the security of the Galactic Alliance, but it'll help. If you think you can give me a long-term resolution to the war as well, then I shall do what I can to assist. The Jedi Master kept his expression carefully composed, but the way his wife touched his arm suggested that she was happy with the outcome of the meeting. Like her husband, though, her face revealed nothing. What about you, Leia? Omas said. Will you still do what I've asked of you? She nodded. Of course, she said. You can count on both Han and me to do whatever we can to help. The Chief of State nodded in return. I'm grateful, he said. Make a time with Scene to discuss the logistics. We'll see what special operations can lend you. I know you have some connections down there." He stood with a smile, knowing perfectly well that Jaina Solo's Twin Sun Squadron was a sure bet for the mission, and if she was involved, Jag Fell wouldn't be far away. Together they would keep the military side of the mission covered, and possibly more than that. He was sure Scene Sov wouldn't mind applying a little force to some of the more unruly sectors of the galaxy. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a line of beings wanting to see me." "We thank you for your time," Luke said, taking his wife's hand as she rose from the chair, "as well as your cooperation. May the Force guide us all." "To peace," Reliki Akla said, standing with the others. "To peace," almost echoed wholeheartedly as they filed out of the room. He knew that only time would blunt the teeth of the Corellian Sand Panthers in the ranks of the Senate, the Defense Force, and the Jedi. Whatever Luke Skywalker had up his sleeve, almost only hoped he could give him enough time to bring it into effect before those Sand Panthers gathered outside his office door, hungry for his blood. From space, the ocean world Mon Calamari shone a brilliant, peaceful blue. Under a sky that glinted like ice, curving cloud patterns traced words only stars could understand. All but the keenest of eyes would fail to see the coral outcrops, marshy islands, and floating cities that were scattered across the planet's often turbulent seas, but they were there. The provisional capital of the newly formed Galactic Alliance and birthplace of two intelligent species was called home by more than 27 billion people, including the legendary Admiral Akbar and Jedi Master Silgal. From up on high it was impossible to appreciate the hard times Mon Calamari had seen under the resurrected clone of Emperor Palpatine and the renegade Admiral Dela, hard times that the inhabitants of the planet could well see again before this war with the Yuuzhan Vong was over. That's the beauty of an ocean world, Jaina Solo thought, as she guided her X-Wing down to the port city Hikahi. It shows no scars. XJ-323, you're clear to dock, came the distinctive Mon Calamari voice. Proceed to Bay DA-42. She gritted her teeth as blast scoring on the fuselage of her X-Wing caught the atmosphere on re-entry, provoking a violent shudder that made her R2 unit squawk in alarm. Moments later, as the X-Wing glided in toward the docking bays, the droid tootled a short series of beeps and blips. She glanced at her craft's translator and smiled at her R2's message. "No, I'm sure Mon Cal's high salinity levels won't be too good for your electronics," she said. "But it really shouldn't be too much of a problem, Cappy. I didn't bring you here to go swimming." Kip Duron met her when she landed. Her former squadron leader looked tired and drawn, seemingly much older than when she'd last seen him a couple of weeks earlier. "Nice to see you, Colonel," he said. "Sorry I'm late," she said, tugging off her flight helmet and slipping it under an arm. "There were delays making sure Twin Suns was adequately berthed. Did I miss the meeting?" "Afraid so," he said, as they walked together from the docking bays. "But that's okay. I get the feeling that everything's being decided behind the scenes. Gathering us together was just a formality, a way of reminding us that there's a bigger picture, you know?" Jaina nodded absently, only half listening. "Is Tahiri here?" she asked after a few paces. Kip looked at her, his brow wrinkling. "No. Why?" She shrugged as she continued walking, not meeting his eyes. She didn't want him to see how deep her concern ran. "It's probably nothing," she lied. "She left a message for me when I docked at Raw Roost. She said she wanted to talk to me as soon as I arrived. She sounded—" Kip waited for her to continue, but when she didn't, he asked, "What, Jaina? What did she say?" Jaina struggled to remember just how the girl had sounded. "I don't know, Kip," she said. "It wasn't so much what she said as the way she said it. I just got the impression that something was wrong." "Well, if she is here on Mon Cal," he said, "she didn't come to the meeting." An upwelling of concern for the girl, no, young woman, Jaina corrected herself. Tahiri was a Jedi Knight now, rushed through her. Tahiri had been close to Anakin. If dealing with his loss had been half as hard for Tahiri as it had been for Jaina, then she could certainly understand the odd note of grief that had been evident in her voice. But why now? Why did Tahiri want to speak to her? "Jag's here," Kip said, and the feeling those simple words inspired surprised her. "Really? Where?" She kept her gaze ahead as they continued through the maze of corridors, hopeful that this would be enough to prevent him seeing how her cheeks had flushed at the mention of Jag's name. "Right now he's in a meeting with your parents, actually," Kip said. "They're hatching some sort of scheme." He stopped abruptly and turned to face her. "There's talk of winning this thing, Jaina," he said. "A lot of talk. It's almost hysterical. Before Ebac 9 we were all but beaten. Now you'd think we already have the Yuuzhan Vong on the run." Jaina nodded. She understood perfectly what he was trying to tell her, and why. The politicians had no real idea what it was like on the battlefield. They were insulated by layers of command from the action, from how things really were. For all the losses they'd suffered, she'd always tried to maintain a sense of optimism. But even though they had recently made considerable headway, she knew they still had a long way to go. There were no certainties. There never was with war. But she could sympathize with the politicians wanting to believe that victory was imminent. This war had been hard on everyone. Years of defeats, inexorable advances by the enemies, losses in every quarter. It had all taken its toll. She could see it in Kip's eyes, and in the way he seemed to have aged. She could feel it in herself, the grief for Chewbacca and Anakin still strong, her descent into the dark side painfully recent. "I'll be careful," she said, vanquishing the memory with a firm nod. People would be taking sides everywhere in the makeshift capital. She wasn't going to commit to anything without first learning something of what was going on behind the scenes, as Kip had put it. Kip resumed their walk, moving confidently through the warren of tunnels. He had obviously been on Mon Cal long enough to familiarize himself with the city. The deeper into the city they went, the more crowded the corridors became, and the more hurried the activities of the people became. Jaina saw beings of varied species, sexes, and sizes going about all manner of duties. Technicians rubbed shoulders with bureaucrats, while armed soldiers bumped into secretaries. And through it all trundled myriad droids. The air rang with industry and purpose, which was more than a little overwhelming for Jaina after the confines of her X-Wing, and only her R2 unit for conversation. "I'm sorry," Kip said, recognizing her discomfort. "Perhaps we should have taken a tunnel cab. I just thought you would have had enough of being cooped up in small spaces." "No, that's okay," she said. "I did need to stretch my legs a little." It wasn't just the exercise she was grateful for, though. It also gave her the opportunity to ground herself. Had she stepped off her X-Wing and walked straight into a meeting, she would never have gained a feeling for the place. There was a vitality here that she found invigorating. Out of the chaos, some sense of order was returning, even if people couldn't agree on what to do with it. This was what she was fighting for. The future of her civilization was being decided in these halls as much as it was in the vast battlefields of space. Finally the corridors widened, and the crowds thinned slightly. There was space to walk abreast, and the noise level dropped enough for them to talk about the finer points of squadron command without having to shout to be heard. Kip seemed to find a measure of comfort in relatively mundane talk of promising new tactics and pilots. Their ships, like the staff that flew them and maintained them, were showing signs of fatigue. Little repairs had to be constantly performed to ensure they didn't escalate into something more catastrophic. Fatigue was insidious, be it metal or mental. The principle was the same, she supposed, at all levels of the resistance. They eventually came to a door guarded by 2 Mon Calamari security staff. The guards brought their coral pikes up in a brief salute before guiding them through. Inside, leaning over a wide screen displaying dozens of detailed maps and charts, were Jaina's parents, Han Solo and Leia Organa Solo. Standing between them was a tall, dark-complexioned woman with her hair pulled back in a tight bun. Jaina recognized her as a former New Republic intelligence officer. Also there, just as Kip had said he would be, was Jag Fell. All looked up when they entered, but it was to Jag that Jaina's attention was drawn. She was delighted to see his face break out into a smile upon seeing her, even if that smile was just as quickly stifled. She had learned early on in their friendship that he didn't approve of public displays of affection. When his time came to formally greet her, he would do so with a stiff nod and perhaps a tight handshake. But that was all. It didn't bother Jaina. Just the knowledge that the affection was there at all was enough for her. She would carry that quick smile with her for the rest of the day, until they could find time to be alone later. "Jaina!" Her mother stepped over to enfold her in a tight, warm hug. Since Anakin's death, her mother's embraces had become more frequent, and were delivered with more passion than ever before. It was almost as though every time she saw either Jason or Jaina these days, she was overcome with relief. Her father's large hand ran through her hair, stopping at her shoulder to squeeze gently. "Good to see you, kid," he said with a wry smile. "You too, Dad." She reached up and kissed him on the cheek. The prickliness of his chin, the scent of his unkempt hair, and the sight of his lopsided smile. The familiarity of these simple aspects of her father brought with it a sense of comfort she had always felt around him. For all her mother's efforts, Han Solo still had a slightly disreputable air. Jaina had been told by some that she had inherited a portion of that, while her twin brother had gotten their mother's thoughtful nature. "Where's Jason?" she asked, taking a step back from both of them. "Your Uncle Luke has him working on something else," her mother explained. "He'll meet you when we're finished." Jaina caught Jag's eye and was completely thrown for a second when he winked at her. For the second time that day she felt a blush forming, so she turned away, looking for a distraction in the intelligence operative standing before the luminous star charts. "Belindi, isn't it?" Jaina said. Searching her memory, she stepped over to the woman and extended a hand. The woman gave a single respectful nod. "Belindi Calenda, that's right," she said. "Chief Omus has asked me to coordinate an operation involving your parents, and you, if you're willing." "And that's where I check out," Kip said. "You're leaving?" Jaina asked, surprised. He nodded, shrugging, the flickering lights from the map painting his features with an assortment of colors. "My job was only to escort you here, I'm afraid," he said, with exaggerated disappointment. Jaina smiled at this. "The great Kip Duron reduced to being a delivery boy, eh?" she teased. "Who'd have thought? And to think you once offered to take me on as an apprentice, too. Glad I didn't take that route." "You're a funny girl, you know that?" he said in return. "For a solo, that is." He didn't give her a chance to respond. "But listen, if you feel like catching up later, why not stop by at the Ocean's Floor Cafe for a drink? Bring young Jag here along, too. He can show you the way." He offered a mock salute before turning to leave. Then at the door he faced her again. "And if you like, I'll make a few inquiries about Tahiri for you," he said more seriously. She smiled her appreciation at him. "Thanks, Kip," she said softly. When he was gone, Belindi Calenda quickly summarized the mission for Jaina's benefit. The others stood by patiently, interjecting a few words here and there to help clarify certain aspects of the plan. It sounded simple enough. Travel the open hyperlanes, fixing communications links, and reminding the locals that they were still part of a galactic civilization. Jaina was sure it wouldn't be so easy in practice, though. The Yuuzhan Vong, by mining the major hyperspace routes, had left some areas isolated for as long as 2 years. No one knew with any certainty just what was happening inside such regions, but there had been rumors of local despots seizing control, while attention was focused elsewhere. It was probably safe to assume that, in some places at least, their welcome wouldn't really be heartfelt. She loosened the tabs on her flight uniform and participated in an hour or so of discussion regarding the mission objectives. There would be numerous opportunities to coordinate with local governments and such organizations as the Smugglers' Alliance along the way, although it was difficult to plan for anything in advance with so little known for certain about most areas. At one point an orderly brought some refreshments for them, raw pointer fish guts and lampfish tongue, along with tall glasses of chilled calamarian water. Although she was hungry, Jaina only picked at the salty comestibles, while she listened to her parents debate the best way to structure the mission itself. There was no bitterness or anger to the argument. They simply disagreed over the details, and weren't afraid to say so. In the end, though, it was Leia whose opinion made the most sense, so Han backed down without acrimony. Where once he might have taken offense at the suggestion that the Falcon wouldn't be enough to ensure the safety and success of the mission, now he just shrugged and let common sense rule. The mission, Jaina was told, would be comprised of one fighter squadron, the Millennium Falcon, and a recommissioned Lancer-class frigate called Pride of Salonia, under the command of a Captain Todra Main, recently relegated to less active duties after being injured at Coruscant. Main would defer to Leia and Han in all matters regarding the mission, as would the leader of the fighter squadron. There didn't seem like much else left to decide upon, except perhaps for where exactly the mission would proceed first of all. Jaina felt as though there was little she could contribute. Jag, too, was quiet for the better part of the discussion, although she had no doubt that he was paying as close attention to everything that was being said as she was. The three people doing the talking, Bolindi Kalenda and Jaina's parents, didn't seem to notice that their more youthful audience was remaining silent. After several minutes spent discussing the relative benefits of Antar 4 and Melita Dawn, Jaina leaned across the screen and broke in. "Is there any particular reason that I'm here?" She kept the frustration from her tone as best she could. "It just seems to me that I have very little part to play in this plan of yours." Leia looked at Han, who backed away from the screen with a gesture that implied the answer was obvious. "You're here because we want you here," he said. Jaina had learned to mistrust any nonchalance her father displayed. It usually meant that he was uncomfortable about something. "Why?" she pressed. "Because we need a military escort," her mother explained. "That fighter squadron has to come from somewhere." "Why twin sons, though? There must be others you could take." "That's true, sweetheart," her father said. "But—" "Don't sweetheart me, Dad," she cut in irritably. "There's something you aren't telling me." "Listen to what we are telling you," Leia said, taking a step toward her daughter. "This mission is important, and we want the best pilots accompanying us." "But I have work to do here. There are the new pilots to train, new simulators to program. The war isn't going to stop just because you're off on a jaunt to reunite the galaxy, Mom. I can't just dump everything and leave." "Your training work will continue during the mission," her mother said calmly, moving in to place a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "I'm proposing to allow Lobaka to form his own squadron with the pilots you've trained. The gaps left in twin sons you can make up from Chiss Squadron. There's still a lot to learn from each other." "Yes, but what are you afraid of, Jaina?" Her father joined in, moving to Leia's side. "The war's still going to be there when you get back. That much at least I can promise you." Feeling set upon, she turned to Jag for support, but he just shrugged helplessly. For a split second she felt a rush of anger at him, too, but she knew that was ridiculous. He would never side against her out of spite. If he was backing her parents now, then it was only because he believed they were right. "Don't be too hard on your parents," Bolindi Kalenda said, shifting awkwardly on the far side of the flat display. "This was my idea." Jaina asked Jag, "I take it you'll be staying here, then?" "Actually, no," he said. "I'll be going along with you." She turned to her parents, then looked back at Jag. "As part of twin sons?" "It's not the first time, and it probably won't be the last." "We like the idea of having two experienced squadron leaders," her father said, "especially with a mix of Chiss and your pilots in the air. This way we can have one leader groundside with us at all times, while the other remains up in orbit to keep an eye on things." Jaina sighed in defeat. Deep down she knew it made good tactical sense, but she still didn't like it. She couldn't shake the feeling that her parents weren't telling her the whole truth. Part of her felt as though they were doing this to give her a rest, but weren't prepared to say so because they knew the reaction they'd receive. And if that was the case, they were right. The idea of being put out to pasture was offensive to her in the extreme. But whatever their true motives were for wanting her along, the fact was that she was going. The only saving grace in all of this was the fact that Jag was going along also, which meant that they'd at least be able to spend more time together. Her thoughts were distracted by the buzzing of her comlink. Turning away from the meeting, she pulled it from her uniform belt clip and raised it to her lips. Before she could even say a word, however, the panicked and choked-up voice of Tahiri issued from the small gadget in her hand. "Jaina?" Out of the corner of her eye, Jaina saw her mother's eyes widen in surprise. "Tahiri, where are you?" Jaina asked, already reaching out into the Force in search of the girl. She was nearby, and for that at least Jaina was thankful. "You said you wanted to see me. You said it was urgent." "Jaina, I'm so sorry. Jaina was struck by a powerful psychic pain emanating from the girl, a pain so great that it had spilled over into the world around her. She attempted to offer comfort to Tahiri through the Force, extending herself so that she could mentally embrace her and ease her torment. But the emotions were too intense, too raw. "Tahiri, what's wrong? What's happened?" "It's Anakin." "Anakin? What about Anakin?" "He—" Again Tahiri's voice ceased in mid-sentence. It was almost as though something was stopping her from speaking. Then all of a sudden the words burst free from her. "He's trying to kill me, Jaina. Anakin wants me dead." The accompanying sensation of distress broadcast throughout the Force peaked, then abruptly disappeared. At the same time the comlink signal ceased. "Tahiri? Tahiri?" Jaina reattached her comlink to her belt and faced her mother, who was rubbing her forehead in obvious discomfort. "You felt it?" she asked. Leia nodded in confirmation. "She's in trouble, Jaina." Jaina didn't need her mother to tell her that. Even those not Force-sensitive could have figured it out just from the sound of Tahiri's voice. She turned to Kalenda and said, "We need a trace on her comlink, and fast." The intelligence officer nodded and turned away to speak into her own comlink. Jaina's father came up and put a reassuring hand on his daughter's shoulder. "It'll be all right, honey." She nodded, but wasn't convinced. "Tahiri's been missing for almost 2 weeks now," Leia said. "She didn't respond to Luke's call for a meeting of the Jedi. We didn't know where she'd gone or what she was doing." "She called me." Jaina winced, remembering the pain she had just felt radiating from Tahiri's mind. She should have made more of an effort to contact the girl as soon as she arrived. She might have been able to prevent it, whatever it was that had happened. "I have a location," Kalenda said shortly. "Lane 18A, Level 3. I've sent someone to investigate." "Do you know the way?" "Yes, of course." "Take me." Jaina was on her way to the door before the woman had time to respond. If there was one thing Jaina had learned about command, it was that you didn't give people the opportunity to argue, especially in emergencies. The security officer took charge as soon as they left the conference room. Jaina was close on Kalenda's heels, with her parents and Jag not far behind. Moving with rapid steps through the wide corridors of the city, weaving naturally through the bustling crowds, Kalenda led them up a level and across several high and arched thoroughfares. Jaina resisted urging the woman to go faster. If Tahiri had already moved on from the source of the transmissions, then running wasn't going to change anything. Instead, Jaina reached into the Force to try and find the girl, to reassure her, help her, but she was unable to feel her anywhere, and that only heightened her concern. Kalenda's comlink squawked. Still walking, she listened for a moment. Then, after half a dozen steps, she faced Jaina. "What does your friend look like?" Jaina pictured the young Jedi in her mind. Human, blonde hair, green eyes, a little shorter than me. "I think they've got her," Kalenda said. "Security has found someone answering your friend's description near the site of the last transmission. A medical team is on the scene." Jaina felt a chill run through her. "Medical team? Why? What's wrong? Is she—" "We're almost there," Kalenda said. "It's just up another couple of levels. Here, climb onto this." The security officer commandeered a passing hover taxi, quickly speaking her clearance and authority codes to the droid operating it. "This will be quicker," she said. The lanes tend to get more congested the higher up you go. The narrow vehicle rocked as they all clambered in. There was enough room for only 4 passengers. Han was forced to stand on the cab's outer footboard and hang on. He had to crouch down slightly when the droid guided the cab into one of the ducts reserved for emergency vehicles. Sometimes, Belindi Calenda explained, it was the only way to ensure a quick and unobstructed passage to the city's higher levels. As she sat in the front of the cab, staring vaguely as the damp and craggy walls of the duct raced by, Jaina felt her mother's hand squeeze her arm in reassurance, and while the gesture was appreciated, it didn't really help. The absence of Tahiri in the Force was making her sick with worry. The cab spat out of the vent into a vast market area. The entire place was in a dome, the sides of which rippled and shimmered with golden water that cascaded gently and impossibly down its surface, while hanging from the uppermost section were thick, lush vines that swayed hypnotically in the humid air. Below, the area was heaving with activity as hundreds of individuals went about their everyday business of trading everything from food to parts of old household service droids. Among all the hustle and bustle, though, one section stood out from all the rest. A large crowd had gathered around an area that security officers and droids were attempting to cordon off so that the medical team Calenda had mentioned could get in. Unable to negotiate any closer to the scene because of the curious onlookers, the cab came to a halt, and all 5 passengers quickly alighted, with Jaina roughly forcing her way through the crowd that stood between her and Tahiri. A security guard stopped her when she tried to cross the perimeter of the cordoned-off area, allowing her to pass only when Calenda flashed her ID and instructed the guard to let them through. Jaina froze when she saw the supine figure being attended to by the 2 members of the Mon Cal medical team and their MD-5 droid. At first she didn't even recognize her. Tahiri had cut her hair short, and she'd lost a lot of weight. There were bags under her eyes and a hollowness to her cheeks. Her face looked as though it hadn't been washed in days. Worst of all, though, were her arms. They were covered in bloody slash marks. "Is this her?" one of the medics asked. She wanted to say yes, but the girl lying before her looked like a completely different person from the Tahiri she knew. As Jaina watched, Tahiri stirred. From an apparent state of deep unconsciousness, she twitched and tried to roll over. The medics did their best to restrain her, but she was stronger than she looked. With arms flailing around and her eyes wide and unseeing, she tried to stand up, but was failed by her unsteady legs. "Anakin!" she screamed. "Anakin!" Her eyes caught Jaina's. The same instant, one of the medics stuck a spray hypo against her throat. The hiss of the spray coincided with an intense surge through the Force, as Jaina felt Tahiri's panic and terror rush into her all at once. Then Tahiri slumped face forward into the embrace of the droid, and the surge faded. It was only when she exhaled that Jaina realized she had been holding her breath. She felt comforted and warmed by the presence of Jag at her side, but just for once she wished he would forget his ideas about displays of affection in public and simply hold her. "Is this her?" the medical officer repeated, turning to Jaina now that they had managed to settle Tahiri. Jaina nodded dumbly in response. "You don't seem too sure," the officer said. "No, I'm sure," she said. "That's her. Her name is Tahiri Vela. I don't know what she might have done here, but she's not a criminal. She's a Jedi Knight." The medic nodded his understanding. "We'll treat her gently, I promise." Jaina watched on as Tahiri was placed onto a waiting hovercart and carried away. "Please give us some space," she heard the droid instruct the crowd. "This is an emergency. Please make room." Jaina backed away, clutching Jag's arm for support. A wave of dizziness rolled over her. From the other side of the city, she could feel her twin, Jason, asking her what was wrong. But she didn't have an answer for him just yet. All she knew was the mixed-up jumble of feelings she had received from Tahiri's mind. The incredible, overwhelming sorrow she could understand. She invariably felt the same thing whenever she dwelled on the death of her brother. But below that had been something else, something that Jaina would have thought Tahiri incapable of. It was an emotion she had never felt from the girl before, and its intensity frightened her. But it was there, and it was real. It was hatred, a deep and unremitting hatred. The smell of burning flesh was the first thing she was able to clearly identify. It was unmistakable, a smell so caustic and pungent that it crept like a dung worm through her nose, furiously writhing its way into her olfactory nerve center to ensure that she never forgot it. And how could she? It was so overwhelming that she felt sure she'd never be free of it, no matter how far she could get from this place. It was close, too, so close, in fact, that she found herself checking her own arms to make sure her own skin wasn't smoldering. All she saw, though, was a layer of ash that had settled over her like a fine and gentle snow, and beneath that, she hid her arms in the folds of her robes, looking again into the thick smoke. She could hear movement and voices, but no matter how much she squinted and strained, she couldn't make anything out through the haze. And constantly, in the background, came the snap and pst of the fires consuming flesh, along with the occasional crack from what she imagined to be bones breaking in the extreme heat, but she still couldn't make anything out, no matter how much she squinted. She took a couple of cautious steps forward until her feet came to the edge of the rocky outcrop upon which she was standing, and was able to make out what was happening. Down below she could see a compound, and in it a ceremony was taking place. Those gathered there had their faces concealed beneath hoods, and they were all dressed in robes similar to the one she was wearing. They seemed to have been waiting for her arrival, for when they saw her emerge from the smoke, they automatically began the ceremony proper, chanting as they marched around the compound. It was a language that was at once alien as it was familiar, a language that simultaneously terrified and comforted her. These emotions were not generated by the words themselves, however, but rather the culture this language was rooted in. She ignored the proceedings, looking instead about the five-sided compound. In each corner there stood an immense effigy of a god, each one staring down toward a pit at its feet. The priests were filing past these pits in turn, casually tossing into the smoking holes what she instinctively knew to be various body parts. In accordance with her ambiguous emotions, she found herself both warmed and repulsed by the sight, with one part of her wishing to give thanks to the gods that accepted these offerings, while another deeper part of her wanted to throw up from the smell emanating from the pits. The effigies that rose into the shadows she knew well, all except one. The farthest one from where she stood was a god unlike any she had seen before. She felt it did not even belong here with the others. It was mostly hidden in the shadows, rising like a giant snake, high above the other graven images around the compound. Its presence was a blasphemy she wanted to protest against, but she couldn't, because she felt it was here because of her. Its eyes, they weren't staring into the pit like the other statues. They were staring at her. More than that, those immense red eyes were accusing her. "Why did you leave me?" she heard it whisper into her thoughts. She wanted to flee. The part of her that had been comforted with the ceremony was suddenly panicked and scared. But there was nowhere for her to go. All the passages leading into the mortuary were closed, plugged up by Yorick coral. She didn't have time to dwell on it, however. One of the priests had caught her attention, and was waving at her to watch the burning of the body parts in the pits. But whose body was it? And what was it? Human? Yuuzhan Vong? It was impossible to tell from such a distance. Other priests motioned for her to watch. She frowned in confusion as she leaned precariously over the lip of the pit. What was it they wanted her to see? She saw. The body parts weren't being destroyed. They were being remade. They were crawling from their individual fires over to the unnaturally large pyre blazing in the compound's center, immersing themselves into the blue and orange flames. The fire licked at each of the parts, taking the quivering mat of skin and wrapping it around the pulsing organs, collecting the limbs and snapping them back into place in the appropriate socket. She turned to the snake statue, beseeching it to stop. Through the choking smoke it no longer looked like a reptile, though. It looked like— but no, the smoke was too thick by far to allow her to make anything out clearly. All she could discern was its eyes, red and penetrating in the oppressive gloom of the chamber, its stare no longer upon her, but rather focused on the events taking place in the compound below. She looked down to see a figure stepping from the pyre, its skin blistering from the heat. "Please," she whispered to the reptile, begging for forgiveness. "Please," the figure from the flames echoed at the same time, also to the reptile, but for a different reason. It seemed to be pleading with the statue for life, as though the reptile had the power to grant or deny this. Then suddenly, without warning, the figure from the flames turned to face her up on the rocks. The burns on the skin had vanished, and all that remained now were scars. But even with this disfigurement, she was still able to recognize the face. It was like looking directly into a mirror. She turned and fled into the shadows and smoke, effortlessly smashing the Yorick coral plug that had formed over the passage through which she'd initially entered, fleeing into the darkness of the tunnel, running from the abomination with her face. A living planet? Danny Quee's voice possessed a rising tone of incredulity. "You're not talking about Zonama Sekot, are you?" "Good," Master Luke said. "You've heard of it?" "I've also heard of the Ognadesh ship graveyards and the lost treasure of Boroborosa, but that doesn't mean I'm going to go halfway around the galaxy looking for them. Every astronomer who's worked the Outer Rim knows about Zonama Sekot. They know it doesn't exist, for starters." Saba tensed. In Barab society, expressing doubts over a superior's decision in such an open manner would certainly result in a challenge, and a challenge meant a blood fight. Although she had turned her back on some of her people's more aggressive ways, she still found herself a prisoner to her upbringing. It was something she would probably battle the rest of her life, especially now that her people were no more. How, after all, was one to fight a ghost? "I understand your reaction." Master Luke smiled patiently. "It's not the first time I've gotten this response, believe me. If you'll allow me to explain my reasons, though, I'm sure you'll come around." Jedi Master Luke Skywalker's explanation sent tingles of excitement through Saba's joy-starved brain. A living world? Her tail coiled and uncoiled reflexively from the excitement such a notion stirred. Of all the wonders she had seen since leaving Barab One, a sentient planet would have to be the most profound. Her mind froze as another level of significance to the Master's words occurred to her. "He's telling me because he intends for this one to go with him," she thought to herself, her slit-like eyes widening at the idea. She couldn't help but feel both wonder and despair at the thought. She would have to decline. She had no choice. And with that thought her mind drifted. The Master's office was not ostentatious. It contained a plain desk and 3 chairs suitable for people of various species. Occupying those chairs were Saba, Danny, and the healer Master Silgal. A hologram of the Master's son, Ben, repeated every 40 seconds in one corner of the desk. Saba's eyes were caught by it, entranced by the innocent play of the child. She vividly remembered the one time she had met him, while he was on a brief holiday from the Maw. The Jedi Master's son, although still very young, was already used to the many different shapes and sizes in which life presented itself in the galaxy, and so had displayed no alarm at the sight of Saba's naturally fierce demeanor. Quelling the grief at losing so many young of her own kind, Saba had flared her nostrils back and grinned with all her teeth unfolded. She was delighted to see the boy respond with a bright, wide smile that stretched from his mouth right up to his deep steel-blue eyes. Her eyebrow ridges drew closer together in a frown. The memory was a sobering one. Everyone, it seemed, had lost something during the war with the Yuuzhan Vong. Many people had lost their homes, their families, their lives. She herself had lost her master and her apprentices before watching Barab One die. Her complicity in the destruction of her people slowed her recovery, made her doubt her own abilities as a fighter, but to be reminded of what she was supposed to be fighting for made her feel slightly better. Life, the future, a single child's smile. "Are you sure it's safe?" Master Silgal asked from behind her. Woken from her daze, Saba turned slightly in her seat, so she could watch both the Mon Calamari healer and Master Skywalker at the same time. "Look at it this way," Master Luke said. "If we stay here on Mon Cal, we're at ground zero for Yuuzhan Vong retaliation. We're also prime targets for Peace Brigade action. I doubt there will be anything as dangerous as either of those possibilities in the unknown regions. With all due respect, Master Skywalker, we don't know what's in there. That's why it's called unknown." Danny Kui would know, Saba assumed. The human scientist had started life as an astronomer and only by circumstance moved into specializing in the enemy's works. "Exactly," Master Skywalker said, acknowledging the point with a patient nod. "But this is an exploratory mission, not a military one. We're not going to pick fights. You'll try to stop them if you find them, though. That is the nature of the job," Master Luke smiled. "Will you come?" Danny shrugged in a way that implied she was helpless to make him see reason. "Of course, I wouldn't miss it for the world." "And you, Master Silgal, have you reconsidered your decision?" "I have, Master Skywalker." The healer stood, bowing her head. "But I have not changed my mind. I am needed here. There is too much work for me to do, too many people to teach in the ways we have lost. It would be irresponsible of me to leave now." The words implied another challenge, but the manner of neither master acknowledged it. "I understand," Master Skywalker said smoothly. "Although I am sorry we won't have you with us. I recommend my apprentice Tekli to go in my place." "Thank you, Silgal. We would be delighted to have her aboard. With Danny, Mara, myself, and Jason, our complement is almost complete." Master Skywalker turned to address Saba, presumably to invite her to join him and the others on the mission to the sentient planet. Saba's powerful heart raced. But before he could speak, he frowned, and his attention turned inward for a moment. A look of concern flashed across his face. "Master?" Saba said. "I'm sorry," he said. "I thought—" Master Silgal's comlink buzzed at that moment. She answered it, listening intently to the tiny voice issuing from it. "Take her to the infirmary. I'll be there immediately." Standing, she said, "I'm sorry, Luke, it's Tahiri." "Where is she?" asked Master Skywalker, also standing. "Is she hurt?" "She's here in the city," Silgal explained, moving hurriedly toward the door. "Medics found her a few moments ago, unconscious. I've advised Tekli to bring her in. I'll go there now to supervise her examination." "I'll alert Mara," Master Skywalker said as Silgal left the room. "She'll want to be there. And Jason, too." "What about you, Hisser?" Danny asked as the master reached for his comlink to make the call. "Will you come?" For a moment Saba was confused. There is little this one could do for Tahiri. "No, the mission." The young human woman reached across the space between them to touch her arm. It sounds crazy, but Verger knew what she was talking about. "Are you going to come along?" Saba froze, barely hearing Danny's words. Few humans touched her. Barabels were best known for their violent, some would even say barbarous, ways, and it was well known that a wrong gesture or word could be enough to provoke a challenge. Sometimes they became the target of status-proving assaults from other species, usually by adolescents going out of their way to do so in order to prove that they weren't afraid of what might happen as a result. In days gone by, she might have ruthlessly shown them that they should be afraid, but now she was a Jedi Knight, and she had learned to quell such automatic impulses, or so she'd thought. Danny was a friend. They had worked together in the past. She trusted Saba not to hurt her. She quelled the reflex to strike out, but she couldn't quell the dismay that filled her at what might happen if she made the same mistake again. She had attacked the wrong people once already. How was she ever to make up for that? "It would be an honor to accompany you on any mission," she said, "but it would be better if you found someone else, someone whose judgment has not proven to be so poor." "It's not your fault," Danny began. "Their deaths were from this one's hands." Saba shook her head solemnly. "Their memory is this one's accuser." This one failed to feel the people trapped in their slave ship because of anger and hatred, blinded by dark emotions. If this one had shown more control, they might still be alive today. That's true, Master Skywalker said. Saba looked up. She hadn't noticed the Master finish his calls. And they might be slaves of the Yuuzhan Vong, too, or food. Wishing that things were otherwise does nothing to erase memories. Wounds do not heal by ignoring them. This one appreciates what you are trying to do, she said with quiet regret, turning to face him. But I cannot. We're not asking you to come out of sympathy, Saba. I am asking you to come because you are a Jedi Knight, and we need your help. Your life sensitivity has grown enormously since the loss of your people. You have to admit that we could use someone like that where we're going. He watched her, gauging her reaction. Do you really want me to order you along? The thick black plates covering her body stiffened. I would not like to fail you, Master. If I fail again, my people fail with me. So don't fail, Saba. The Master smiled. Think of it as a hunt, one last hunt for the honor of your people. How better could they be remembered? That thought caught her. What the Master was proposing wasn't a battle in which victory meant instant death for one side. The quest to find Zonama Sekot would be played out over weeks, maybe months, through dangerous and uncharted territories. There would be clues to discover, trails to follow, traps to unravel. They would have to be stealthy, keen-sensed, and quick-witted. Who knew where it would lead them, or what they might find at the end of it? Her tail thumped the floor. Part of her responded to the challenge, and there was a challenge implicit in the Master's voice, a reminder of who she had been, and still was on many levels. She was a hunter, the end result of generations of breeding and a lifetime of instincts. If anyone could hunt a living planet, it would be her. How better could they be remembered? If you've no further objections, Master Luke said, I'd call that settled. You'll come with us on the hunt for Zonama Sekot. Saba vacillated for a few seconds longer, then acquiesced with a nod. A hunt was better than waiting around Mon Cal for the Yuuzhan Vong to attack. This one will come, she said. His smile widened. Thank you, Saba. I'm glad, Danny added, squeezing her arm tightly, then letting go. Saba dipped her head in a gesture anyone familiar with Barabels would instantly recognize. Honored obeisance, with overtones of awe. Now, said the Master, standing, let's go find out what happened to Tahiri. Deep in the bowels of Yuuzhan Tar, a cloaked figure moved stealthily through the shadows. His Uglith masker was failing, drying around the edges and beginning to peel away, rejecting the face beneath, just as the society to which he had once belonged had rejected him. Those living above him, in that artificial landscape that had once been known as Coruscant, but was now named after the legendary Yuuzhan Vong home-world, they would surely kill him if they ever found him. He knew that without question. They had tried often enough in the last couple of months he'd been forced to live in the filthy underworld of this revolting planet, but Nom Anor had no intentions of letting them find him just yet. He had learned to hide well in these artificial caverns and tunnels, among the abandoned machines that littered the underworld. It made him sick to have to dwell among such abominations, but it was necessary if he was to survive, and he would survive. He moved furtively along the artificial roads, cursing under his breath as he silently damned the one who had effectively destroyed him. He lashed out at one of the numerous droid husks standing in his way, not caring that the rusty metal gashed his fingers. His insides burned with anger at the contemplation of his fall. Should he remain down here another 10 years, he knew he would never forget that betrayal, and never surrender his anger. When the quiet had finally settled around the noisy clatter of the droid he had just smashed, he continued walking, a fugitive in this forsaken and forgotten underworld. He knew that his thoughts were slightly imbalanced, that isolation and near starvation were taking their toll, but that did nothing to undermine his determination to survive. The deep artificial caverns of Yuzhantar were places he'd had no great wish to visit, let alone flee to. The invading armies of the Yuuzhan Vong had flushed all manner of vermin from them, including entire cultures that had existed in the crawl spaces of the original inhabitants' government. Strange, wild-eyed outcasts all, they had been either sacrificed as part of War Master Savong Law's purification program, or turned into slaves or soldiers for use in further battles. Once the caverns had been declared empty, they had been abandoned and ignored as irrelevant. The new War Master, Nos Choka, recently recalled from Hutt space, had continued the purification campaign. Everyone had assumed that the underground ruins were empty still. As he stood, dripping blood from his cut fingers, he began to realize that a new sound had joined those far-off echoes, something other than just the sounds of dripping water and creaking of old metal. In fact, someone was coming toward him. A whispered voice was amplified by the walls around him into a faint susurrus, like that of a faint and distant wind. Nomanor wrapped his bleeding hand in the remains of his cloak to prevent it from leaving a trail, and ducked into a nearby alcove. He strained to listen to what was being said by the approaching voice, but it was impossible to discern. He couldn't even decide how many there were. He presumed the voice had an audience, but could hear no other footfalls. He tore off the dying Uglith masker and tossed it to the ground. If it was another search party sent to find him, then the disguise would be of no use anyway, and if it wasn't a search party, then he would need every sense available to him. Either way, the masker had become irrelevant to his needs. A ragged figure carrying a dull bioluminescent lamp came around the corner, heading in the opposite direction to Nomanor. The figure was hunched and unkempt, its robes flapping around it like the wings of some uncoordinated flying beast. It was muttering one phrase over and over, hoarsely and under its breath. Shagrunik ith har yun shuno. Shagrunik ith har yun shuno. He recognized the phrase. It was a simple incantation to the gods asking for clemency. The incantation wasn't directed to one of the gods to whom the former acquaintances of Nomanor had appealed. It was intended for Yun Shuno, the thousand-eyed deity of those who had failed or been outcast from Yuuzhan Vong society, the Shamed Ones, as they were known. With that realization, all worry of capture left him. The creature was a Shamed One, and he therefore had nothing to fear. Shimra would never send a Shamed One to do a warrior's job, and even if the Shamed One guessed who he was, the lowly creature would have no reason to turn him in. Nomanor waited until the Shamed One came abreast of his hiding place, then stepped out in front of it, quickly and with menace. His sudden appearance had the desired effect. The Shamed One, a middle-aged male, reared back, flapping his robes in terror before collapsing to the ground, squealing as he begged for mercy. "This place is forbidden to all of Yun Yuuzhan's children." Nomanor boomed down to the prostrate figure. "Explain your presence here." "Have mercy, master. I am nothing, not worthy even of your contempt. The gods have spurned me, and I crawl like a worm through the belly of the world." "I know what you're doing," Nomanor spat. "I'm not blind, fool, but you still haven't told me why you are doing it." "Stand up and address my face." The Pellaeon bowl in his left eye socket tensed, ready to spit venom should the Shamed One show any sign of recognizing him. The scruffy creature raised himself to a hunched crouch, holding his lamp upward in supplication. His face, in the dim light, was lumpy and twisted. His eyes were crooked, and his nose seemed to be on the verge of sliding right off his face. The result of poor breeding practice, Nomanor observed disgustedly to himself. "I am lost, master, that is all. I swear it. I was separated from my work detail, and became confused. I tried to follow their voices, but the echoes confused me. I am worthless and humble, and submit to your will in all things, master." The Shamed One bent low, still mumbling his apologies and supplications. Nomanor pushed him roughly backward with one foot. The former executor knew a liar when he met one. The question was, why was the Shamed One lying, and more importantly, what exactly was he lying about? "What is your name?" he asked when the Shamed One fell silent. "Vurok Ipan, master," the creature replied, barely looking up. "How long have you been lost down here, Ipan?" "I have lost track of time, master," he said, "but it feels like hours." "Do you have water on you?" "No, master," he answered, averting his stare to the ground. "There is no drinkable water down here that I have found." "Really?" Nomanor ran a thick finger over his painfully cracked lips. "It is odd, then, don't you think, that your lips do not seem as dry as mine?" The Shamed One's eyes went wide as he stammered out a reply. "It feels like hours since I became lost, master, but perhaps it hasn't been so long." Nomanor resisted the urge to smile in triumph. Poor liars tripped constantly over their untruths. "Tell me," he said, stepping over to Ipan, "what was the work detail you were assigned to? Who was your overseer? If it wasn't so long ago that you became lost, then they might not be too far away. Perhaps we can find them, yes?" Vurok Ipan whimpered. Nomanor kicked him again, putting all his rage and frustration into the blow. "Fool! Who do you think you are lying to? You have no tools and aren't even dressed for underground detail." "Please, master, I am no one. I am nothing. I am Rishek Algrel Mekken Inway." "Silence!" Another kick. "Your voice is an offense to my ears." The Shamed One became a bundle of quivering rags, face covered by stick-like arms and bony back upraised. Nomanor thought rapidly to himself. If this Vurok Ipan creature was a runaway, then he must have found some way to stay alive in the underground of Yuuzhan'tar. If Nomanor could gain access to that means, he too might be able to live a little longer. That for now was all that mattered. "Take me to the others," he snarled, putting every iota of command into his voice. "Others?" the Shamed One squeaked. "What others?" "Understand this, Ipan," Nomanor said. "The only reason you have not died a coward's death is because you could be of value to me. Should it turn out that I have overestimated your worth, then I shall be sure to reconsider my actions." "No, master, please." Ipan quickly withdrew on all fours, cowering a meter or so away. "I shall take you to the others, I swear. I swear it on the name of—" "If your shamed tongue so much as dares utter one more word, I shall rip it out and eat it for my sustenance." Ipan fell silent without another word. Instead he stood and, slowly, as though wary of turning his back on Nomanor, began hobbling back the way he had come. Nomanor followed just as cautiously, aware that he had no particular reason to trust this broken spirit he had coerced into doing his will. For all he knew, Ipan could be leading him into a trap, or worse, if he was as foolish as he appeared, leading them both to their doom on the surface, convinced he might be able to bargain a pardon from the War Master. But what choice did he have? He had to go where the Shamed One led him. It was either that or continue wandering aimlessly through this God's-forsaken planet. He had survived this long, true, but how much longer could he last before he succumbed to thirst and hunger, or before one of the search parties got lucky and found him? No, he needed these others if he was to survive. If they were as pathetic as Ipan, he was sure he would be able to use them to his advantage. Ipan began to relax as their journey progressed. His posture straightened, and his voice became firmer, advising where to step cautiously and where to duck his head. He occasionally stole glances at Nomanor as they walked, nervously at first, but then more boldly as they moved farther into the tunnels. The former executive could practically hear the other's mind turning over. He had no doubt that the Shamed One suspected now who he was. "What?" he barked, after Ipan turned around for the third time in as many paces. "Nothing, master." Ipan focused all his attention. "Forward." Nomanor grabbed the neck of his flapping robe and hauled him off balance. "What is it you are thinking, my stinking worm?" "I am wondering, master." "Speak it." Nomanor shook him to loosen his tongue. Are you a Shamed One like us?" Numenor struck Ipan so hard that blood from his gashed fingers splashed in a wide arc across the metallic floor between them. Ipan bounced off a nearby wall and collapsed to the ground with a pained grunt. Before he had a chance to collect himself, Numenor picked him up again and hurled him into the opposite wall. This time Ipan could not hold on to the lamp, and it went flying down the corridor, its pale light reflecting briefly off abandoned machinery buried in the walls. The moaning of the Shamed One as he again tried to pick himself up only incensed Numenor further, and the former executor's vision dissolved into spinning blotches as a torrent of rage exploded behind his eyes. He heard himself screaming words that even he couldn't understand as he pummeled Ipan again and again, the Shamed One curling around himself to protect his face from the assault, whimpering helplessly as blows and kicks were rained down upon him. When the fit had passed, Numenor sagged into himself, his anger and energy spent. Leaning against the wall, still panting heavily, he forced himself to think rationally. Vurok Ipan was huddled in a corner, trembling with fear, realizing just how close he had come to killing the Shamed One to assuage his rage. Despite the fact that Ipan might yet prove to be of great assistance in keeping him alive, Numenor offered a hand to help him to his feet. The Shamed One took it apprehensively, clearly fearing another outburst. Numenor pulled him in close, breathing steadily into his face. "Are you a Shamed One like us?" "Ask me that again, Ipan," he said, "and those will be your last words." Numenor released Ipan, walked a few paces down the passage, and collected the lamp. Returning, he shoved it into Ipan's quivering hands. "Show me the others," he said, gesturing for Ipan to continue walking. The Shamed One did so, and in silence, not looking back once for the remainder of their journey. Master Silgal's infirmary was a world unto its own, large enough to hold 3 examination tables and a small audience. It was designed to be a classroom, as well as a place of healing. Shelves of obscure remedies and arcane technologies lined every wall. An open door led to an herbarium for growing medicinal plants, and 3 full-sized Bacta tanks off to one side took up almost a quarter of the room. Saba liked it because, unlike most surgeries or medic stations, this place was not sterile and lifeless. Thanks to the curved walls and undulating ceiling being layered with soper moss to aid the patient's recovery, the air in the room was both rich and invigorating. The human Jedi, Tahiri Vela, lay unconscious on the center examination table. A small group had gathered around her, watching with concern as Master Silgal examined her. Several of Saba's apprentices had spent time with Tahiri while on their mission to the Yuuzhan Vong world ship orbiting Mirkir, seeking out the Voxen Queen. It had been a mission that had not gone smoothly, and had resulted in the loss of a number of their party, including Anakin Solo, Han and Leia's younger son. Only one of Saba's apprentices had survived. It had been a perilous mission, so she was lucky to have even that one survive. Tisar. Saba stopped in mid-thought and brought herself to the present. "Hunt the moment," one of the elders of her family had once told her. "Grip it in your claws and never let it go. Slip too far into the past or the future, and you will be lost." Such teachings arose from a barbarous past, in which grief and fear lurked everywhere one looked, but they had echoes in Jedi training. She had learned to strip herself back to a single point of consciousness, focused solely on the task at hand. Applying such meditation techniques was all second nature to her. Indeed, they were arguably the only things that had saved her mind after the destruction of so much she had held dear. Hunt the moment. Saba had never regarded herself as being particularly close to Tahiri. They were different. They came from different worlds, had different backgrounds, and held different values. Nevertheless, they were bound simply by virtue of being Jedi. In the short time Saba had known Tahiri, she had struck Saba as a Jedi with a bright future ahead of her. She had come across as young and inexperienced, but still full of potential. As with many Jedi, Tahiri was powered by an inner determination. A fire burned in her that had remained undiminished even by the death of the boy she'd loved, Anakin Solo. She wondered where that fire was now, in the body of the frail young human before her. if she too was trying in her own way to focus on what lay before her. Anakin's parents were there, looking as concerned as they would for one of their own offspring. Outside, watching through the sterile barrier that cordoned off the room, were a number of other concerned individuals, Jag Fell and Belinda Calenda among them. All attention was on Jaina, as she tried to explain to Master Silgal what had happened. "She collapsed in one of the public halls," she said, her hands animated in front of her. She was clearly upset by the turn of events. "We traced her there after she called me on her comlink. She sounded upset. She wasn't making much sense." Master Silgal gestured and Tekli handed her the instrument she required. Their unspoken communication was near perfect, obviously the result of a familiarity developed over years of working together. "What was she saying?" the healer asked, her moist, webbed hands pressing a nutrient gel to Tahiri's forehead. Even Saba could tell that Tahiri was malnourished. Again Jaina hesitated. "She said that Anakin was trying to kill her. Like I said, she wasn't making much sense." Saba wasn't an expert at reading human body language, but she sensed that Jaina was hiding something. "I felt her calling for Anakin through the Force," Master Skywalker was saying. Jason Solo nodded, exchanging glances with his twin sister. Saba suspected that Tahiri's grief was touching places uncomfortably close to their own. "I see no reason for Tahiri's collapse," Master Silgal concluded upon finishing her scan of the young woman. "Physically, her body is under stress, but she isn't ill. As far as I can tell, all she needs is to rest and eat properly for a couple of weeks. I suggest we let her sleep for the moment. Until she wakes up and we can talk to her, there really is little else we can do." Leia stood to one side, with her husband's arm around her waist. Her eyes were glistening. "Do everything you can for her," she said. "I refuse to let her become another victim of this war." Master Silgal looked up and nodded her head. "I'll place her in a private ward under full observation." Leia turned and walked from the room. Han and Mara went with her, followed by Jaina and Jason. Saba started to go also, but was stopped by Master Skywalker's voice. "Not you, Saba." He spoke in a way that made it sound like a request, not a command. "Please stay for a moment." She obeyed, returning to stand with him and the two healers over the supine body of the human girl. Saba's eyes were most sensitive to the infrared part of the spectrum, so the finer details of Tahiri's face were lost to her, but something was burning deep within her. That much Saba could tell. Tahiri lay flat on her back, her chest gently rising and falling, eyes roving behind closed lids. To all appearances the girl was sleeping, but Tahiri was radiating heat like a furnace, as though her body was working overtime even while lying still, and there was something about that fire that raged inside her. Now that she was closer, Saba found herself intrigued by it. It wasn't a fire that needed fuel. If anything, it seemed to be burning itself, as strange as that sounded. "What is it you see, Saba?" Master Skywalker asked. "This one is not sure," she replied. "But there is something?" Master Silgal pressed, her huge eyes rolling inquisitively. Saba nodded uncertainly. "There seems to be, yes." She searched the young woman for any sign of what might be wrong. Her peculiar sensitivity to life wasn't the same gift as that possessed by Master Silgal and the other healers. Saba wasn't attuned the same way they were. Disease, in the form of viruses and bacteria, was a sort of life, too, and deserved respect. She might flinch at a warrior beheading a shenbit and leaving its meat behind, but she could rejoice in the progress of a plague. That hadn't endeared her to some of her colleagues. The Jedi teachings told them that they should be devoted to preserving life, a philosophy to which she wholeheartedly subscribed. Which life, though, was the question that troubled Saba. Was an intelligent being, such as herself, for example, of more intrinsic value to the Force than, say, a swarm of piranha beetles? She wasn't as sure as her fellow students had seemed to be that question had a simple answer. This ability to sense life had grown since Barab One. It made her an asset when the healers failed. She saw something that they did not, when the flow of life was imperiled, rather than life itself. Her frequenting of the medical wards of Mon Calamari had enabled her to exercise her gift more frequently than was possible on a battlefield, enabling it to grow stronger, more refined. When she looked at Tahiri, really looked at her, not just with her basic sense of smell and sight, she saw the usual human patterns of life swirling through her. If each cell was a star, then her veins were hyperspace trade routes, and her nerves were holonet channels. What looked like a single continuous body on the outside was in fact a joyfully chaotic community containing billions of components. The flow of information and energy among those components was what Saba saw when she looked at Tahiri, or anything living for that matter. Life was a process, not a thing. But in Tahiri she saw something else, too. There were disruptions to the flow, strange eddies where it would normally be still, and pools of calm in areas that she was used to seeing active. There was more to this young human than met the eye. I wonder, Master Skywalker mused. Jaina is closest to Anakin in temperament, so perhaps that is why Tahiri came to her, and the Yuuzhan Vong have just suffered their greatest losses since the beginning of the war. Master Silgal looked up inquiringly when he trailed off into silence. You believe you know what afflicts her, Luke? For certain. He shook his head sadly. No. But if we had the time, I think Saba here could figure it out. Unfortunately, there is vital work that needs to be done, by all of us. He turned to Saba. His eyes were deep and full of concern and determination in equal measures. We leave tomorrow. You too, Tekli. The healer's apprentice bowed solemnly and silently. I would stay to be with Tahiri given the choice, but... Again he let his words trail off, sentence unfinished. Saba felt in Master Skywalker all the weariness of a man who had fought his own father, an attempting journey to the dark side, for most of his life, and she understood. Sometimes the moment demanded too much of even the greatest hunter. War narrows our choices, Master Silgal finished for him. Yes, Luke said. Yes, it does. Movement through the cramped tunnel was difficult, and made doubly so by the presence of the nutrient vines and cloning pods that were impeding her progress. But she kept going, regardless of how hopeless she felt her situation was. She attacked the vines and pods falling around her with a vigor generated from desperation and fear. No matter what she did, though, they kept coming at her. They kept growing around her. Breaking free of the restrictive passage, she risked a glance back into the dark mouth from which she had just emerged. The vines and pods continued to pulsate steadily, contracting and expanding like a fleshy sphincter. The fine ash pumping from the cave reminded her of blood cells swirling around her in an almost threatening manner, and carrying with it the terrible stench of burning flesh, a smell that served a reminder of what she was running from. She fleetingly wondered if her stalkers had been caught in the tangle of vines in the tunnel, but it wasn't so much a serious thought as a hope, and an empty one at that. The thing with her face would chase her until its last dying breath, and the thing chasing it would never stop. The lizardine god-figure was hot on both their heels. She would never be able to face the two of them. Exhaustion wheezed in her chest with every breath she took, until she found a chance to collect her strength. Confronting these nameless horrors was an inconceivable option. She urged herself away from the tunnel mouth, but found only darkness ahead. Taking tentative steps forward, she waved aside the ash that was getting into her eyes and mouth. She wanted to run, but without being able to see where she was going, it was too risky. Her footsteps vanished into the void, sucked away with the light. She stopped and peered ahead. It was only then that she noticed patches in the shadows that were actually darker than others, that there were degrees of blackness. When her eyes had adjusted fully, she could see more clearly the cavernous space she was in. It was tall, with massive arches at either end, and small alcoves lining the walls to either side of her, only meters away. From these she thought she could make out movement. like that of beasts shifting in their lair. She looked around her with nervous wonder. It all seemed terribly familiar in a claustrophobic sort of way. Before she could isolate the memory, though, the snout of one of the beasts emerged from the shadows, the rest of its lithe body following. She sucked in air, coughing on the ash that went into her throat, as the creature passed by, close to her face, the eye on the side of its head glaring out of the dark, examining her as it swept by. A Voxen, she was sure, and all alcoves around her were filled with them. Her heart beat faster at the thought. As though in sympathy, the vines and pods in the tunnel behind her beat faster also, forcing out even more of the foul-smelling ash into the cavern. She edged back from where she felt the Voxen to be, bumping into a ladder as she did so. Unable to go forward or back, she began to climb it. Her progress was hampered by the swirling ash, but the higher she climbed, the easier it seemed to become. If I can climb high enough, she thought, I will be free. She noticed as she climbed that the walls of the cavern began to glow from the lichen covering them, dimly at first, but with each rung the luminosity of the lichen intensified until it became so bright that everything below her was lost in the glare. Was she safe now? She wondered. Was she finally free? Her silent queries were answered by the ladder vibrating under her fingertips as the thing with her face began to climb after her. She forced back the tears of frustration and continued to ascend. There was no choice now but to go up and out. She climbed higher and higher until the ash that was blowing about her face was no longer gray ash at all. It had become white, like snow. She stretched out her tongue to collect some of the flakes, wanting its wetness to sate her growing thirst, but she winced and spat at the terrible taste. This wasn't snow, it was too dry. This was dust. Her tears flowed unchecked as she continued her climb, disappointment gnawing at her heart. Disappointment quickly turned to terror, however, when the ladder shook again. The reptilian statue had begun its own ascent, roaring out its anger to those above. But there was something new about its roar that made her hesitate. She hung there with arms wrapped tightly about the coarse wood of the ladder, listening as the reptile bellowed again. This time she realized it wasn't just a vague and angry roar, as she'd first imagined it to be. It was something much more than that. This creature was crying out a single word over and over again. Its howls echoed throughout the dusty cavern, and the ladder she stood on trembled from its bellows. The roar sounded as though its voice had been slowed 1,000 times, until it became almost totally unintelligible. But the more intently she listened, the clearer it seemed to become, until she had no doubt whatsoever of what the creature was saying. It wasn't a word, it was a name. Tahiri, it called out to her, its tone tugging at her heart and the guilt she carried. Tahiri, Tahiri, Tahiri. Tahiri woke to the sound of someone screaming, realizing only when she found herself being restrained that it was in fact herself. She felt something cool and scented being pressed against her forehead. Pushing the hand holding it aside, she tried to roll away, but restraints across her chest held her in place. Nevertheless, they didn't stop her from trying to wriggle free, even when a second hand joined the first, pushing her shoulders firmly back onto the bed. She desperately scrabbled at her side for her lightsaber, only to find it gone, besides which the hands were simply too strong. She would never have had the chance to use it, even if it had been there. Sith spawn! She shouted at her assailants. Let me go! Tahiri! Beneath the whip-crack of command to the voice, there was something unmistakably familiar to it. She stopped fighting for a moment, trying to make out the figure standing over her, all but blurred through her tears. It couldn't be, could it? Calm down, please. Jason. The fight drained out of her like air from a punctured balloon, and she sagged back into the soft mattress, sobbing. Oh, Jason, I'm so sorry. I didn't know it was you. I thought it was— It's okay, he said, his tone warm and reassuring. Just let it out. Don't keep it inside, or it can hurt you. She frowned at him as he came slowly into focus. His words left her feeling oddly naked. "What do you mean?" she asked, wiping at her eyes with the backs of her hands. "Bottling things up," he explained. "It doesn't help anyone. Trust me, I should know." He smiled, but she found it difficult to reciprocate the gesture. The residue of the dream still lingered in her thoughts. She sat up, this time finding no resistance from either Jason or the restraints. "You feeling any better?" he asked. She wasn't, not really, but she didn't want to seem ungrateful. "I'll be fine," she said. "Thanks." "You're welcome," he said, reaching behind her to ease the back of the bed up. It was only then that she looked around and recognized where she was. Despite the absence of the usual sensors or equipment, there was no mistaking the small circular room as belonging to a medical ward. The smell of soap moss lingered about her, despite the wide-open viewport off to her left that admitted the fresh air blowing off the Calamarian seas outside. There was a functional edge to the room's walls and furniture. Also her own clothes were gone, replaced by a drab hospital smock. A thin sheet covered her on the bed. "What am I doing here?" she asked, rubbing her hands across the bandages on her arms. "You blacked out." Jason sat on the edge of the bed beside her, his own hands coming over hers to stop her self-conscious movements. Even though he didn't say anything, the message was obvious. She shouldn't worry about what was hidden there, yet. "The medics found you in the Water's Edge Market," he said. She concentrated for a moment, staring at the folds in her sheet. She remembered contacting Jaina, remembered the uncontrollable panic that had disoriented her following the dream of the Yuzhanvong cemetery. Then she had found herself in the cavern where the Voxen lay hidden. She shuddered at the memory. "What's wrong with me?" she asked, looking up at Jason. "It's a bit of a mystery, actually," he said. "They can't find anything." His brown eyes were searching hers. She looked away, not sure if she was relieved or disappointed. "I guess I must have just fainted, then." "You've been unconscious for 15 standard hours, Tahiri," he said. "You didn't just faint." I've not been sleeping well lately," she lied, looking away. 15 hours? This was the worst episode yet. Maybe it would be for the best, she thought, if the truth finally came out. Even though she wanted to, however, she found she couldn't bring herself to say the words. He'd hate me if he knew, she thought. They would all hate me. "Tahiri?" She looked up again. "I'm sorry," she said. "I don't know what's happening to me." That, at least, was partly true. "That's okay," he reassured her. "I'm sure Master Silgal will work it out, sooner or later." "I'm sorry to have been a burden, Jason." "You're not," he said. "Coming here to keep an eye on you was a good excuse to get out of some tedious meetings I'm supposed to attend. Besides, it gave me a chance to get a little bit of shut-eye myself. Things have been pretty hectic these last couple of days." He did look tired, she noted. There were lines around his eyes that she hadn't noticed the last time she had seen him. But how long ago was that? After his return from Coruscant? During the battle at Ebac 9? It dismayed her to realize that she couldn't remember just when that had been. In recent weeks, months, perhaps, her life had become a blur. "Where's Jaina?" she asked. "Sleeping. She said to say hi when you woke up." Disappointed, Tahiri nodded and looked down at her folded hands. She didn't know why she wanted to talk to Jaina so badly, or what she would say when she did. That she was sorry she hadn't been able to save Anakin the way he had saved her? That she missed him as much as Jaina did? No, what she wanted to say, what she needed to say, could never be said. Not to Jaina, not to anyone. She looked again to her arms, wondering at the wounds underneath the bandages. She remembered doing it to herself, remembered seeing herself do it, but she had been able to stop herself. She closed her eyes, wanting to shut out the thought. But it was impossible. The thoughts were always with her these days, waking or sleeping. "Is Master Luke angry at me for missing the meeting of the Jedi?" she asked. "No, of course not," he said, laughing lightly. Uncle Luke isn't the sort to get angry about stuff like that. Trust me, he's more concerned about your well-being. Actually, he had been hoping to take you along on this new mission with us. He thought you could use some time away from all the action, but given your condition, it was decided that perhaps it would be best if you rested some more." "Mission?" she asked, the beginnings of dismay creeping into her voice. "What mission?" "We're looking for something," he said. "I don't know how long it will take us, or even where we're going, for that matter, but I do know it's something we have to do. If we don't, we could end up losing the war, even if we end up beating the Yuuzhan Vong." She frowned. "That doesn't make sense." "It depends on how you look at it," he said. "And how do you look at it, Jason?" "Honestly?" She nodded. "Well, personally, I think the worst thing we could do would be to wipe out the Yuuzhan Vong." Her frown deepened at this. "Why?" Jason stood, running a hand through his shaggy brown hair. "We already know that they'll never give up," he explained, moving around the bed. "They'll just keep fighting until they're all dead. But when they're gone, where does that leave us? I don't know about you, Tahiri, but I don't particularly want genocide on my conscience." She opened her mouth to speak, but before she could, he went on. "I know what you're probably thinking. If the Yuuzhan Vong don't register in the Force, then why should we care if we wipe them out? But I don't think it's that simple, Tahiri. The Force isn't just about what happens to living things. It's also about what living things do to one another. No matter how you look at it, if we win by military means alone, then we'll end up committing an atrocity, and there's no way I can explain such an action without resorting to the dark side. I refuse to accept that there is no alternative." She stared at him, taken by the passion in his voice. This was a Jason she had never seen before. Committed and sure of himself. He was no longer the teenager she had come to know. His experiences on Coruscant had changed him. He was so much more the adult now. "Do you remember Virgier?" he asked after a few moments' silence. "Of course." The change in subject puzzled her. "She told me something before she died." There was a slight deepening of the lines around his eyes as he spoke, and his hands fiddled with the railing at the foot of the bed. "She told me about a place she once visited, long before you or I were ever born, Tahiri. It was a world unlike any other in the galaxy. The people who lived there had a reputation for building starships, but not just any starships. These were without equal, starships that could outperform anything built even today. She was sent by the Jedi Council on a mission to find the shipbuilders. Even though there were those who thought the planet little more than a myth, she was successful. She found the planet and its inhabitants. She saw the marvelous starships in operation, and many other things for that matter, things the likes of which no one had ever dreamed possible. It had jungles and vast forests, but they were not shunted aside or eaten away in the name of industry. This was a world in balance." His eyes gleamed with the wonder of this second-hand vision. "Virgier fell in love with the place," he went on, rejoicing in its jungles, its many forms of life, the way it seemed to her to be a living hymn to the Force. But she failed to guess the truth underlying what she saw, at first anyway, even though it had been under her nose right from the beginning. The thing about those starships made on the planet, the thing that made them really special, is that they were alive. Tahiri's eyes narrowed. "Like the Yuuzhan Vong ships?" He nodded. "These were no ordinary ships, Tahiri," he said. "They lived and breathed and died just like any other being. They were alive like you and me, like any living thing. And so was the planet that made them." "The planet?" she started incredulously. If it hadn't been Jason telling her all this, and had he not been so earnest in his telling, she might have laughed the whole thing off as a joke, but he was serious. This was real. "Its name was Zonama Sekot," he said. "It was a living being in its own right, one of the most wondrous things this galaxy has ever produced." Tahiri felt a strange, tingling sensation go through her. Was? She echoed. Not long after Vergere arrived, aliens came and attacked it. Zonama Sekot referred to these aliens as far outsiders. We know now that these far outsiders were the Yuuzhan Vong, possibly a reconnaissance party sent to explore the galaxy before the actual invasion. The planet had been negotiating with these outsiders for months, Vergere learned. The Yuuzhan Vong were fascinated by it, as you can imagine. A living planet would not be so different from one of the world ships that they used to cross the great gulf between galaxies. So what happened? Tahiri prompted when Jason went quiet as if in thought. He looked up. The Yuuzhan Vong attacked and Zonama Sekot fled, he said. The whole planet moved. It changed systems and hasn't been seen since. Moved? Tahiri echoed. Just like that? He nodded. There's no mention of it in any records anywhere. It's as though it completely vanished. And you're going looking for it, this living planet? Exciting, isn't it? He said, coming back around to her side and sitting on their bed. Vergere told me that the Yuuzhan Vong, in their own way, revere life. Not as a Jedi reveres life, cherishing each individual as a component of the Force that is both life and greater than life, but rather in their own perverse way. Their reverence for life, she said, is mixed with notions of pain and death. This fascinated me, and still does. It underpins their entire culture. I've always felt that if we could understand this ideology better, then we would understand them better. Call it an instinct, he went on. Zonama Sekot is the key to the whole thing, to victory, I'm sure of it. That's why Vergere told me about it. It might help us find a way to turn back the Yuuzhan Vong. It did it once before, after all, if on a smaller scale. Maybe it can make us ships as good as or better than the Yuuzhan Vong's coral skippers. Tahiri marveled at the thought. How do you intend to find it? He shrugged. That's the problem, isn't it? It's done a very good job of staying hidden all this time, so tracking it down isn't going to be easy. When I talked about it with Uncle Luke, there was only one conclusion we could come to. If it hasn't been seen, then it has to be in the unknown regions. There's nowhere else it could be. A fertile world is not exactly the sort of thing that would be omitted from a ship's log. Let alone a world that has appeared out of nowhere, Tahiri added, or has a mind of its own. Exactly, Jason said. It's literally the stuff of legends, and in the absence of rumors, we have to go chasing them ourselves. We're stopping at the Empire first, since their territory borders the unknown regions. They might have information we can use. And then there's the Chiss. They've explored the unknown regions much more than we have. They'll have access to a wealth of data. If they'll share it with you, either of them, we'll just have to talk them into it. Jason withdrew into himself for a moment, and Tahiri took the chance to collect her own thoughts. It all sounded very unlikely. Living planets, old Jedi missions, wild crusades into the galaxy's darkest regions, Yuuzhan Vong prophecies. But she knew to keep an open mind. After all, stranger things had happened in his family's history. A twinge of pain accompanied the thought. Had Anakin lived, it might have been her family too by now. She pushed the thought down as far as it would go. It whispered that she should tell him everything, exactly how she felt and all she suspected was happening to her, but she couldn't. Jason had more important things to worry about. Even apart from Zonama Sekot, he had been grappling with Jedi philosophy so deeply and for so long that the smaller concerns of those around him might seem trivial, perhaps even silly. She had no evidence, after all, that the things she was experiencing were anything more than nightmares, even though they felt so real. "Is Jaina going with you?" she asked, shrugging free of the uncomfortable train of thought. Jason broke from his own reverie. "Oh, no, she has other work to do, with Mom and Dad. Sometimes it seems like we're spending most of the war apart." He looked sad. "But if you're worrying that you won't be seeing her, don't. She'll be in tomorrow when she's caught up on her sleep. And speaking of which—" "Oh, I'm sorry," she said. "I'm keeping you up. You already said that you wanted to get some—" "No, Tahiri," he laughed. Actually, I was meaning you. You said you've not been sleeping very well lately. She nodded cautiously, not wanting to encourage questions along those lines. Okay, he said. So relax for a moment and close your eyes. He edged closer as she did as he asked. At the same time, the back of the bed lowered, and he placed his splayed fingers across her forehead and temples. In the shadow of his hand she smelled Anakin and bit her lip. I just want to try something, she heard him say. And that was the last she knew for an endless, timeless moment. She awoke again to sunlight streaming through the room's wide and opened viewport, the sound of water crashing against the city walls, and the smell of salt on the air. The transition from night to day was so jarring that for a moment she didn't know where she was, but with a quick glance around the midroom it all came rushing back. What had Jason done to her? She felt rested for the first time in weeks, certainly, but instead of gratitude she was left with a sense of betrayal. There was a strange feeling behind her eyes, as though someone had been poking around in there while she slept. Jason was nowhere to be seen, which was only to be expected. On the bedside table, under a jug of blue milk, she noticed a small piece of flimsiplast. Taking it, she unfolded the note, immediately recognizing the neat, confident handwriting as belonging to Anakin's older brother. It read simply, "You will always be family to us, Jay." Family. She sat up and hugged herself as though from a sudden chill. She had been thinking about family just before Jason had put her to sleep, however he had done it. The reference seemed too pointed to be a coincidence. He must have taken the thought from her mind, and did he see my dreams, too? She wondered fearfully. And if so, did he also see— She dispelled the disquieting thought by taking the piece of flimsy and tearing it into tiny pieces. Then, stepping over to the window, she released the pieces to the wind and watched them until they had all disappeared into the rough waters below. The training mat took the bulk of the impact, but the fall still left Jagged Fell winded. He lay gasping on his back for a moment, then levered himself upright. "Nice move," he said, massaging the muscles in his left shoulder. "For a scruffy rebel, anyway." He stood, dropping into the classic Chiss for Bellion defense stance. From such a position, virtually all forms of attack could be deflected. On the opposite side of the mat, Jaina Solo dusted off her loose-fitting training outfit. "You aristocrats are all the same, aren't you?" she joked. "Underneath that tough exterior, you're all as soft as Moncal jellyfish." And that coming from the daughter of a princess. She opened her mouth to reply, but he didn't give her a chance to say anything. Instead, he lunged at her for another attack. 2 half-paces forward took him within arm's reach. Ducking to avoid the defensive feint he knew she'd use, he brought one shoulder up to deflect her arm and his body and right leg around to sweep her off her feet. If he surprised her at all, she didn't let it show. Instead, she jumped lightly as his sweeping kick caught her feet. Seemingly effortlessly, she used the momentum of his blow to spin her body around its center of mass, landing, in apparent defiance of gravity, on one hand upside down. It lasted only a split second, but it was all she needed. Her left leg transferred her angular momentum back to him via his chest, sending him flying. Before he had even hit the mat again, she had cartwheeled back onto her feet, and was standing, poised and at the ready, waiting patiently for him to recover. He sat up, rubbing at his chest. "Cispon, Jaina!" His lungs felt like a clawcraft with a leak into vacuum. "That hurt." "It serves you right," she said, barely breathing heavily. "My dad always said you should never let someone get away with calling you scruffy." Seeing that he wasn't in a hurry to get up and retaliate, she relaxed her posture. "Besides, I thought the Chiss never attacked first." "Yeah, well," he mumbled, propping himself up some more. "You insulted my father." "I also thought they didn't let their hearts rule their heads during combat." "That was for using the Force during an unarmed sparring match." "But I hadn't used it yet," Jaina quickly pointed out, stepping over to him. "I could tell you were about to, though." "Really? Then you must have the Force too, my friend." She smiled down at him and offered a hand to help him up. "Can you tell what I'm thinking now?" He took the hand and pulled her down onto the mat with him. "Can you tell me what I'm thinking?" "I want to be very much more than your friend, Jaina Solo," he thought. Her smile widened as she entangled her legs in his and leaned in closer to him. "I don't need the Force to know that." They kissed, only briefly, but it was enough so that, when they pulled apart again, her breathing had quickened. It pleased Jag to know that, while she could kick him halfway across the room and not break a sweat, it took a simple kiss from him to set her heart racing. So he kissed her again, longer this time, enjoying the feel of her lips against his. He didn't allow any thoughts of honor or propriety to get in the way of the moment either. On this occasion he was more than happy to let his heart rule his head. Opportunities for the two of them to be alone were rare, too rare not to be taken advantage of. He hadn't told her yet that this was the main reason why he had fought for their inclusion on her parents' mission. Yes, he was feeling like a finely spun wire, likely to break if stretched any tighter. But he knew he would keep fighting well beyond reason if the war demanded it. His CHIS training emphasized the need for regular rest in order to perform at one's best. All of the members of the CHIS squadron knew that too, but he could see the fatigue in their eyes. And even he had made mistakes recently. His second-in-command had pointed that out. She wasn't innocent herself, she had admitted, but it was his job to know better, she said, and of course she was right. The diplomatic mission was a godsend then, a way of making sure everyone got some rest while still performing a valuable duty, and at the same time it gave him a chance to spend more time with Jaina. Jaina broke for air and sat back with her hands resting on his chest. Jag wondered if she could feel the beating of his heart through his thin training uniform. "Duty calls," she said after a moment, "and I'd like to see Tahiri beforehand." She pulled a regretful face. "Sorry." "The only thing you should feel sorry for, Jaina Solo, is cheating." She playfully punched his shoulder before standing. "Winning is everything." "Do you really believe that?" Her expression turned serious for a moment. "I think I did once," she said. Then she stretched out her hand once more. "Come on." He took her proffered hand, this time allowing her to help him to his feet. Halfway up, however, she let go, and he fell back with a thump onto the mat. "You're far too trusting, Jag," she said, smiling. With a wink, she headed for the showers. They briefly reconnected again afterward. Side by side, not touching, they walked toward the infirmary, where she was to see Tahiri before meeting with her parents to go over their plans one more time. He would go on to a meeting with her uncle and aunt. They would need all the information he could give them on the CHIS if they were seriously planning to go to the unknown regions expecting help. As they walked, Jag rubbed at his breastbone. It was still tender from the last kick she had delivered. "I'm sorry if I fought you hard today," she said, noting his discomfort. She shrugged. "I don't know, Jag. I guess I'm a little angry about being put out of action." "So you're fighting harder to prove you haven't lost your edge?" he said. She nodded. "Listen, Jaina, no one has said that." "No, but it was implied. That's why they want me on this mission, I'm sure. They want to rest me up." "Now you're just being paranoid," he said. "But anyway, so what if going on this mission does allow you to get in some rest? You've earned it, haven't you? I really don't see what the problem is, Jaina." "I'm surprised you're taking it so well," she said as they rounded a corner, almost bumping into a couple of Odin walking the other way. "I expected you to be as annoyed as I am about all this. In fact, I would have thought you'd be cursing and swearing." He shrugged. "You don't tend to learn too many swear words at the CHIS Academy." "Really?" "Yeah, really. The worst insult I learned there was Mwacton Teal." "And what does that mean?" "That you're fair-haired," he said with some embarrassment. It was an insult that only really worked in Chiss space, where everyone had jet black hair. Here, among so many variations of hair color, it seemed ridiculous. "Sorry," he added. She laughed out loud. "Are you apologizing for the insult to my own hair color, or the lameness of the insult itself?" He felt himself blush, but didn't respond to her teasing. "And I tell you, if you want some good insults, you should listen to my father. I learned plenty from him over the years," she said. "And if you don't want them directed at you, then I suggest you take care." They parted at the infirmary, with no obvious display of affection. He was far too conscious of the people around them for that. He kept imagining what others would think if they were seen together. What's the outsider doing with the Jedi today? His upbringing with the Chiss had left him short on social mores when it came to public displays. He didn't want to be seen to do the wrong thing, and he was pretty sure Jaina wasn't mistaking his caution for disinterest. He continued along the winding corridors to the meeting with the Skywalkers. Part of him wished that it was this mission he and Jaina were participating in. He would have loved for her to see the Chiss capital again. Icebound Cilia, with its blue snowfields and clear skies. Since joining one of the phalanxes, the 28 colonial units that comprised the domestic Chiss military force, at an early age, he had found few opportunities to return to the capital planet, let alone the estate on which his parents, General Baron Soontirfell and Seal Antilles, had recently settled. The Yuuzhan Vong had been harrying the unknown regions, as well as the rest of the galaxy. Life, even for a relatively young and untested starfighter pilot, had been hectic. Untested no longer, he reminded himself, as the door to the small oval conference room slid open, and he entered. Inside the darkened room, Jag found Jedi Master Luke Skywalker and his wife Mara studying numerous maps and charts on a clear vertical display screen. As he stepped in and the door behind him closed, the Jedi Master straightened, staring at him through an incomplete section of one of the maps. Jag instantly recognized this particular great swath of the galaxy as the area that the New Republic and the Imperials called the unknown regions, and what he called home. Luke acknowledged Jag with little more than a nod. "We know very little about the Chiss," he said, without preamble, stepping around the display screen toward Jag. "I like to think that this is a situation that can be rectified." Jag studied the Jedi Master's face for any sign of duplicity. As always, he saw none. "Grand Admiral Thrawn's actions paint us in a dubious light," he said in response. "I understand the reluctance of many people to deal with us. And the reverse is probably true. No doubt you've met your fair share of people purporting to represent the New Republic. The unknown regions have always been a haven for criminals and outcasts, as well as renegade Imperials." Jag inclined his head in acknowledgment of the point. "What is it you wish to know?" "First of all, I'd like to know if the Chiss have any knowledge of a certain planet in the unknown regions. For that you would need to contact the expansionary defense fleet." "Is there anyone in particular there that I should be talking to?" "I can't give you names." Luke raised an eyebrow but didn't query his answer. "Okay," he said, placing his hands behind his back and pacing in front of the display screen. "Then second, I need to talk about closer ties between your people and the Galactic Alliance." "The same department would handle those inquiries." "But I wouldn't want them to end there," he said, stopping his pacing and facing Jag fully. "This isn't just a matter for the Neruodu family to consider under a military and foreign affairs portfolio. It's also a communications and justice issue. The Irokani and Sabosen families handle those affairs, if my information is correct. It's also a colonial issue, since the Yuuzhan Vong are affecting everyone, and that's overseen by the Shapla, yes," Jag said. "Your sources are correct, whoever they are." "A contact in any or all of these departments would be helpful, Jag," Mara said from the other side of the screen, the faint light from the maps flickering across the beautiful woman's red-gold hair. I'm sorry, but again, I cannot give you any names. He could sense their frustration and made a sincere effort to dispel it. I do understand the reasons for you asking, and I assure you I am not trying to be obstructive. I simply cannot answer you. Why is that, Jag? Mara asked. 2 reasons, really, he answered. One is that I'm not in a position to know who holds what rank in any of the appropriate families. I know who represents each, but they are just political positioning. Who actually does the work, I have no idea. It's these people you would need to speak to, and it is they who will seek you out when your intentions become known. Luke nodded thoughtfully. And the second reason? Even if I did know, Jag said, maintaining steady eye contact with the Jedi Master, I wouldn't tell you. You see, the Chiss are taught from the earliest days of training that it is not the person holding the position that is important, but rather the position itself. Individuals must allow themselves to be subsumed into the role society expects them to play. If you asked for someone by name, they would on principle not talk to you. If you asked for them by rank, however, they would not hesitate. Then what rank should I ask for? Luke asked. In the first instance, the matter of this planet you seek, you should ask for the chief navigator of the Chiss Expansionary Defense Fleet. Regarding closer ties with the Galactic Alliance, you would need the assistant syndic in the same department. Isn't that the position currently held by your father? Mara asked. Jag didn't dignify the question with a response, even though it was correct. He was becoming increasingly irritated that they knew as much as they did. If you address your inquiries through those avenues, he said, then I am sure you will be heard. And in your opinion, will we get what we want? Luke asked. It depends on too many factors to say for certain. Whether we've seen this planet you're looking for is an obvious one. How badly the Yuuzhan Vong are hurting us is another. I was under the impression they weren't hurting you at all. Jag allowed himself a half-smile at that. I think it's safe to admit that the Yuuzhan Vong are hurting everyone to some degree or another. It's good that you are attempting to address this as a galaxy-wide problem, for that's precisely what it is. Mara came around the display now, as though to look at him properly. So you'd like our help, but you won't even tell us who to talk to in order to offer it to you? I find that interesting. Jag recognized the deliberate provocation, but wasn't offended by it. I apologize if you think I'm being unreasonable. You are being unreasonable, but you're being what your culture expects of you. And to be honest, I admire you for that. It's just not how we would operate, that's all. No doubt time will reveal many such differences between our people. Mara smiled. There were clearly no hard feelings there, either. No doubt. There's one other question I'd like to ask, though, Luke said. The Galactic Alliance doesn't have a vast amount of resources to spare at the moment, as you are surely aware. In fact, in places we're as thinly spread as the Yuuzhan Vong. What are the chances, do you think, of procuring aid from the CEDF? I imagine that would depend on how your other negotiations went. If you can convince the Chiss Expansionary Defense Fleet that your mission is of strategic value to the Chiss, then they might give you an escort of some description, but then they might not also. If your mission is valuable enough, you might end up in competition with the CEDF. Mara raised her eyebrows in mock alarm. They'd steal it out from under us? Depending on what it is, Jag shot back. Luke chuckled. Well put. He leaned against the transparent display and folded his arms across his stomach. You're holding yourself very well here, Jagged. It can't be easy, caught between two different cultures like this. Twice over, if you like, a human raised by the Chiss, then sent back to deal with the Galactic Alliance. No, he replied, thinking of Jaina. Sometimes it isn't easy. But it's good, I think, for all of us. We need another example of the Chiss to help us judge their nature, and you are as good as one of them. Thrawn was brilliant, but not the best ambassador a culture could wish for. Jag stiffened defensively. The Chiss do not ask to be judged, Master Skywalker, not by you, not by anyone. But you judge us. There was no acrimony in the Jedi Master's tone. We all do it, Jag. It's only natural. And we know enough of your foreign policy to know your opinion of lesser civilizations. We might be one of them. Jag could feel himself being led out onto treacherously thin ice. Neither Grand Admiral Thrawn nor myself was an ambassador, as I'm sure you both realize. He was simply doing what he thought most appropriate in a particular military situation. As are you, I understand, said Luke. Thank you for your help, Jag. I appreciate it. Jag was surprised that the meeting had taken so little time. He had expected a more determined interrogation, but as Luke guided him to the door, he realized it wasn't quite over yet. A small but strong hand gripped him by the shoulder, and Mara said, "Look after my apprentice, won't you?" Jag looked down into the startlingly green eyes of the woman beside him. I know she's a Jedi Knight in her own right, but in some ways she's still very much a child, albeit a precocious one. The green eyes smiled. I hope you can be a beneficial part of her education. I intend to be. Good, she said, withdrawing her hand and nodding. I'm glad. There were many other things Jag still had to organize with his second-in-command, and he went straight to the barracks she had been given to discuss them with her. April was ready and waiting in full uniform. What did you tell them? She asked, almost reproachfully. She had known about the meeting with the Skywalkers and disapproved of their intentions. Nothing they didn't already know, he said. That alone might be too much. Red eyes blazed at him from a blue face. He opened his mouth to snap at her, but discipline took over before the words emerged. He couldn't be angry at her for simply doing her job. The Chiss squadron may have originally come on a fact-finding mission, but now it was here, at his instigation, to fight the Yuuzhan Vong. The negotiations and information bartering should be left to the Chiss expansionary defense fleet. But at the same time, he couldn't, in good conscience, let Jaina's uncle, aunt, and twin brother go blindly into a potentially tricky situation. They meant well, and their goals were admirable. Part of him wanted to give them every assistance he could, even if it did mean violating the oaths of secrecy he had sworn to the Chiss. He didn't know what his father would think. The Baron was human, too, but he had embraced the Chiss culture as completely as it had embraced him. If his father had been in contact with the Skywalkers, then Jag doubted he would have told them anything of substance. They might simply have been bluffing to see what he would say in response. Jag wished he could ask his father what was going on, but that would have been seen as a sign of weakness. It had been his decision to keep the Chiss squadron in Galactic Alliance space. He alone had to deal with the consequences of that decision. He hoped his father would be proud of the way he had handled himself, but there was more to it than that. The military situation was too complex for one person alone to handle. He wanted his government involved, and he hoped that Master Skywalker would manage to achieve this. Shrugging the problem aside, he sat down with April, his second-in-command, and attempted to decide on a roster for the coming weeks. She would remain behind to take command of the Chiss squadron. There would be 6 pilots left, enough to work as an independent unit alongside new pilots from the training program. Jag knew that April was as tired as he was. He also knew that she would be offended if he didn't leave her behind to take on the job. This was a big break for her, a chance to demonstrate her ability to command in combat instead of just following orders. Looking at her now, at her pressed uniform, her perfectly straight posture, her black hair pulled severely back to the nape of her neck, as per regulation standards for a Chiss soldier, he knew that she deserved every success. She was the epitome of what a Chiss officer should be. She reminded him, in fact, of his childhood friend Shankir, who had returned to Chiss space after Evac 9. Shankir was almost too perfect, as a pilot, as an officer, and as a chiss. She was exactly the sort of person he should have ended up with, not someone like Jaina, the headstrong, stubborn daughter of parents who openly spurned military authority. He had known Shankir ever since their victory over looters during their academy training. He had known Jaina only a couple of years. Shankir had a perfect understanding and acceptance of the chain of command. Jaina was known as something of a loose blaster, following orders only when they concurred with her own moral code. The contrast couldn't have been more extreme. What his family would think of Jaina, he had no idea. Given their own background, they might accept her perfectly well, but then again, they might not. And if they didn't, then how would it affect his standing among the chiss that he had chosen one from outside? He wasn't certain which he would choose if forced to decide between Jaina and his own people. He envied Luke more than he could say. His heart ached to see the 3 moons of Cilia again. But would his heart have ached more to leave Jaina behind? He didn't know, and a large part of him didn't particularly want to find out either. Jag? Huh? He snapped out of his thoughts. Oh, I'm sorry, April. My mind was elsewhere. Obviously. There was a hint of disapproval in her voice. I asked if you thought Suma-chan should go with you, or if you'd like me to keep her here to work on her maneuvers. He sighed. Jaina occupied almost every thought these days. He doubted he could be rid of her, even if he wanted to be. She can come with me, he said. She just needs time to practice, and where we're going, I'm sure we'll have plenty of spare time on our hands. Then again, he added to himself, the way the solos operate, maybe not. In the previous years, much had been learned about the infidels who occupied the galaxy promised by the gods to the Yuuzhan Vong. Numenor had played an important part in gathering and interpreting that knowledge. As a result, he felt justified in thinking that he understood the enemy better than anyone else. But even he failed to get his mind around a culture that would allow a planet's natural surface to be buried under lifeless metal and transparent steel, and not just once, but thousands of times over, so that it was almost impossible for any living thing larger than a rodent or more persistent than moss to survive beneath it. Yuuzhan Tar was not a world Numenor would have chosen to conquer. Had it not been the center of power in this galaxy, he would have happily left it to choke in its dust and smog, while the rest of the galaxy came alive with the glorious Yuuzhan Vong invasion. The hardiness of the vile encrustations smothering the planet, the built things, and the obscenities called machines so loved by the enemy, was such that the Duryam responsible for turning it into a more suitable world seemed to be unable to overcome them. Hundreds of thousands of years of habitation had their own momentum, and mere kleckets of Yuuzhan Vong occupation couldn't turn that back overnight. The roots of these built things went deep into the planet, and it would take time to extract them fully. Nowhere was this more obvious than underground. Buildings had been built upon older buildings, which in turn had been built upon buildings older still, until a crack in one's basement might open up on what had once been an attic in another. And since construction in this fashion was rarely seamless, there were millions of narrow paths that had never been mapped. It was through such ways that Vurok Ipan led Numenor, descending carefully along steep traverses that appeared to be tiled underfoot as though they had once been roofs. He took them through areas immensely wide, though barely high enough for them to crouch, areas compacted between enormous slabs of ferrocrete and time-flattened piles of rubble, none of which sat easily with Numenor. He was not a coward, but the idea of scuttling through such spaces was distinctly unnerving. Soon they came to an impossibly large vertical tunnel that plunged into depths of darkness that Numenor hadn't imagined possible. They spiraled down the interior of this tunnel for what felt like an eternity, walking upon metal steps that constantly creaked and groaned under their weight. It was so large that it could have easily held an entire transport carrier, except that it was almost totally filled with a mysterious, silvery column. The thing stretched up high into the darkness above them, taking up so much of the space that there seemed only enough room for the stairs on which they descended. What purpose the column served exactly, Numenor couldn't tell. Perhaps it was the outside of another pipe built within the old one. It, too, was probably abandoned, like everything else in the empty spaces. Dead metal left to die, left to rust. Rust. Now that was a concept the Yuuzhan Vong knew about. The reaction between the elements iron and oxygen was an important one in biology, but the abhorrence with which the process was held by these machine builders had been unexpected. Sometimes Numenor thought it a good metaphor for how the Yuuzhan Vong invasion should have been conducted. Slowly, insidiously, the machine builders could have been eroded from beneath until all their glittering unnatural towers fell and crumbled to dust. But here, underground, he could see the fallacy of the plan. Rust took time, and the Yuuzhan Vong were not known for their patience. The world ships were dying. Their people needed homes. If the basements of Yuuzhan could still stand, even after being so long untended, then invasion by rust would simply be too slow. Still, there was something in the concept, he was sure. It nagged at him as he followed Ipan farther down into the depths of this abominable planet, so deep, in fact, that the coolness of the upper levels eventually became replaced by a stifling heat and smell not dissimilar to a coral skipper backwash. Is this to be my tomb? He wondered. The bowels of a planet whose very nature is blasphemous? No. He quickly reined in his thoughts. He would not die here like some worthless vermin, in some hole where even the gods could not find him, if they had ever existed. No matter how deep Ipan went, he would live. He had to. That he currently had no plan and no resources beyond his mind didn't bother him. Any goal at all was better than just giving in, and the power of his mind wasn't to be scoffed at. He didn't know how long they'd been moving, but eventually they emerged into the huge cavern that he knew instantly to be the refuge of the renegade shamed ones. He could smell them, their fear and their desperation. Ipan stopped a few paces ahead of him, facing Numenor with a newfound confidence, as well as relief, it seemed. He must have felt that here, at least, he had the support of his companions, and that Numenor was less likely to attack him than he had been earlier. "This is it," Ipan said unnecessarily, his arm sweeping around the dusty area. Even with this newfound confidence, his voice still carried a habitual obsequious tone. "We have arrived, Master." The area was wide and circular, with a high-domed ceiling arcing overhead. Across the ground were scattered numerous blister-like structures that Numenor recognized as minshels, grown for temporary accommodation. The entire place was lit by bubbling bioluminescent globes hanging from the ceiling high above. Off to one side, a slanting air shaft led even farther down into the seemingly endless city basement. Issuing from its wide throat were deep and rhythmic vibrations that made Numenor's calves vibrate. Moving over to the shaft, he saw a Chukka waste processor deep inside, its muscular segments busy ingesting rubble as it worked its way downward into the vent, turning it into the walls, ceilings, and floors of the new homes for the shamed ones, filling the empty spaces in much the same way that some insects built their nests. "We found the Chukka some levels above," Ipan said. "Mislaid for dead, we think. It has since come in handy for our needs." In the strange greenish light from the bioluminescent globes, Numenor could see Ipan's disfigurement much more clearly. Rejected by coral implants, the shamed one's face lacked the brutal beauty of a true scarring. His skin was unnaturally smooth, and apart from his nose, there was a symmetry to his features that offended Nomenor's refined sense of aesthetic. No wonder Ipan had been outcast. The gods' shaming of him was visible for all to see. "We," Nomenor said, wasting no energy on sympathy. "I see no one other than yourself here, Ipan. Where are these others of whom you speak, and why do they hide?" "We hide for the same reasons you do," said Ipan. There was no accusation in his tone, so Nomenor felt no cause to lash out at him. "We have learned to do it out of necessity, for self-preservation." Then, ringing a bell that dangled from a tripod by the entrance to the shaft, he suddenly called out, "Ekma! Shroth! Nereet! We have a visitor!" Muffled voices responded to Ipan's call, and the sound of the chukka ebbed. Nomenor straightened as footsteps sounded seemingly all around him. The fear of capture returned to him. With the minstrels in the chukka, the shamed ones no longer seemed so helpless or liable to obey his will. Down here in their world he was just one individual among many. Still, he thought, any number of shamed ones should be as nothing to one who defied the supreme overlord himself. He held himself as proudly as he could while awaiting his fate, his wounded hand hanging freely, still oozing blood. A dozen figures appeared from the shadows around them. 3 more emerged from the entrance to the air-shaft. The shamed ones surrounded him, studying him. All were ragged and misshapen, although few as severely as Ipan. 2, in fact, seemed perfectly healthy, tall and ritually scarred, like warriors. Nomenor had never seen warriors so filthy before, however, and their rags were a far cry from Von Dune crab armor. One of these 2 stepped forward. Her face was narrow and angular. Scars traced deep cross-hatched lines across her cheeks and temples. "I know you," she said, barely a pace away from him. She displayed no fear whatsoever, only confidence, for which Nomenor felt nothing but admiration. For a while he had thought they would all be like Ipan. "Well, I don't know you," he responded evenly. Underneath his calm, he was tense, readying himself for attack. One dart from his Pellaeon bowl, and she would suffer a quick and painful death. "Does it matter who I am?" she snapped. "You have failed our war master many times, executor, but I doubt you've ever noticed the ones who fell with you. There are many, like me, who suffered for your ineptitude. Not all of them found honor in death." "You still might," Nomenor said, on the verge of using the Pellaeon bowl. But he held himself back. Killing her would set the rest against him. Until he was certain he was about to be betrayed, he would exercise restraint, uncharacteristic as it was for him. "True," she said, the blue sacs beneath her eyes pulsing slightly from suppressed emotions that he could only guess at. "I still might." She turned her back on him, and he bit down on his anger at the deliberately insulting gesture. After a few seconds, with those around silent in anticipation of Nomenor's response, the female faced him again, her dirty teeth smiling at him. "I am Nereet," she said, "former warrior of Domain Esh. And you are the once great Nomenor." She looked him up and down briefly with a dismissive snort. "I presume you must have failed the War Master once again. Why else would you be seen down here among the likes of us?" She paced around him, putting on a show of superiority for her compatriots in shame. Her garb was little more than tattered rags, but her bearing was strong and muscular. Nomenor couldn't help his admiration for her, even as he contemplated her death. "I have not failed." He answered the accusation leveled at him by Nereet, but his good eye was directed at those huddled around him. It was these whom he needed to impress his authority upon. "You measure success, then, differently from what I would have expected." He showed her his teeth, then. "If you wish to mock me, do so openly, not as a coward." "I'm sorry," she said, returning to stand in front of him again. "It wasn't my intention to mock, just to point out the reality of your situation. It must be faced. We have faced it in our own way, and as a result are doing well enough down here. We live, we are safe, and we are building a home for ourselves." She indicated the air shaft. "Our lacks include reliable food supplies and adequate clothing, but what we cannot steal we will soon be able to grow. Sharath here used to be a shaper." Her hand fell upon the shoulder of one of the older ones in the group. "Many of us have worked in the fields in the past. Among us we have the knowledge to create a self-sustaining community that has no need of the Duriam. What happens on the surface will be irrelevant here. We just want to be alone, to be left in peace, to find our own sort of honor." Nereid's defiance struck a chord within Nomanor. She was shamed, but she was clearly not defeated. "I'm impressed," he said, his own survival instincts rising to the fore. If they could survive down there, unnoticed by the cleanup crews and occasional security sweep, then it wasn't impossible that he could, too. "We're not doing it to impress you," Nereid said, "nor did we seek your admiration." Nonetheless, once he would have died rather than utter the words he was about to say, but he knew he had little choice in the matter. "I would stay with you a while, given your leave." Her expression didn't change. "Why?" "You need able bodies, and I am willing to work." Again she asked, "Why?" That was harder to answer. "The sun has not yet set on the fortune of Nomanor," he said. "It will rise again, given time." "And will we rise with it?" called out one of the shamed ones off to his left. "Yes," he said, looking vaguely in their direction. "I give you my word that, should I return to my former position, I will restore your honor." There was a murmur of consent that quickly rippled through the shamed ones. They were obviously taken with his offer. "How can you listen to this?" The male ex-warrior standing just behind Nereid stepped forward. "We have no reason to trust him." "I know that, Kunra," Nereid said, her attention remaining fixed upon Nomanor before her. "But he's one of us now. If he betrays us, then he betrays himself. Isn't that right, Nomanor?" The former executor swallowed his pride, and it tasted of bile. Everything Nereid said was true. They could trust him, because here in the depths of this offensive world, these shamed ones were all he had left. Yes, he had told them he would give them back their status if he were returned to his former position, and it was an offer he would happily keep his word on. For the chance to restore his own honor, Nomanor would make any sacrifice necessary. "We are allies, Nereid Esh," he said, giving her full name in return. "I shall not betray you." He raised his gashed fingers and steeled himself to reopen the wound in order to demonstrate by sacrifice that they could take him at his mercy. It was an instinctive gesture drummed into him after years in Shimra's court. Nereid stepped forward and stopped him. "That is not necessary down here," she said. "We recognize a different sort of honor, a different sort of gods." "Different gods?" he repeated. Nereid nodded, grinning. "And I just know you'll like them," she said, her dark eyes glinting in the greenish light from the globes overhead. "In fact, you've met some of them in person, spoken to them even." "You are talking about the Jedi?" he asked, finding it impossible to contain his astonishment. "That appalls you, Nomanor?" She shook her head as if disappointed in him. "Live and learn, my friend, or die with the others when their time comes. The choice is yours." "And I make it freely," he said, bowing low to cover his surprise. "The cult of the Jedi? Here on Yuuzhan Tar?" He'd heard whispers of it from his spies in the world ships, but for it to have infiltrated so close to Shimra was unthinkable. No, more than that, he would have thought it impossible, and yet impossibly it was so. What was going on down in these dungeons of Yuuzhan'tar was more than just survival. It was heresy. "Live and learn," he told himself, repeating Nereid's words as though they were a mantra. "Perhaps there is a way, after all." "Tell me about the Jedi," he said. "I am keen to know more." This is going to change everything, Jacen Solo thought, as he stood beneath Jade Shadow's tapered nose, watching from off to one side, as his friends and family made their farewells to one another. This is the beginning of something new. It was a very different kind of premonition that rolled through him as he stood there on the landing bay, pretending to busy himself with last-minute checks to the ship. It wasn't necessarily a sense of foreboding, but rather something deeper, more profound. It was as though he could vaguely make out the future, and it was a strange and alien place, somehow a consequence of this moment. Then again, perhaps it wasn't a premonition at all. Perhaps the feeling was a direct result of all the stimcaf he'd been drinking, coupled with the fact that he hadn't been sleeping well of late. For the last few nights he'd been sitting in his room for hours on end, worrying, not just about the mission, either, but about leaving half the people he loved behind as well. He watched them now, hugging, shaking hands, kissing, laughing. For all the levity, one would think Jade Shadow and her crew were off on nothing more than a jaunt to the sun-baked moons of Kalpha 5, rather than on a mission to the unknown regions. But he didn't need the Force to tell him that beneath the casual facade there simmered a somberness that would have been difficult for any of them to shake. Just about everyone was there to see off Jade Shadow. His mother had come, shadowed once again by her Nogri bodyguards, Cockmame and Meewall. Han clapped Luke on the shoulder and advised him to keep out of trouble. The well-meant hypocrisy provoked a light smile from the Jedi Master, who nodded and wrapped his old friend's hand in both of his and shook firmly. To one side stood C-3PO, gleaming bronze in the arc lights illuminating the side of the armored transport looming over them, with R2-D2 beside him, whistling cheerfully to reassure his metal companion. "It's not you I'm worried about," C-3PO returned. "It's me." R2's domed top turned as it issued another string of beeps and whistles. "Well, at least you don't know what awaits you in the unknown regions," C-3PO said. "I know far too much about the place Mistress Leia intends to take me." Jagfell helped load the last of the supplies into the transport. Danny Quee was running late and had sent some equipment down ahead of her on a repulsor platform. When it was empty, it beeped to no one in particular and trundled away. Silgal's apprentice, Tekle, had already loaded supplies the healer had insisted they might need on their long journey. Luckily, the giant reptilian Jedi, Saba Sebatine, had brought less than half her allocation, creating extra space. Like Jacen, the stoic Barabel stood away from the others, her small eyes blinking while her tail twitched restlessly about her feet. Perhaps she senses it too, he thought. After all, those of us leaving on Jade Shadow could be gone for months. Who knows what we'll be returning to, or what we'll even be bringing back with us? Communications with the unknown regions were notoriously unreliable, routed through just one long-distance transceiver on the edge of known space. After Anakin's death, he wasn't so naive as to assume that he would ever again see any of these people he was now saying goodbye to. But I have no choice. Like everyone else, I must do what I must. The war with the Yuuzhan Vong might be won without us, but there are many different kinds of war. Jaina noticed him standing to one side and came to join him. "What's wrong, brother? Having second thoughts about going?" He turned to face her, and was surprised by how grown-up she looked. Although the age difference between them was barely 5 standard minutes, she seemed so much wiser and more mature than he pictured her in his mind. Where was the child with whom he'd tormented C-3PO on Coruscant? or the teenager who had single-handedly repaired a crashed TIE fighter on Yavin 4. The girl was gone, replaced by this young woman standing now before him. Try as he might, though, he couldn't recall exactly when the transition had occurred. "Not at all," he replied, forcing a smile. "Just a little overwhelmed, I guess." He looked at her again, still somewhat amazed by the confident woman standing before him. They weren't kids anymore. The universe had taught them the hard way that the responsibilities of being an adult weren't always easy, but the Force connection between them was still strong, and this fact alone brought him great comfort. "I hope you find what you're looking for," Jaina said, intruding upon his thoughts. "I'm sure we will," Jason said. "All available data suggests that the unknown regions are where—" "I meant in your heart, brother." His smile came easier this time. "I won't come back until I do." "Is that a promise, Jason?" she asked. "Or a prophecy?" "Perhaps it's a little of both." She embraced him, then tightly and warmly. "Just make sure you do come back, okay?" she whispered close to his ear. She winked at him as she pulled away, and before he could say anything more, the space she had just vacated was suddenly filled with other people wishing him well and bidding him goodbye. Jag Fell shook his hand with a definite air of reassurance. Jason forestalled his father's usual gruff attempts at farewells by cutting off whatever he'd been about to say and simply giving him a hug. His mother hugged Jason, too. She didn't offer any words, though. She didn't need to. The emotion in her eyes spoke volumes. Others appeared before him, taking his hand, patting his back, and speaking animatedly. He heard little of what was said. His attention kept going back to his sister, now standing at the back with Jag, who respectfully kept his hands to himself. Nevertheless, even though he didn't hear a lot of what was being said to him, Jason could feel the sentiments expressed. The air was almost crackling with the Force, as so many emotional Jedi clustered around him. He would miss the ones who would remain behind, but he wouldn't grieve, no more than he would for Vergere. Even now, so many weeks after she died, he could still hear her voice in his mind as clearly as though she was one of those standing right there beside him. "You have always been alone, Jason Solo. Even in the midst of your family and your friends, even when you touched the Force, you have always been set apart, distanced, separated and alone, through no choice or action of your own." He hadn't understood everything his teacher had said to him, and suspected he would be picking at the meaning of her words for many years to come, if not the rest of his life. Vergere had been a creature of contradictions, a pet of the Yuuzhan Vong at one moment, an ancient Jedi Knight in another. "Everyone is part of you," she had said, "just as you are part of everyone." It was a simple truth, and one he embraced now as he said goodbye to his friends and family. While his loved ones lived, wherever they were, he had no cause to grieve. At that moment, Danny Quee bustled into the bay, her shoulders laden with bags. Following her, looking somewhat dazed and confused, was Tahiri. "I found this one wandering in the corridors outside," Danny said. Tahiri flushed pink. I got lost on the way here," she stammered. "I'm sorry." Jason felt a wave of compassion for the girl. The 3 deep scars on her forehead stood out strongly against her blood-filled face. She still looked terribly thin and uncertain of herself. There was little in the girl's appearance and nervous manner to suggest the Jedi he knew her to be. He reached out with the Force to touch her, comfort her. She glanced over at him, a faint trace of gratitude in her smiling eyes, but she turned away quickly, uneasily, back to the others. "So this is it?" Danny said, her eyes bright, her curly blonde hair standing in a nimbus around her head. "We're really going?" "We're really going," Luke said. Mara went aboard Jade Shadow to prime the yacht systems. Saba and Tekle followed. The sound of mechanical systems whirring into life gave the farewells a new urgency. The solo Skywalker clan gathered for one last moment, while the others moved aboard. Jacen was unsurprised to see tears in Tahiri's eyes when she was invited to join in, but was glad she agreed. "May the Force be with us all," Luke said after a moment. "It always is," Jacen said automatically, paraphrasing another of Verger's teachings. "The Force is everything, and everything is the Force. The only uncertainty lies in ourselves." Jaina smiled at her brother. Leia did the same and kissed his cheek. Then it was time to go. Everything was loaded and everyone was there. There was no point delaying any longer. As R2-D2 glided ahead of him up the ramp into Jade Shadow's belly, Jacen felt the premonition rush through him once more. It prompted him to halt momentarily and cast a quick glance back to his parents and sister. "What if I'm wrong about Zonama Sekot?" he wondered anxiously. "What if this grand quest is nothing more than an elaborate means of running away from conflict? What if I misunderstood Verger completely? Even if he had understood her perfectly and was doing exactly the right thing for the moment, it still wouldn't be easy. As she had said, no lesson is truly learned until it is purchased with pain. The lesson the Galactic Alliance had to learn was a difficult one, and he was in no doubt that the people most likely to bear the cost would be those on Jade Shadow. He offered a brief wave and then continued into the maw of the ship. At the top of the ramp he saw Dani standing there waiting for him. Her smile did little to hide her own anxieties. "There's nothing to be nervous about, Dani," he said, looking calmly and evenly into her eyes. "Everything is going to work out just fine." "Really?" she said, shucking the larger of her bags. "Well, either you know something I don't, Jacen Solo, or you're one of the best liars I've ever met." Part 2. Destination. The moment Jade Shadow dropped out of hyperspace near Bastion, capital of the Imperial Remnant, Saba 17 knew something was wrong. Her mind rang with the distinctive and unsettling harmonics of life extinguished in great amounts. But it was more than that. This was the absence of life itself, as though chunks of the vital universe had been hollowed out deeper than vacuum. She roared at the same time Mara announced, "Yuuzhan Vong!" "Where?" Luke asked from the co-pilot seat. "Everywhere." Mara's hands played across the controls. "Hold on, everybody. This could get rough." The ship lurched violently. Saba didn't need view screens to tell her that they'd been seen by the enemy. The empty points that were the Yuuzhan Vong and their strange living vessels spun around her like pollen in a miniature hurricane. Jade Shadow danced among them, weaving in and out of confrontations, desperately trying to shake off any enemy craft they picked up on their trail. The ship rang with the sound of weapons fire, both incoming and outgoing. Saba's blunted claws left great dents in the fabric of the navigator's chair she occupied. She wasn't aware of the low rumbling coming from her throat until Jacen Solo braved the shaking deck to come and crouch down next to her. "Do you feel it, Saba?" he asked. "Can you tell through the Force what's going on?" "I feel—" Her teeth clenched tight as another wave of death rolled over her. Bastion was being pummeled by the Yuuzhan Vong. Lives were being extinguished by the millions. She didn't have words. "I'm sensing life here," Jacen said, "but in great disarray." Saba agreed. She could sense the life energies scattered around the system, some on the planet, panicked, trying to escape the invaders, some in orbit, pulling back before an overwhelming invasion, and several other clusters throughout the system where forces were attempting to regroup. They were outnumbered by the Yuuzhan Vong, but they were there. "I can make out at least 15 capital ships," Mara shouted from her position at the controls. "Big ones, too." She shook her head in frustration. "Bastion is going to take a pummeling no matter what we do." "It looks to me like they're pulling out," Luke said. "Falling back to regroup elsewhere. Look." One figure stabbed at a screen. "They're civilian ships. They've evacuated Bastion. There was a moment of tense silence as the significance of that statement sunk in. To evacuate Bastion, the Empire must have been hit hard, but it wasn't finished. As galling as a retreat was, sometimes it made the best tactical sense. The ships flooding in waves from Bastion were getting out under cover of the planetary shields. It looked like they would hold long enough to save much of the population. If the population had stayed put, however, the concentrated fire of the Yuuzhan Vong would have eventually overwhelmed them. That portion of the battle was already decided. Saba sent her mind out across the system to her life lights clustered in smaller groups. The largest, she guessed, contained the equivalent of 2 Star Destroyers, as well as a number of support vessels. They were swinging around the back of a gas giant, caught in its gravity shadow and harried by a powerful enemy contingent. Saba focused on the view screens before her, trying to match what she'd seen against the coordinates in the real world. Jade shadow was too small to affect what happened on Bastion, but it might make a difference in a smaller arena. There, she growled, pointing with a thick finger. That section, there. But you must be quick. They're in trouble. Jason stood and stepped over to his aunt to relay the information. Saba shut her eyes as Jade Shadow leaped forward, ducking and weaving. Mara made a short hyperspace jump to take it closer to the gas giant, and for one brief and blessed moment, there was nothing but silence. Just another planet attacked by the Yuuzhan Vong, she told herself. Hunt the moment. A small furred hand grabbed Saba's scaly wrist. Opening her eyes again, she saw that Tekle now occupied the space that Jason had just vacated. The diminutive Chadrafan emitted a wave of pheromones that Saba found soothing. She knew that the healer's apprentice had learned how to control her chemical sense to produce compounds with properties therapeutic to various species, but she hadn't realized that the Barabels were included among those. Although it might once have seemed strange to her to be comforted by a creature that looked more like a meal than an equal, she sighed gracefully, allowing herself to relax and be taken by the peaceful scent. A moment later, all too soon, it was back to the fighting. The screen was filled with a bloated, orange-yellow gas giant. Numerous rings and moons crowded around it, as if for safety. Many already showed signs of disruption, as warring fleets plowed past, or sometimes even directly into them. Far below, through the dense atmosphere, Saba felt alarm spreading through a colony of balloon-like life forms, similar to the giant Beldans of Bespin. They were too primitive to understand the meaning of the disturbances taking place in the sky. Jade Shadow came around the planet as though intending to ram the remains of the Imperial fleet, trailing 2 determined coral skippers. As Mara neared the 2 Star Destroyers that Saba had sensed, she performed a deft gravitational whip around one of the gas giant's larger moons. The coral skippers followed, tugging at Jade Shadow's shields with their Dovan basils. Plasma fire peppered at their rear until, when Jade Shadow's vector had matched that of the Imperial fleet, and it was in full view of the Star Destroyers, Mara stutter-fired to distract them, then used the force to drop 2 shadow bombs under their guard. The coral skippers blossomed into energy. Once the afterwash of the explosion had passed, Jade Shadow slowed and leveled out. "This is Mara Jade Skywalker, captain of the Galactic Alliance transport Jade Shadow, hailing Imperial Star Destroyer Chimera. Are you receiving me, Chimera?" The subspace receiver crackled before a reply came in. "You're a long way from home, Captain Skywalker." "Just thought we'd drop in to see how you guys were doing," she said sardonically. "And from the looks of things, I'm guessing not so good." "Your timing could be better." The comm operator sounded weary. "I don't suppose you brought a fleet with you?" "I'm afraid not, Chimera, but you could do worse than concentrating your fire on that cruiser lurking at the back. It's holding a Yamask. Take it out and you might find your luck changing." "A Yamask? How could you possibly know that?" "Ask questions later when you know I'm right." Understood, Captain Skywalker. Passing on the information now. Before you do that, I need to speak to Grand Admiral Pellaeon. Patching you through to the bridge now, Captain Skywalker. The line went dead, and barely seconds later, a squadron of TIE fighters left the launching bays of Chimera, angling away from the gas giant below to target the Yamask-bearing cruiser. Although the Yuuzhan Vong had eased off their attack for the moment, it was obvious that prior to Jade Shadow's arrival, the fighting had been intense. Both Star Destroyers were scarred from weapons fire. Black gashes had been torn through Chimera's underside, exposing a large number of decks to naked space. Saba could feel its crew fighting to stay alive, along with the fading traces of those who had failed. She couldn't tell exactly how many were injured or dying, only that there were many. "If you've come to say I told you so, Skywalker, then I'm not interested," the Grand Admiral announced curtly. "This isn't the time for—" "I'm not known for gloating, Gilad," Luke said, leaning past Mara to speak into the comm. "No more than you are for giving up." "Both Skywalkers? To what do we owe this honor?" "Call it destiny or good luck. Either way, your forces are taking a pounding. Can you tell us what went wrong? Considering the size of your home fleet, I would have thought you'd be able to hold your own." "They took us by surprise," the Grand Admiral said irritably. "We were holding our own to begin with. Then the Vong pulled back. We thought we had them on the run, but they were just getting out of the way." Mara nodded in understanding. "Gretchens?" "Thousands of them," the Admiral said. "Once they'd punched a hole in our defenses, the Yuuzhan Vong came back into the fray. We've been on the back foot ever since." Saba hissed at the mention of the hideous insectoid creatures. Swarms of Gretchens had laid waste to too many defenses during the war with the Yuuzhan Vong for her to doubt that the same had happened here. "Admiral," Master Skywalker said, "the offer to join forces is still open. Your sister was up here a while back, trying to sell us on that idea. I thought the Moffs made it quite clear then that your help wasn't required." "And where are the Moffs now, Gilad?" Saba noticed Pellaeon's hesitation. He may have been a commander with pride, but he was also smart enough to acknowledge when he needed help, no matter how much it hurt to do so. "Okay, Skywalker," the Grand Admiral said after a moment. "We'll discuss this later, if there is a later. I understand you've given us some telemetry that might shift the balance here. If that works, we'll regroup with the rest of the fleet at Yaga Minor. Civilian refugees are heading for Munalinst, but we suspect the Vong will follow our forces to keep us off balance. If you beat us there, look for Captain Arian Yage of the frigate Widowmaker. She used to serve with me on the Chimera. If she survived Bastion, she'll listen to you." "Understood." Mara and Luke exchanged glances. "Good luck." The Grand Admiral closed the line. For a moment, no one on Jade Shadow spoke. It was Jason who finally stated the obvious. "It had to happen," he said. "We knew it was inevitable, even if they didn't want to admit it." "It doesn't make it any easier to watch." Luke's voice was slightly reproving. His eyes were haunted by the deaths everyone was feeling. "I wish there was something we could do," Teclay muttered. "Unless it's likely to create a fleet out of thin air, you're better off not wishing," Mara said, glancing back at her briefly. "They had their chance to join with us, and they didn't take it. I bet the Yuuzhan Vong left them alone, knowing the Imperials would never join in, not until provoked anyway. When their spies said they'd had just enough time to get over Ithor to relax the defenses, the Vong hit them with everything they could spare. It's what I would have done in their shoes, flatten the Empire with whatever resources they can get this far out, and get rid of a niggling irritant, then put those resources back into the real battle elsewhere. Do it quickly enough, and those forces won't be missed. If the Empire survives, it may prove to be more than just an irritant," Luke said. He backed away to give his wife clear access to the controls. "What's the name of that other Star Destroyer? Do you recognize it?" "It's pretty banged up, but I think it's the Superior." "The Yuuzhan Vong aren't going to let them wander around here forever." "Your guess at how much longer they can last is as good as mine, Luke. Pellaeon can probably handle this lot if they take out the Yamask, but anything tougher will turn him into metal rain for that moon over there. And us with him if we stick around. Master Skywalker was clearly unhappy about the decision he was being forced to make. On the one hand, Saba guessed, he wanted to stay and add the Jade Shadow to the Imperial forces withdrawing from Bastion. On the other, he had the mission itself to think of. The hunt for Zonama Sekot. Being destroyed wouldn't solve anything. Her claws itched at the thought of running from battle and leaving another planet to the non-existent mercy of the Yuuzhan Vong, but harsh though it sounded, it seemed that leaving Bastion in favor of the mission did make the most sense. "We'll meet them at Yaga Minor," Master Luke said, sighing heavily. "The old stomping ground. Can you get us safely out of the giant's gravity well?" Mara responded unhesitatingly. "Of course. I can outfly the scarheads with my eyes closed." "Then do it," her husband said. "Better strap in. This isn't going to be the gentle scenic stroll we were promised." Saba left them to handle Jade Shadow, and strapped herself into a seat in the passenger bay. Danny Quee, who had sat pale-faced and silent through the entire encounter, remained in position to Saba's right, next to Jason, Solo, and Tekle. This was a familiar configuration. They had spent much of their voyage in readiness for mishap, despite Mara's words, every time they had come out of hyperspace, and even during longer jumps, for the Yuuzhan Vong interdictor ships were an ever-present concern. They had been safely strapped in, just in case. Now that "in case" had happened, Saba found the familiarity soothing. The hunt had begun. All that remained was to see if the prey perished, or if the hunter went hungry. The matter of who out of the Yuuzhan Vong and the Empire was the hunter, and who was the prey, she hadn't decided yet. But even from what little she had experienced of Grand Admiral Pellaeon, she already knew that he was not the sort to be readily preyed upon. He would have surprised many would-be hunters by turning on them at the last moment and showing unsuspected teeth. Perhaps this time would be another. The niggling thought that even the sharpest teeth could be blunted with time followed her as Jade Shadow raced through hyperspace to the rendezvous point. Jason took the navigator seat in Jade Shadow's cockpit when they emerged from hyperspace, a discreet distance from Yaga Minor. The planet was known for shipyards that serviced the Imperial Remnant, and via the screens he looked on, impressed, at the vast orbital frameworks that dwarfed Yaga Minor's single small moon. Everything from micro-welders to self-contained ore smelters was being used to create ships for the ever-growing fleet. 2 half-completed Star Destroyers hung in the spindly embrace of one of the shipyards. The others were in the process of building various freighters, frigates, tugs, and TIE fighters. An engine testing range near one of the yards flashed every color of the rainbow and beyond as vessels ran through their paces before being released into service. When Jade Shadow arrived, the remains of the fleet stationed around the Imperial capital and its neighbor, Munalinst, were slowly coming into orbit around Yaga Minor, disheartened by the retreat, but determined to fight back. The first of the survivors docked their ships alongside the Golan 3 defense platforms orbiting the planet, while those needing repairs headed for the yards. It wasn't long, though, before the available berths were full. Yaga Minor wasn't designed to accommodate the entire fleet at once, not even one reduced by the surprise attack on Bastion. Jade Shadow's long-range sensors detected 3 Star Destroyers arriving from Bastion, neither of them Chimera or Superior. Jason waited anxiously for any sign of Gilad Pellaeon. If the Grand Admiral didn't survive the Battle of Bastion, Jason didn't fancy their chances of bringing around the Imperials. Pellaeon had so often been the voice of reason in the proud isolationist state. If anyone was going to convince the Moffs to join the Galactic Alliance, it was going to have to be him. "How long do we wait for him to appear?" Danny asked Jason quietly from behind, not wanting to startle him. She still looked nervous. Their escape from Bastion had been much narrower than Mara had let on, he knew, and Danny was force-sensitive enough to have guessed it. Indeed, their trip thus far from Mon Calamari across Yuuzhan Vong-occupied territory had been enough to put anyone on edge. Once he would have felt safe upon reaching the Imperial Remnant, but the attack on Bastion had dispelled that comfort. "To be honest," he said, "I don't know. What I do know, though, is that Pellaeon is a survivor. If he can get out of there, he will." Proximity alarms bleeped, and Jason turned his attention to his aunt's voice as she explained who they were to a squadron of TIE fighters that had noticed Jade's shadow lurking in the planet's outer orbits. But there was none of the usual Imperial hostility in the squadron leader's voice, as he was expecting. If anything, the pilot seemed relieved that Jade's shadow wasn't an advance vessel from the Yuuzhan Vong scoping out Yaga Minor for the next wave. "My enemy's enemy is my friend," Jason reminded himself. If Pellaeon didn't make it, then at least they would have that going in their favor. His relief was short-lived, however, when another call came over the subspace band. "Unauthorized vehicle identifying itself as Jade's shadow," said the deep guttural voice through the comm unit. In his voice Jason detected nothing but officiousness. "Please respond." "This is Jade's shadow," Mara replied. "What is it now?" "You are required to state your intentions and prepare to be boarded." "What? We are on a peaceful mission." "That remains to be seen." The voice continued. "Do as you're told immediately, or your engines will be disabled." "I'd like to see you try," Mara snarled. "Who am I talking to? Which idiot sent you?" "I am Commander Ketten, and I represent Moff Flennick of Yaga Minor. You are violating Imperial space and will be fired upon if you do not obey its regulations." Now this was more what Jason had come to expect of the Imperials. He moved back through to the cockpit to find Luke and Mara conferring over how to respond to the commander's demands. Through the massive transparisteel canopy, Jason saw an armed Imperial transport moving to match orbits, accompanied by a dozen TIE fighters. "What do you want to do?" Luke was saying. Mara looked uncertain. "I don't know. I need time to think." "Time we don't have, my love," Luke said. "I don't see what the problem is," Jason put in. "Why not just let them board? It's not as though we have anything to hide." Luke nodded. "He's right, Mara. And it will be a gesture of goodwill besides." Jason felt warmed by his uncle's support. Mara, however, was not as convinced. She shook her head, rejecting the idea. "I know Flennick's type," she said. "He'll have a chip on his shoulder bigger than a superstar destroyer. Let him get a hold of us, and we'll end up in some shipyard sweatshop for the rest of our lives. Which might not be that long if the Yuuzhan Vong keep coming this way," Luke returned dryly. "Please respond immediately," the commander said shortly, "or we will be forced to take action." A smile touched Mara's lips as an idea sprang to mind. "With the Jedi we have on board, all we have to do is get Ketten here, and we can make the problem go away." Into the comm unit, she said, "We see your point, Commander. Our passenger space is limited, but we'd be pleased to welcome you aboard. When you see for your own eyes that—" Ketten cut her off with a chuckle. "You don't honestly think that I'd be the one coming aboard, do you? I'd sooner stick my head in a drive tube than take my chances with your Jedi mind tricks. No, the boarding party will consist solely of Mark V security droids." Mara cursed under her breath. "Well, there goes that idea." "You can hardly blame him for being suspicious," Jason said. "You were intending to use those Jedi mind tricks after all." His uncle sighed. "Well, we can't very well turn him down now," he said. "Not after agreeing to be boarded." The communicator bleeped. Another transport was edging closer. "This is Captain Yage of Widowmaker," a woman's voice said over the comm. "Commander Ketten, you may stand down. I shall be boarding this vessel myself, seeing as you will not." "But, Captain—" Ketten started. Yage cut him off sharply. "May I remind you, Commander, that right here and now I outrank you," she said. "I am ordering you to stand down, and I expect you to comply without debate." There was a long pause before Ketten finally came back with, "I shall submit to your authority, Captain, but I would like it to go on record that I do so under protest." "Duly noted, Commander," Yage said. "Yage out." The armed transport and its contingent of fighters accelerated to a lower orbit, leaving Jade Shadow to face the new arrival. "Requesting permission to dock, Jade Shadow," Captain Yage said over the comm. "The same Captain Yage Pellaeon told us to look out for," Luke reminded Mara. "That's not the highest recommendation," Mara said, "but it will have to do." Speaking into the communicator, she said, "Feel free to match velocities and extend your umbilical, Captain. Welcome aboard." Jason went back through the ship to ready the airlock. Jade Shadow was relatively cramped, given the extra equipment she had been fitted with, along with the supplies required for their extended mission. There were 5 staterooms, a passenger bay, a galley, and a common area leading off a central looping corridor. The bridge and common room were the diamonds in the corridor's ring. The main airlock hatch with its dummy door was located on the port side. As he passed through the passenger bay, he was met by Danny coming the other way. "Is everything okay?" she asked quickly as he passed. "Better than it could have been," he said. "I'm just going to greet the locals now." He hesitated at the entrance to the main corridor, looking back at the scientist. So far throughout the trip, Danny hadn't really had a chance to contribute in any way. He couldn't blame her for looking and sounding so anxious. "I don't suppose you'd like to join me, would you?" he asked. Her worried expression dissolved into a grateful smile as she followed him out of the passenger bay, obviously pleased to be finally doing something. When they reached the airlock, Jason double-checked that his lightsaber was at his side, just in case this Captain Yage was not as reliable as Pellaeon had suggested she would be. From the corner of his eye he caught Danny watching him. He faced her fully when he saw the apprehension on her face. "Are you okay?" he asked. She shook her head. "Why do I keep allowing myself to get talked into these things, Jason?" He frowned, confused. "I didn't think I'd talked you into anything," he said. "I just thought you might like to come along and greet—" "No, not here," she said. "Here, on this mission." Jason nodded, understanding the core of her reservations. "The locals can't be that bad, can they?" He tried to ease her concerns with a smile. She shrugged. "I've never actually met Imperials before, but I do remember the stories my parents used to tell me." She paused, her eyes flitting nervously from the airlock to Jason. "They can't all be monsters, can they?" "No, they're human, Danny, just like us." He leaned against the bulkhead next to her, enjoying the momentary quiet the two of them had been granted. "You know, I wonder sometimes what it'll be like when the war is over. What do you suppose we'll do when we're not being asked to do stuff like this?" "We'll go back to doing whatever it was we did before all of this started, I guess," she said. He laughed a little at this. "It's been so long now that those days before the Yuuzhan Vong arrived are starting to blur. It gets harder and harder each day to recall just what it was like back then." "Maybe that's a good thing," she said. "A break with the past. If we can get the Empire to join up, that'll make the Galactic Alliance something truly new. Who knows? We might just find galactic unity yet." "That's all well and good," he said. "But I wonder about the small things, too. What I'll do, not just what happens to the galaxy." "You'll do what Jedi Knights seem to do best," she said. He studied her for a second. "Which is?" "Get into trouble, of course," she said. Despite her nervousness, she forced a smile. He smiled in return, glad that her mood had lightened. "I'd just as happily settle for a quiet life somewhere. There's a lot left to think about. A lifetime or two's worth, in fact. It could get lonely." It could indeed. He thought it nothing more than a flip comment until his gaze met hers. Suddenly he found it hard to look away. "Jason?" Mara's voice from his comlink snapped him out of it. "Yeah," he said, straightening. "I'm here." 10 seconds, she said. "I'll disarm the outer hatch when the umbilical is pressurized." A moment later a dull thud echoed through the hull as the Imperial transport sealed an umbilical to attach the two craft. Pressure readings on the far side of the airlock rose steadily once the noise died away. Less than a minute later, Jason heard a gentle hiss as the airlock broke its seal and swung open. He glanced at Danny. Her face was set in a determined mask, with no sign of the vulnerability he had sensed a moment before. But she tensed noticeably as 3 people in Imperial uniform stepped through the airlock. The one in the lead, a solidly built woman in her 40s with black hair bound tightly into a bun, Jason assumed to be Captain Yage, with the 2 male officers following close behind, their blaster rifles at the ready, her bodyguards. "Welcome aboard Jade Shadow," Jason said pleasantly, stepping forward. He introduced himself and Danny, keeping his hands respectfully behind his back at all times. Yage bowed perfunctorily to each of them in turn, but made no effort to introduce her male companions. "We'd like to thank you for your assistance back there." "Not at all," the captain said. "I have never been fond of time-wasting bureaucracy, particularly from the likes of officious idiots like Ketten." She smiled tightly. "That's off the record, of course." "Of course." Jason waved the guests through to the common area, where Mara and Luke stood ready to greet them. Off to one side stood Saba and Teckley. Jason noted the way Yage's bodyguards started in alarm at the sight of the enormous Barabel, their rifles rising slightly. Yage was startled also, he was sure, but she was professional enough to suppress any sign of her surprise. Saba rumbled slightly in her throat, and the troopers lowered their weapons. Yage inclined her head politely to the 2 non-humans when introduced, but quickly returned her attention to Luke and Mara. "So at last I meet the legendary Skywalkers," she said, stepping forward to shake their hands. "I've certainly heard a lot about you." "All untrue, I'm sure," Mara said pleasantly. "I hope not. Gilad speaks very highly of you both." "I don't suppose you've heard if Grand Admiral Pellaeon has returned from Bastion," Luke said. A shadow seemed to pass across Captain Yage's face. "I'm afraid that fleet intelligence is in disarray following the Yuuzhan Vong's attack." "Have you learned anything more about how the enemy managed to do so much damage so quickly?" "I already know why. We were taken disgracefully off guard by the attack. Our spies had reported that the fleet approaching us was headed for Nirawan, not here at all. But I guess our spies weren't as reliable as we'd thought. Even so, we should have been ready. Anyone with half a brain should have seen the flaw in the reasoning that if we hadn't been attacked yet, we were unlikely to be attacked at all. Our refusal to join with the rest of the galaxy in resisting didn't make us safe. That type of logic didn't work for the Hutts, so why should it have worked for us?" "It seems to me," Mara said, "that you're paying the price for the Council's lack of foresight." "Perhaps now the Moffs will see reason," Jason added. Yage half turned to look at him. "You think so? You've already seen what Moff Flennick thinks of you. He might try to resist the Yuuzhan Vong, but he'll never join the people who took the Empire away from him." She looked at each of them in turn, her gaze finally coming to rest on Luke. "That's why you're here, isn't it? To try again to get us to join you. We already have a treaty. What more do you want?" "Ideally," Luke said, "we'd like the Empire to become part of the Galactic Alliance, but that's one for our respective legal representatives to argue out. For now, we'd simply like us to agree to help each other before we continue on with—" "We can fight well enough without your help," Yage quickly pointed out. She may have been more courteous and diplomatic than Ketten, but she still carried the Imperial pride. "We're ready for them now." "You won't get far using your existing techniques," Mara said. "Our greatest minds have been working on a way to counterattack using the Yamasks that make the Yuuzhan Vong so hard to beat. We can give you those techniques." "In exchange for what?" the captain interrupted, a slight suspicion gently curling the corners of her mouth. "Absolutely nothing," Luke said. "I'm not a diplomat, Captain. I'm a Jedi. I stand for life and peace, and I would never hold anything back for the sake of political point-scoring. I'd rather get about the business of saving lives." A thrill went through Jason at his uncle and former teacher's words. They rang true to the new philosophy of the Force that he was trying to determine. Captain Yage, however, was not as easily impressed, and raised a skeptical eyebrow at the Jedi Master. "Don't Yuuzhan Vong lives count to you, Jedi?" she asked. Luke didn't recoil from her response. "The Yuuzhan Vong are the aggressors, and our help won't guarantee their defeat. What you do with this information is up to you." "To be honest, Skywalker, if it was up to me, I'd use it quite happily," she said. "But things will be grim without Gilad to champion your cause. The hardliners will always believe that the Empire in its glory days could have withstood the invaders with ease, and that your weakening of our strength has led directly to our destruction. If destroyed we must be, then we will go down with pride." Her voice was steeped in bitterness. "The last refugees from Bastion arrived some time ago. We're not expecting any more. If Gilad had survived, I'm sure he would have been here by now. With that in mind, you might be better off assuming that he won't be here to help you." The mood in Jade Shadow turned instantly grim. "Then we shall need to make alternative plans," Luke said. "We'll need to talk to Flennick, even if he's not prepared to listen to us. Can you get us to him without turning us over to the likes of Ketton?" She pursed her lips softly. "I can try," she said. "With Gilad out of the way, the anti-Galactic Alliance forces will be in ascendance. Add to that the fact that the Moff Council will be in tatters after the attacks on Bastion and Munalinst, and you'll see why I hesitate to guarantee you anything at the—" She stopped as her comlink buzzed. "Excuse me." Captain Yeats turned away to take the call, exchanging a few simple words with the person on the other end. Before she had finished talking, before he had even seen her face, Jason knew something was wrong. He could sense a powerful emotion radiating from her. "What's gone wrong?" he asked when she clipped the comlink back on her belt. "That was my second-in-command on Widowmaker," she said. "A shuttle just made it from Bastion containing injured ferried from Chimera." Her troubled eyes met Luke's. "Gilad was on board." "That's good news, isn't it?" Jason said. She shook her head. "Not really," she said. "He's in a coma, and he's not expected to live." Anakin's mother came to see Tahiri the day before the Millennium Falcon was due to leave on its mission to patch up the communications gaps in Galactic Alliance space. Jason and the others had left 2 days earlier, leaving a surprising hole in Tahiri's life. Since she'd learned that she had been intended for that mission, she felt as though she had let everyone down. She wasn't doing much to help the war effort by huddling in Master Silgal's infirmary, that was for sure. Jaina came when she could, but she was too busy organizing Twin Sun's departure to be wasting time with the sick. Anakin's sister had said it was not a problem, and that she didn't mind taking time out to visit Tahiri. But Tahiri felt guilty nonetheless for inconveniencing her. She had caused Jaina enough trouble as it was. So when the Mon Calamari nurse announced that Princess Leia herself had dropped by to visit, Tahiri was more than a little surprised, as well as embarrassed. "How are you feeling?" Anakin's mother pulled up a seat and sat close to the edge of Tahiri's bed. Mon Cal's sun was setting, sending brilliant colors through the window and across the middle-aged stateswoman. There were many lines on her face, but they came from laughter and kindness and compassion. It was easy to see why Han Solo loved her. She was still very much a beautiful woman, with her eyes being her most outstanding feature, and whenever Tahiri looked into those eyes, she felt she could see Anakin staring back at her. "I'm fine, thank you," Tahiri lied, blinking back the tears that were welling up. Leia narrowed her eyes in friendly accusation. Tahiri relented with a smile. "Okay," she said. "It's true that I have seen better days. I'll admit that much, but I'm just more tired than anything else. Even the small trip to see Jade Shadowoff kind of took it out of me." She shrugged. "Other than that, I think I'm doing all right." "There's no rush," Leia said. "The important thing is that you get well. Silgal tells me that you've put on weight, which is good news. She believes that your weight loss constitutes the total of your physical symptoms. Once you think you're ready, you're free to leave." She paused, allowing space for Tahiri to speak. When nothing was said after a few seconds, Leia asked, "Do you think you're ready?" Tahiri didn't know how to answer. She knew that she could get up and walk out of the door any time she wanted, but she didn't know what would happen after. The dreams hadn't stopped. If anything, they'd become worse. If she left now, they would gnaw at her as they had before, and before she knew it, she would be back in the infirmary again, still unable to explain to everyone just what was happening to her. She didn't want to leave. She felt safe here, but she also couldn't stay forever. The infirmary was for sick people, and she was... What? What was she, exactly? She didn't know, and that was the problem. Leia placed a hand on her arm, and Tahiri realized that she still hadn't replied to the question. "I want you with us when we leave," Leia said softly. Tahiri felt herself recoil in surprise. "You can't be serious." Leia frowned. "Why wouldn't I be?" Tahiri struggled for the words that would help make sense of everything that was happening in her head, but none were forthcoming, so she made excuses instead. "I'm not a very good pilot," she said, "or a politician." "But you are a Jedi Knight, Tahiri," said Leia, "and that is something else entirely." "You have Jaina," Tahiri pointed out, "who is also a colonel and has other responsibilities." Tahiri didn't know what to say. "You're a Jedi Knight." The words didn't sound right, didn't feel right, and that only renewed her guilt and reinforced her belief that she had betrayed her friends. Worse, she had betrayed the memory of Anakin. Had he ever felt such self-doubts? She wondered. It was unlikely. None of the Solos seemed to be burdened with such a weakness. They always knew exactly who they were and what they were doing. They were the most focused people she had ever met, the most sure of themselves, except for Jacen. He had doubts. She knew that he was still wrestling with his relationship with the Force and the council that Luke Skywalker had formed. Perhaps she should have spoken to him while she'd had the chance, but it was too late now. He was in a completely different part of the galaxy, and who knew when he was coming back. "We all have doubts about ourselves sometimes," Leia said, and Tahiri was appalled to realize that she had fallen silent again. "It's part of what makes us sentient beings, Tahiri. Doubt makes us examine ourselves and all that we do. And without the ability to do that, we become nothing short of monsters. I had doubts when I joined the rebellion all those years ago, and I had doubts when I married Han. But it's unlikely that Grand Moff Tarkin had doubts about destroying Alderaan." She paused for a moment reflectively. "Don't be ashamed of doubt, Tahiri. It's a perfectly acceptable feeling." Tahiri was surprised to see tears sparkling in Leia's brown eyes, although whether they were for her destroyed home she couldn't be sure. Then Leia reached out a hand and placed it over Tahiri's. "I think," Leia said, "that you need the chance to find out who you are, Tahiri Vela, and I'd like to give that chance to you. What do you say?" A chance to find out who she was. For a moment, Tahiri froze, wondering what Jacen had told his mother. Was this some kind of game? But when she looked into Leia's eyes, all she saw was softness and sympathy. There were no games. This was real. "You will always be family to us," Jacen had written. The notion of family tugged strongly at her. Her parents had been killed in a raid by Sand People on Tatooine when she was a toddler. She was taken in by Tusken Raiders and raised by Slythen, who had died not long after she had been taken to the Jedi Academy. She had no one else in the universe except... No, she told herself, forcing down the darkness that rose like a tide inside her. "I will not think these thoughts." So she nodded. "Thank you," she said, forcing a smile. "And I'll try not to be too much of a burden on you all." Leia smiled back and squeezed her hand. "You will be an asset to Tahiri, more than you realize." Some of Leia's warmth stayed with Tahiri after she had gone, but not for long. Night had fallen, and there was a slight chill to the air stealing through the open viewport. Tahiri closed it, and curled into the covers, shivering. The scars on her forehead were aching, as though a vice was tightening around her skull. She sensed someone else in the room with her, but was too afraid to lift her head and look. If I ignore her, she told herself, maybe she'll just go away. Tell me more, Nomanor said. He stared across at Ipan, sitting opposite him, the light from the fire flickering on his haggard features. Ipan nodded eagerly and did as he was told. As they near the end of their quest, the shamed one Vua Rapung and the Jedi Anakin Solo are stopped by another group of warriors, this one even larger than the one before. This group once served under Rapung himself before he was shamed. They challenge Rapung and question why he is consorting with an infidel. I have nothing to be redeemed for, Rapung tells them proudly. We know your claims, the warriors respond. You believe me cursed by the gods? Whatever you are, whether cursed or not, you have clearly gone mad. You fight with an infidel against your own kind. Now Rapung can understand why these warriors would think him gone mad. He would have surely felt the same had he seen another warrior fighting against him with an infidel at their side, but his circumstances allow him no choice. This is his only way to fight for the truth. So Rapung challenges the warriors to defeat him alone, without the Jedi at his side, so that he may prove his worthiness. Nomanor narrowed his eyes. But did you not say before that he had no amphistaff? Ipan nodded, standing to give his retelling more impact, his arms gesturing with theatrical flair. Take up a weapon, Rapung. The warriors insist. Do not make us kill an unarmed man. But Rapung is determined. I have triumphed thus far without weapons, he says. If the gods hated me so, would they have allowed this? The warriors have no good answer to this, nor to his skill in battle, and with the Jedi's blessing, Vua Rapung defeats them single-handedly. Nomanor listened with the same rapt attentiveness as the others in the small fugitive group, huddling around the heat radiating from the fire. In the story, which took place on the captured world Yavin 4, Vua Rapung was supposedly shamed by the gods, and therefore his implants wouldn't take. Believing that he had in fact been betrayed by his former lover, the shaper Mejan Quad, he sought revenge on her. Along the way, he came across the Jedi Anakin Solo, who assisted him in his quest, teaching Rapung the Jedi heresy as he went. Initially reluctant, the shamed one had been converted, much to the horror of those who had once known him. Even the shamed ones didn't defy the gods. What happened next was quite unknown to Nomanor, even though he had studied the events that had taken place on Yavin 4 in some detail, analyzing the details of a quite different heresy, that of the shaper Nen Yim, who had also been stationed there. She, along with Mejan Quad, the same woman in Ipan's story, had been trying to bend the mind of a young Jedi girl over to the ways of the Yuuzhan Vong. Ultimately, the experiment had failed, and both Mejan Quad and Commander Sok Vuta had been killed in the girl's escape. Nomanor knew all this. He had seen recordings of some of the events Ipan was relating. He had even met the Jedi Anakin Solo briefly, while in the Ogdul system. His spies had brought word of various versions of this story circulating through the lower castes, but he had never heard anything like the rest of the story that Ipan was relating to the attentive group. "Go on," said Nirit Esh, the former warrior who governed the small band of underground dwellers that Nomanor had come to call his companions. Ipan crouched down again to take up his tale, every eye present fixed unflinchingly upon him as they waited for him to continue. He was a good storyteller, and was clearly in his element, relating the adventures of Vua Rapung and the Jedi. On the landing ramp of the ship that would take them to safety, Commander Vuta and Shaper Mejan Quad are forced to confront Vua Rapung and the Jedi, he went on. Out of respect for what he once was, Rapung demands that he be allowed to question his former lover in order to clear his name. "I see no Vua Rapung," Commander Vuta says. "Only a shamed one who does not know his place." "It is not I who is shamed," Rapung replies. "Do as the Jedi says and know the truth." But Shaper Mejan Quad only sneers at this, saying that there is no sense in listening to the demented lies of Rapung. "He fights by the side of an infidel," she says. "What more do you need to hear?" Then from the crowd that is gathered by the ramp steps Hul Rapung, Vua's brother. He is a proud warrior with no stain upon his honor. "Do you fear the truth, Mejan Quad?" he asks. "If he is mad, then what harm will speaking to him do?" Mejan Quad has no good reply to this, and Commander Vuta, having already exposed the Shaper in treachery, allows Rapung one question of his former lover. But he informs her that she must answer truthfully, for the truth-hearer will surely detect any lies uttered. Vua Rapung stands tall among those who revile him and asks his question. The chamber in which they sat was silent, as they waited for Ipan to reveal Rapung's question. He paused deliberately, dramatically, his gaze flitting briefly to each one sitting there, before speaking again. "Mejan Quad," Rapung says, "did you intentionally rob me of my implants, ruin my scars, and give me the appearance of being shamed? Did you do these things to me, Mejan Quad, or did the gods?" The Shaper is silent for a moment, the look on her face too horrible to behold. She has been trapped, and all present know it. "There are no gods," she cries. Ipan stood tall, his hands reaching for the ceiling, as if this in some way would make the Shaper's exclamation more powerful than it already was. "This wretched thing that stands before me is my doing." Everyone gasped at this, all except Numenor, who, while intrigued by the story, was not as easily impressed by Ipan's histrionics. "Then," Ipan said, lowering his arms to his side, "with a base treachery that overshadows any she has shown before, she strikes Commander Vuta and Rapung, killing them both." A sigh of remorse and disappointment went up from the group listening to the story. Numenor could empathize. The shamed one, Vua Rapung, had been vindicated at last, only to die an animal's death moments later, unable to defend himself against the biological trickery of the Shaper. "There the matter might have rested," Ipan said, "but for the Jedi. Before the treacherous Mejan Quad can escape, she is slain by the infidels. They defend Vua Rapung's honor at great risk to their own lives. They are alone on this world, surrounded by an army of mighty Yuuzhan Vong warriors who even now move in around them. Not even their superior powers, their force, can possibly save them. As a group of warriors loyal to the old gods move forward to do battle with the brave but doomed Jedi, another group confronts them, led by Hul Rapung, the redeemed shamed one's brother. Out of respect for Vua's memory, he says, the Jedi should be allowed to go free. They saved one of the warriors' own number from shame and dishonor. Do they not then deserve to live? No, say the ones who cling to the old ways. The Jedi are infidels, they defy the gods. Pointing at his brother's cooling body, Hul Rapung responds, How many of you fought with him? Who ever questioned the courage of Vua Rapung? Who ever doubted the gods loved him? A muttering rises from the ranks of warriors gathered around him, and the two factions grip their amphistaffs tightly. You will die, say those who stand before Hul Rapung. What is the point of that? A salute to the Jedi, cries Hul Rapung in defiance, striking at the air with his spitting amphistaff. A salute of blood. The two parties clash. Yuuzhan Vong fighting Yuuzhan Vong, old teachings versus the new. Amphistaffs rise and fall, whipping and snapping at Vondoon crab armor. warriors die at the hands of those they once called allies, and it is those touched by the Jedi heresy who fall, outnumbered by the followers of the old way, of Yun Yuuzhan and his servant, Supreme Overlord Shimra. Those who stood for the honor of Vua Rapung fall to the last warrior. But their sacrifice has not been in vain. When the victors turn from battling their fellows to destroy the infidels, they find that both the Jedi Anakin Solo and his companion have escaped. Ipan paused to sip from a cup of water. His audience sat in silence, caught in the events of that distant day on Yavin 4. Then the Jedi heresy should have ended there, Nomanor said. He scanned the faces of those around him. But you are all the spawn of that heresy, are you not? Ipan nodded, taking his place in the circle around the fire. It would have ended, he said, had it not been witnessed by the Shame Ones watching from the edge of the battle, by the Shapers Damutek. They spread the word, and that word continues to spread from mouth to ear among those like us. There is another way for us Shamed Ones, a way that leads to redemption. We have found a new hope, and the word for that new hope is Jedi. Ipan bowed slightly to indicate the completion of the tale. Although those gathered had probably heard the story many times over, they had sat entranced throughout the telling, as though listening to the words for the first time. There was a smattering of shoulder slapping from around the group, while a couple of others stood and moved away to perform other duties. Those remaining turned their attention to Nomanor. This was the first time he had heard the story in its entirety, and they were curious to see what his reaction would be. If he was as moved by the story as they obviously were, then he was clearly one of them. Even though he had been with them a couple of weeks now, helping them establish their new home and working around the camp as needed, he had still not been fully embraced into the fold. He had learned very quickly that trust among the Shamed Ones was more important than virtually anything else, and their sharing of the tale with him was the first indication of that trust being extended to him. The former warrior Nirit Esh was watching for his response more than anyone else, studying him closely through the thin flames from the fire that licked at the darkness. He stared back at her, unsure of how the tale had made him feel. The story was, without doubt, different from the one he had taken from his research on the Yavin 4 Shaper heresy. The order of events was wrong in places, and some words had been said by others than those they were attributed to. Even the very essence of the story had changed. This story had resonance, clearly, a resonance that even he was not immune to, and perhaps that might explain how it had spread, despite the odds. Hearing that a pro-Jedi sentiment was spreading through the ranks of the Shamed Ones on Yavin 4, Warmaster Savong La had ordered all the Shamed Ones sacrificed in order to cleanse the world of heresy, and yet somehow the story had still managed to get out. The thing that struck Nomanor most about the story was that he himself, who had studied the incident in some detail, and who had access to the recordings of the original events, had not remembered the disgraced warrior at the center of it. Rapung was just a Shamed One who'd been betrayed by his ex-lover, the Shaper who had feared he might expose her heresy to her superiors. But now she was dead, while his name continued to live in the whispers of all Shamed Ones across the galaxy. His deeds had given hope to all those like him. Vua Rapung was a legend, as were the Jedi. Somehow their passive role in Rapung's death had been transformed into a myth of hope for the Shamed Ones, if they ever knew. "I can tell that you are moved," Neri said to him. "Do you see now why we live as we do?" He nodded, understanding for the first time that it was more than simply preferring squalor to indignity. It is a powerful message. He looked over to Ipan. "How did you come to hear it?" "It was first told to me by one in my work detail on Duro," he answered, picking at the stringy meat of a partially cooked hawk-bat. Varish had heard it from his creshmate, who in turn had heard it from one of her friends shipped here from Sri-Lure. Since then I have heard it many times from many people, each time slightly different from the last. Without the animation of his storytelling to hide behind, Ipan appeared once again awkward and self-conscious. "The version I have told is but one of many." "Then how can you be sure it is the truth?" Nomanor asked. "I cannot," Ipan admitted. "I have no way of knowing whether the version I first heard, the one I have related to you, is more true than any of the others." He paused to spit a bit of gristle into the fire, glancing up to Nomanor as it sizzled in the flames. "But it is the one that feels right to me." There was a murmur of assent from those remaining. By the reddish light of the fire, Nomanor could see their unblinking eyes still filled with the scenes that Ipan had related. The misshapen, dirty, rejected band clearly wanted the story to be true. If there was hope for Vua Rapung, then there might be hope for them, too. Exactly what the hope was for, Nomanor couldn't tell. He didn't know if the shamed ones expected the Jedi to swoop in and rescue them from their pitiful lives. Perhaps they believed that by consciously mimicking the characteristics of the abominable enemy, they might somehow become worthy of their farcical force, whatever that was. "Well?" Kunra asked in a challenging voice from the far side of the circle. The disgraced warrior still didn't fully trust the group's latest addition, even though Nomanor had gone out of his way to demonstrate nothing but worthiness in the time he'd spent with them. "What do you say, Executor?" Nomanor's eyes found Nereid's. They were shining almost supernaturally bright. There was an expression of such intensity on her face that he found it almost impossible to resist. "I say thank you, Ipan, for sharing your words with me. I am honored that you think me worthy of it. I would like very much to hear more about Vua Rapung and the Jedi when we have the opportunity." Nereid smiled, her gaze still locked on his. He offered a smile in return, and realized only as he did that it was genuine. Of all the small band living in this underground camp, Nereid was the only one with a mind keen enough to interest him. In the weeks since his arrival, he had enjoyed his talks with this ex-warrior the most. Kunra, on the other hand, offered nothing more than a contemptuous grunt as he stood to leave the fireside group. As he watched him move away to the shadows, Nomanor understood that Kunra might very well be jealous of the fact that a higher-ranking male was entering the group, thus usurping his own position. If this was true, then it was stupid, although not unexpected. And perhaps, Nomanor thought, with so many gathered, now might be the best time to address the matter. "You do not want me here, do you, Kunra?" he called after the ex-warrior. "You do not believe I am worthy of having Vua Rapung's tale entrusted to me?" Kunra stopped and faced him, his body language defensive. "I merely reserve my judgment, Executor," he said, "as is my right." "Your judgment of me?" "Of you," Kunra confirmed, nodding. "I argued against you hearing the story of Vua Rapung. It is the one thing in our lives that gives us hope. Our faith that the way of the Jedi is a better one, a fairer one for all, not just those enslaved by the old gods. Sustains us when all reason tells us that we should have given up long ago. Perhaps one day, by virtue of that faith, we will have the chance to regain our self-respect and emerge from the holes in which we cower. But you, given half a chance, I am sure you would defile it in a second, if you thought it would help restore you to power." "Are you suggesting that I would betray you?" Nomanor asked. "You and all of those here who have taken me in and helped me?" The ex-warrior's muscles tensed, his scars glistening in the light. "That is exactly what I am saying, Nomanor." Nomanor stood now also, and the shamed ones closest to him took an unsteady step back. Although much older and smaller than Kunra, he couldn't back down now. To do so would be to admit that he was lying. Unfortunately, he had few other options. If he couldn't talk the ex-warrior out of a fight, and he wouldn't have lasted as long as he had in Shimra's court without being able to do that, there was always the Pellaeon bowl. Or, if he hadn't misjudged the leader of the shamed ones. She rose to her feet and stepped between the two. "I will not allow this," she said, her voice firm and deadly as an amphistaff. "It's my right to challenge him," Kunra hissed through his teeth. "I thought we had abandoned the old ways, Kunra," Nirrit said. "Now you wish to embrace them again? You cannot have it both ways." "I understand that, but—" "No buts, Kunra. Which is it to be? You are either with us or against us. And the same goes for you, Nomanor," she said, suddenly turning on him. "We are too few to fight among ourselves." Nomanor bowed his head to her, partly to hide a smile of triumph. No, he hadn't misjudged Nirrit at all. "I apologize," he said to her. He then turned to his challenger and did the same. Playing the part of peacemaker was a new experience for him, but it was no different from any other role he had played in the past. He was a good actor. "It appears to be your right to mistrust me, Kunra. Instead of fighting you, I shall do all in my power to convince you that you are mistaken in your mistrust. Is that enough to at least allow peace between us?" "For now," the warrior growled. Nirrit nodded. "Good enough," she said. "Now sit, both of you. You're making me weary just looking at you." "I think," Nomanor said, "that I might use this excuse to retire for the night. I have heard much that requires consideration, and I am not as young as our friend here." "Of course. Sleep well, Nomanor. We shall discuss the Jedi on another occasion." "I hope so." He glanced quickly at Kunra as he spoke. The ex-warrior was grumpily thoughtful, but his anger had been successfully defused by Nirrit. That was good. Nomanor didn't want to be stabbed in his sleep. Nodding good night to those still around the fire, he picked his way to the top of the ventilation shaft and descended the spiraling ramp they had built within it. The gradient wasn't steep, and the curvature was such that he completed a circle once every 30 meters or so. Within the circle of the walkway, rooms had been fashioned, 2 per level, that served as either crude quarters for the shamed ones, or storerooms for the goods they had pilfered from the surface. The way was lit by the occasional lambent nest anchored to the shiny layered surface that had been laid down by the Chukka waste processor. It felt as if he were walking down the inside of an enormous shell. He descended until he reached his room. Being the latest addition to the group, he lived in the quarters that had been most recently completed. There was still a tang in the air of the organic processes that had created the structure, and inside he had only the most rudimentary furniture, a rounded chest he had carved from a Chukka egg, and a dirt mattress. Nevertheless, it was still more comfortable than anything else he'd had since entering Yuzhantar's underworld. Nomanor waved the lights out and lay on the bed, still clothed in the ragged remains of the cloak and uniform he'd been wearing when he had arrived. He hadn't been lying when he'd said that he had much to think about. The story of Vua Rapung and the Jedi was an opportunity he had never dreamed of finding in the depths of Yuzhantar. The strange forbidden notions, passing from mouth to ear, offered him hope in the most unlikely of places. The whispers circulating through the Yuzhan Vong underground did so like an asteroid orbiting a black hole, gaining momentum with each revolution, propelled by nothing more than the need to have something to believe in. The shamed ones might have brought this whisper into existence spontaneously, with nothing to back it up, simply to satisfy their terrible need for direction, but he knew the events of the Vua Rapung story were based broadly in truth, and that made them so much stronger. The Jedi aren't necessarily abominations. They can redeem as easily as they could kill. He would never have heard such whispers from his usual vantage point, far above the forlorn creatures he currently associated with. Shimra had no idea just how close to his heart the heresy was stabbing. If Nomanor could follow the whispers to their source, If he could expose the heresy and bring to justice the person or persons responsible for spreading the word about Yavin 4, maybe then he could regain his previous standing, and perhaps be stronger than ever. Thank you, Vua Rapong, for giving me hope. Numenor smiled into the darkness as he thought about Kunra's accusation that he would sell out his fellow shamed ones and all they stood for in a second if he thought it would help him achieve his goals. The ex-warrior was right, of course, except perhaps that he wouldn't need an entire second to do it. You can't be serious, Leia. Jaina rolled her eyes as she walked in on yet another of her parents' arguments. This one, it seemed, about the mission's itinerary. They were in the Millennium Falcon's main hold, poring over charts. We have to start somewhere, her mother responded, and this seems as good a place as any. But couldn't the decision have been made based on the toss of a credit or something, rather than some obscure and anonymous message? What's going on? Jaina asked, her curiosity piqued. Someone managed to get into the Falcon's computers and leave us instructions on where to go if we want to walk into a trap, her father said hotly. Your mother has taken it as some kind of portent and has decided to make it our first port of call. Well, I'm glad to see you're not lowering the discussion by resorting to sarcasm, Leia shot back with some of her own. And I admit that it's all very suspicious, but that just makes me all the more curious to follow it up. But there's no sense to it, Han went on. I mean, are you trying to get us all killed? Leia scowled at her husband, but she ignored the remark. Of course it makes sense, Han. The Galactic Alliance has lost contact with the Kurnock cluster, and someone needs to check it out. That's exactly our brief, isn't it? So where's the problem? Where's the problem? Jaina's father leaned heavily over the map displays, his jaw tightening. We've lost contact with Galatos and Wedham because the Yevitha have taken advantage of our little distraction and are on the move again. And you want us to go barging in there with a handful of X-Wings and a rusty old frigate? There's the problem, Leia. Jaina bristled at Twin Sun Squadron being described as a handful of X-Wings, but she didn't say anything. Her parents needed to fight this one out, and it was better if she stayed out of the line of fire. Leia straightened, folding her arms in front of her. It was a clear message. She had no intentions of backing down. There are fine words coming from Han Solo, she said. And do you have any better suggestions to go with your derision, Han? Sure I have, he said, but with less self-assuredness than a moment earlier. What's happening in Corellia is still anyone's guess. And then there's the corporate sector. That's practically next door to Mon Cal, and so the Senate hardly needs to send us then, do they? Maybe, Leia, but... Han raised his hands in frustration and turned away. Anywhere but N'Zoth. Facing her husband's back, Leia's stony determination faltered. Jaina was surprised to see it, but she could understand why. The intensely xenophobic Yevitha had kidnapped and tortured her father for weeks some years back, and would have killed him had he not been rescued by Chewbacca and Chewie's son Lumpa-Warump. The last we heard, their shipyard was fully functional, Leia said, adopting a more diplomatic tone. They're extremely capable engineers. They'll fight the Yuuzhan Vong if they're not fighting them already. And then they'll turn on us, Han said, facing her again. And the Faya, if they haven't already been exterminated. Why not send someone from the Smugglers' Alliance? We need someone we can trust to do the Galactic Alliance's work, Han, not someone who will be looking for a quick profit. Han looked as though he wanted to protest this, but he knew he didn't have much of an argument on this score. Leia put her hands on her hips and sighed. Look, Han, I've discussed the security aspects with Captain Mayne, and you asked Todra before you brought it up with me? And, Leia continued, without answering the question, it's not like last time. We're not going to pick a fight with them, and if they try it with us, then we'll just leave. Han sighed now. All right, Leia, I can see how it makes sense from your point of view. It's a flashpoint, and we need to be there to make sure it doesn't spread. Perfectly understandable. But what if it's Jaina they capture this time? Or you? It won't be me, Dad, Jaina said, softly, confidently. "I'm quite capable of looking after myself." Han stared at his wife and daughter, wanting to argue, but realizing he couldn't win this one. "All right," he said after a few seconds, his eyes narrowing sternly as he pointed his finger to each of them. "But you just remember that this wasn't my idea." "I'm sure you'll be quick to remind us should something go wrong." Leia smiled, kissing her husband's cheek briefly before getting back to work. There were many details to finalize before their departure. Barely had she taken half a dozen steps from Han when the sound of boots could be heard clomping up the landing ramp and into the Falcon. "Anyone home?" a male voice called. "In here, Kent," Leia said, recognizing the Jedi's voice. Kent Hamner stooped slightly as he came into the room. "I thought I'd find you here." Seeing his somber expression, Leia stepped over to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. "What's wrong, Kent? What's happened?" "Not Kashyyyk," Han said, going pale. The Wookiee homeworld had recently been under threat by the Yuuzhan Vong. "No, not Kashyyyk, I'm pleased to say." Hamner's expression didn't look particularly pleased. "We've just heard that the Imperial Remnant is under attack. Bastion and Moonlinst have been devastated. The offensive is expected to continue toward Yaga Minor as soon as the captured territories have been secured. Subspace and holonet networks are down." He turned to Leia when she opened her mouth to interrupt, as if knowing what she was about to ask. "We have no news of survivors, I'm afraid." Leia's mouth closed in a thin line as she looked at her husband. Jade Shadow jumped right into a war zone. "They had no way of knowing," Han said. "It was just dumb luck." "All we can do," Hamner said soberly, "is hope they weren't caught in the battle. If they managed to retreat to a safe distance, then there's no reason why their mission should be endangered." Jaina closed her eyes, her mind reaching out through the Force, seeking her twin brother. The distance between them was almost incomprehensible, but they'd felt each other before, across far greater gulfs. When she called his name, she didn't receive a reply, but she did feel an echo. He was there. She opened her eyes and faced her mother. "Jason's alive," she said. Leia nodded. "Yes, and I would have felt it if anything had happened to Luke. But what about the others, and the Empire itself? If the Yuuzhan Vong had finally made a move on it, then that entire area is now unsafe. With the fleet at Bastion out of the way, they can push on into the unknown regions unchecked. From now on, no place will be safe." "Not even the Chiss," Jaina said. "We know the Vong have been harrying them from the outer edges of the galaxy. Now they'll be caught in a pincer grip." "Only if the Empire falls," Hamner said. "It's too soon to say for sure one way or the other. This might only be a preemptive strike, simply warning us against using the Imperial Remnant in some sort of rearguard action against them." "Which is precisely what we were thinking of doing," Han said with a grimace. "Preemptive doesn't necessarily mean decisive," Hamner responded. "We know the Vong are stretched thin. To mount a major attack like this must have cost them dearly elsewhere." "Perhaps we should step up our strike-and-run tactics in other areas," Leia said. "It might encourage them to withdraw the offensive." Hamner nodded. "I know Cal and Scene are doing just that. It will also help take the hysterical edge off some of the calls to step up the attack, too." "As long as we don't play into their hands." Leia nodded unhappily. "I just hate not knowing what's happened to Jade Shadow. We could help them if we knew they were in trouble." "That, in part, is why I'm here," Hamner said. "Cal sent me to make sure you wouldn't go rushing after your brother on some foolish rescue attempt. We need you where you can do the most good." "He's right, Leia," Han said, coming up behind her and taking her shoulders in both of his large hands. "Luke and Mara can look after themselves." "And Jason's no slouch either, Mom," Jaina reassured her with a broad smile. "In fact, the three of them will probably send the Yuuzhan Vong packing in a day or two." The attempt at levity seemed to work. Jaina's mother took a deep breath and let it out in a gust. "You're right, of course," she said, patting her husband's hand as he squeezed her shoulders. There's a bigger picture we need to consider. Until we know for certain that there's something wrong, we keep going as planned, to the Kurnacht cluster." "What was I thinking?" Han exclaimed. "If it's not too late to change my mind, I'd like to put in a vote for Bastion. The middle of a Yuuzhan Vong warfleet has to be better than a Yavitan cell." "The only cell there's likely to be," Leia said, with a faint smile returning to her attractive features, "is the one we put you in for disobeying orders." "Whose orders exactly?" Han said, with mock indignation. "I'm the captain of this ship, remember?" "You just keep telling yourself that, dear," Leia said. "What does that mean?" Han returned. Jaina left them to it, confident that the argument had moved from something serious to just play fighting. She envied them the ease with which they talked to each other now. Chewbacca and Anakin's deaths seemed to have cemented their relationship stronger than ever. For all their sharp-sounding words, she knew they were really on the same side. Not paying attention to where she was going, she didn't see C-3PO coming around the Falcon's corridor until it was too late. With a cry, the golden droid staggered backward, tripping over a carton of rations on the floor, and dropping the stack of Yuuzhan Vong detecting mouse droids he'd been balancing, scattering them over the deck. Startled by the impact, many of them bleeped in distress, scurrying off in all directions. C-3PO flailed helplessly in an attempt to right himself, but the droids kept getting under his feet and hands, keeping him off balance. "Oh, thank you, Mistress Jaina," he said, as she grabbed him under the arms and helped him to his feet. "Beastly things! I don't understand why Captain Solo would need so many of them." Jaina snatched at one of the agitated droids as it went past, but it managed to evade her grasp. Catching these things was harder than getting Dreewood mites from a womp rat. "Because, 3PO," she said, grabbing for another droid and failing again as it darted between her legs, "they're programmed to look out for Yuuzhan Vong. Wherever we go, we can send these droids to make sure there are no spies." This last part was called out as she lunged again, this time managing to scoop one of the mouse droids off its runners. She pressed the shutdown switch on its belly, then pushed the inanimate droid into C-3PO's arms. "Here you go." "Thank you again, Mistress Jaina, but you really shouldn't trouble yourself with this. I'm sure you must have much more important tasks to do." "No, not really," she said, sticking out a foot to head off another one. "Besides, it was my fault that you dropped them in the first place." The job was made easier when Kent Hamner pitched in to help, stopping on his way back from his meeting with her parents. His age made him less nimble than Jaina, but his longer reach easily compensated. Within minutes they handed the last of the droids to C-3PO, whose thanks, as he ambled off, were muffled with a stack of droids once again in his arms. "Thanks," Jaina said to Hamner, as 3PO disappeared around a corner. "My pleasure," he replied, dusting himself off. Then, just as she was about to continue on her way, he said, "You know, just between you and me, Cal's more worried about the Empire than he's letting on." He glanced at her wryly. "You'll let us know if you hear anything more definite from Jason, won't you?" Jaina frowned, confused by Hamner's conspiratorial tone. "Of course." Hamner hesitated for a moment, then nodded his thanks, and continued on his way to the ramp and out of the ship. Jaina was about to go and do a double check on the welds of a bank stabilizer her father had installed for the trip, when she heard footsteps coming from the common area. She paused, waiting to see if it was her parents coming to find her. 2 seconds later, though, there was the sound of her father crying out, followed by a loud metallic crash. "Oh, my!" she heard C-3PO say from down the corridor. "3PO!" her father yelled, as a handful of mouse droids scooted across the deck from around the corner. Gilad Pellaeon had seen too many people die young to feel that he was, or ever would be, too old to live. His memories came and went in flashes, as though a searchlight had briefly found them in a thick fog. His life had become a series of fragments, and he could no longer recall how the pieces fit together. There were images of his birthplace, Corellia, and Coruscant, his home during his youth, but these were swamped beneath hundreds of other memories of other worlds he had visited throughout the years, These, in turn, were buried beneath thousands of memories of the empty gulfs that separated these planets. He had spent almost a century in space, rarely setting foot on solid ground, unless circumstances absolutely demanded it. Deep inside, his heart recognized no world as his home, not even Coruscant, which at best he had endured while there, always glad to leave. No, the closest thing to home he'd ever had was the bridge of a starship, and he'd been on too many of those to feel affection for any particular vessel. Even Chimera, the star-destroyer that had served him so faithfully for so long, was, in the end, just another ship. He frowned, puzzled. The Battle of Bastion, like the rest of his life, lay in pieces in his mind. The sharpest of these pieces, the most painful, was the image of the destruction of the star-destroyer Superior, riddled with fires and craters, tumbling to its inexorable and terrible fate in the gas giant below. Chimera had been in almost as bad shape. His last intact memory was of a coral skipper coming in low and fast to ram the bridge. He recalled nothing after that. How had he survived? No matter how hard he tried, he could find no memory to quell the confusion that throbbed at his temples. There was just blackness and pain. Pellaeon's childhood memories were lost in that same blackness. He had been born before the Empire, before the anti-alien propaganda, before the fall of the Jedi, even before the birth of the child who would grow to become Darth Vader. His first military role had been with the judicial forces, which he had joined at the age of 15, having lied about his age. From the vantage point of a ship's deck, he had watched the tide rise and fall on so many politicians, and he had learned to be cynical about all of them, just as he had learned over the years to trust only in himself and his own judgments. That was how he had survived so many dramatic reversals. He was rarely the one at the front of the army, waving the sword and leading the charge. Pellaeon was the one more often than not standing back, ensuring his soldiers were well-fed, well-trained, and above all, content. He had respect for everyone under his command, and for his enemy, too. That, above all, he thought, was why he was still alive today when so many others around him had fallen. You never knew when your enemy would become your new boss. And that, ultimately, was the trouble with the Yuuzhan Vong. They didn't fit into this picture at all. He'd seen what they could do firsthand at Ithor, the forest world that had been utterly destroyed by the invader. He had argued with the Moffs that they should lend all support possible to the defense of the galaxy. They, however, had resisted the idea of fighting alongside the New Republic, and had proposed instead to huddle in their own corner of the galaxy and watch as those worlds around them crumbled and fell to the alien intruders, all the while remaining blithely confident that they were somehow immune. But that confidence, that arrogance, had been effectively shaken with Bastion. Ah, yes, Bastion. Other details emerged from the fog as the searchlight of his memory flashed across them. The first alarms, as the coral skippers and strange alien capital vessels had appeared in the system, tearing through planetary defenses as though they were made of paper. The surprise couldn't have been more total. The disorganized way the Imperial Navy had responded to the Gretchens had appalled him. After Ithor, he had done his best to ready the Empire for a Yuuzhan Vong attack, but only his star-destroyer, Chimera, had responded efficiently and effectively at short notice. His crew had done everything he could have asked of them. Pain stabbed through him, as though someone had rammed a force pike into his side. The memories fled as his insides exploded with fire, his back arched, his mouth opened wide to scream out his protest at the terrible agony flaring through him. He bucked and writhed to try to reposition himself in such a manner that the pain might stop, but nothing seemed to help, nothing, that is, except for the voice calling out to him. It wasn't necessarily what the voice said, either, just the distraction it offered. But then the pain closed in again, accompanied now by images of the Yuuzhan Vong's weapons flashing murderously around his ship, and the brilliant, almost blinding explosion of TIE fighters against the night sky. Eventually these horrific images dissolved back into the blackness, leaving just the scattered pinpoint lights of the galaxy shining against the infinite darkness of space. The sight was one he had seen many times before, and one he'd thought he could never get tired of. He had always believed the idea of a galactic empire to be slightly ludicrous, since so much of it was empty space. The planets, moons, and asteroids comprising such an empire were just handfuls of sand thrown into a vast ocean of nothingness. No emperor could rule such an ocean, no matter how many of those grains of sand he might call his own. Such vastness defied capture by any means, and yet this time he sensed a difference. The gulfs didn't seem so empty anymore. There was something he couldn't find words to describe. A web, perhaps, stretching from system to system, a halo, a current running deeper than what lay visible on the surface. A truth, maybe? Whatever it was, it made it seem as if the galaxy itself was alive. Then even that began to fade as darkness crept in at the edges of his vision, taking the pain away, along with everything else that had ever been him. Part of him fought it, as was his nature, but another part was happy to let it go. He had fought so hard and for so long against death that he had perhaps not spent enough time really living. He had no family apart from the Navy. He had no home beyond the bridge of Chimera. What was the point of living when he had nothing to live for? The darkness opened up beneath him, and he fell into it like a stone sinking into the depths of an impossibly deep sea. He could feel fluid all around him and in his lungs, and yet, strangely, he wasn't drowning. Bacta, he managed to think. They've got me in a Bacta tank. Then that voice again calling to him. Gilad Pellaeon, it said. Admiral, can you hear me? He struggled to reply, fighting the darkness that pulled him down like thick tangles of seaweed. All he could manage was a single choked syllable. Is that you, Admiral? Can you talk to me? I'm here. With every word, the darkness receded just a little bit more, and as it ebbed, the pain returned. It hurts. I know, said the voice. Where? He wanted to ask where he was, but it didn't seem as appropriate as, are you? I have installed a neural shunt into your inner ear, the voice explained. My voice is coming to you directly through your auditory nerve. Please forgive the intrusion, but we had to take drastic steps to keep you alive. Who are you? My name is Tekli, Admiral. I am a healer. Agony ripped through him like a solar flare, burning every nerve fiber to cinders, or so it felt. Are you healing me? He gasped. Or killing me? The pain is unavoidable. The only way to avoid it now would be for you to die. But you must stay with your body, no matter what it's telling you. I can't. Yes, you can, Admiral. We need you. If you die now, many others will follow. I'm not about to let that happen. He wasn't used to being spoken to that way, as though by an insistent schoolteacher. You're not. I'm sorry. There are times when we all must endure the hurt in order to survive. Yours is now. The Force requires it. Realization came to him then. The Force. This Tekli was a Jedi. But what was a Jedi doing in the Empire? And where? Another memory came to him. He had spoken to the Skywalkers in Bastion, shortly before trying to break out of the gas giant's mass shadow. He remembered that they had shown him some new tactics they believed would help in his fight against the Yuuzhan Vong. This Tekli, she must have come with them. But what was he doing here with her? Superior was destroyed. He recalled ordering the evacuation of the dying hulk as it plunged into the gas giant. How had Chimera avoided the same fate? If he had been injured and his crew had evacuated him to safety while they died, he couldn't live with himself. A good captain went down with the ship. He should be dead. You're not dead, Admiral. Tekli's voice was compassionate but firm. Like I said, I'm not going to let that happen. You and Chimera are both banged around a little, but recoverable. Just hang in there a little longer, okay? He gritted his teeth and resigned himself to living a little longer yet. After all, what choice did he have? When Jason felt some of the tension ease in the tiny Chadrafan healer, he leaned forward expectantly. "He fights with us now," she said, her soft voice barely audible over the mechanical buzzing of the droids assisting her. "He no longer works against us." "You're sure he will live?" he asked, needing something more definite before he would allow himself to feel relief. She craned her neck to look up at Jason, something approximating annoyance in her dark eyes. "Yes," she said simply, "but not if I continue to be interrupted. I need to concentrate to help him." Her head dropped, and she fell silent again to devote her attention fully to healing the Grand Admiral of the Imperial Navy. Jason felt subtle movements in the force around her. He backed away in order to avoid disrupting her concentration further. The Chadrafan were renowned for their short attention spans as it was, without his interference making matters worse. He stayed close enough to lend her a hand if needed, shoring up her relatively weak force sensitivity with his own, but he did keep to the rear of the small medical bay, just to stay out of Tekle's fur. Pellaeon had been removed from the Bacta tank and now lay on his back on the room's operating table, attended by the frigate's 2-1B medical droid, as well as Tekle. His numerous wounds stood out starkly in the harsh white light. Jason could see far more than he actually needed to know that the man before him had come extremely close to death. His hips and abdomen had been half impaled, half crushed upon a control console when Chimera's bridge had been rammed by an enemy fighter. One of his junior officers had pulled him from the wreckage and into a medical frigate with survivors of Superior. Under cover of wreckage from the dying Star Destroyer, the frigate had managed to slip away relatively unharmed, although not before a dozen TIE fighters had sacrificed themselves to ensure the Grand Admiral's escape. The commander of the shuttle who had brought him to Yaga Minor didn't doubt that it was worth it. For a while, though, it had seemed a meaningless sacrifice, for Pellaeon had very nearly died anyway. Sizing up the situation in Yaga Minor with admirable speed, the shuttle's commander had contacted Captain Yage rather than his direct superior in the Navy. Yage had ordered the shuttle to dock with Widowmaker immediately to transfer the patient. Tekle and Jason, weighed down by the healer's equipment, had stayed with the Imperial commander, while Jade Shadow withdrew to a discreet distance. As soon as Pellaeon had arrived, wrapped tightly in a life-preserving cocoon, the Chadrafan had gone to work. Jason marveled how close it had been. First, the shock of removing the aging Admiral from the cocoon had stopped his heart. Then his body had failed to respond to Bacta when they had finally gotten him into the tank. Tekle had ordered him to be removed so they could go to work directly on his more serious injuries, such as the ragged gashes and splintered bones of his abdomen and upper legs. Dripping blood and fluid, the old man on the operating table had seemed to deflate under the bright lights, losing substance with every second, until finally he began to respond to Tekle's treatment. The pilot of the shuttle who had brought the Admiral from Bastion had stayed with him throughout. A lean young man by the name of Vitor Raj, he looked exhausted and drawn. His left arm was clearly injured, but he refused to have any treatment until Pellaeon was stable, insisting that all attention be focused upon the Admiral. After a few minutes, when it was clear that Pellaeon's condition was going to continue to improve, the pilot exhaled heavily, gratefully, as if he had been holding his breath the entire time he'd been standing there. He looked over to Jason. "He told me to find you," he said. "Before he passed out the last time, he insisted I should find you, Jedi, if you had come here." Jason frowned. "Because he thought we could save him?" The man's expression became instantly pinched, as if he was offended by the very notion. "He wanted you to know that we were grateful," he said stiffly. "If anyone should bear a grudge against the Empire, it would be you, but you helped us, and he appreciated that. We all did. I wouldn't be here now if you hadn't risked your own lives to show us how to fight those—" He fell quiet, biting down on the words. The memories of the recent battle were obviously still vivid in his mind. Sensing the man's embarrassment, Jason quietly changed the subject by pointing to the arm that Raj was cradling. "You really should get that looked at," he said. Before the pilot could voice the same objections that he had earlier, Jason quickly added, "He's going to be okay, really. Tekle will take care of him." Vitor Raj nodded his appreciation. "You saved my life, as well as the life of the Admiral. I shall forever be in your debt for that." Jason wanted to say that he didn't believe in debt, that people should just do what they thought was right, regardless of obligation. But at that moment Teckley stepped back from the table and approached the two of them. "I have done all that needs to be done," she said, her thin shoulders shrugging. "The rest is up to him now, and how he responds to the Bacta." Jason watched as the medical droids maneuvered Pellaeon back into the tank. The Grand Admiral twitched as if in a dream as the powerful healing fluids went to work, then settled down into the tank's warm embrace. Convinced there was nothing more that could be done at the moment, Teckley gathered her equipment to leave. Helping her carry her tools, Jason led her from the infirmary, leaving the droid to tend to Raj. Immediately outside the medical bay they found Captain Yage, pacing back and forth in front of the doors. She came to a halt the moment the door slid open and Jason and Teckley stepped out. Her anxious gaze fell upon Jason, who nodded in response to her unvoiced question. "He'll live," he said. Like a balloon releasing its air, the tension seemed to evaporate from the captain, dissolving her concerned expression. "I didn't think it could be done," she said, dropping her stare to the Chadrafan standing silently and respectfully beside Jason. "I'm sorry for doubting you. I offer the appreciation of all my people for saving the Admiral's life." The Chadrafan bowed her head. "I did not do it alone," she said. "Your Admiral's determination to stay alive had a lot to do with it. With the will to live, anything is possible." "And Gilad Pellaeon certainly has that," Yage said. The fur around Teckley's mouth parted as she smiled at the captain. "He still has some recuperating to do," she said, "but he should be out of the Bacta tank in about 6 standard days." Yage's expression turned from relief to concern again. 6 days? That's too long." "Why?" Jason asked. "As far as the Moss know," she explained, "Gilad died in Bastion. Flennick has had time to put himself in power, assuming control of Stalwart and the rest of the fleet. I wouldn't put it beyond him to do anything to avoid having to relinquish that power now he's got it. While Gilad is weak, he is vulnerable, and we can't keep the secret of his survival to ourselves forever. Word is already spreading that one more shuttle made it out of Bastion before the battle's end. It won't be much longer before people know who was on that shuttle and where it docked." "What will happen when they find out?" She shrugged. "I don't know. That'll be up to Moff Flennick and his underlings." Her comlink bleeped. Listening to the short message, she nodded and answered that she would be there immediately. "I guess we won't have to wait long to find out. We've just received a recall order." "Can't you disobey it?" asked Jason. "If we do, then we're going to have a very good reason." "Perhaps you should let me talk to them," he said. "Maybe we can work something out." The captain stared at him for a moment in obvious discomfort and embarrassment. Jason understood exactly what she was thinking. Here was Yage, a captain of many years' experience from a diametrically opposed military force, and he was expecting her to hand over to him the explanation of why she intended to defy direct order. But he could see how tempted she was. A Jedi Knight had saved the Admiral. Perhaps another would take this difficult choice away from her. At the very least, it might absolve her of a wrong decision. Jason carefully neglected to mention that his experience with Imperials was virtually non-existent. After a few moments' consideration, she raised her voice to address the empty corridor. "I don't suppose anyone has any better ideas?" She waited a moment until the silence was as deep as it was ever going to get on an Imperial war vessel. "Well, I asked," she said, waving Jason to follow her as she moved off. "Now let's see if you can make this situation any worse for us than it already is." "Twin Suns Squadron, stand down," came the voice of Captain Mayne over Jag Fell's helmet comlink. "We have attained our orbital insertion and are go for satellite deployment. You may revert to internal command." "Copy that," he replied briskly, before switching to the squadron's internal subspace frequency. To the rest of the squadron, he said, "You heard the captain. We made it safe and sound. Let's check out the neighborhood before getting too comfy." Twin Suns' squadron peeled apart into quarters, each accelerating to cover different segments of the world below. From orbit, Galatos possessed an uninviting, boggy brown-green color, and at first glance showed little signs of advanced civilization. It didn't take long, however, before the inhabitants of Galatos, the Faya, became aware of the ships in orbit around their planet. "Unidentified vehicles," came a voice over subspace. "This is Al-Solib Manetri, City Control. Please identify yourselves and state your intentions." "This is Captain Todra Main of the Galactic Federation of Free Alliance's Navy frigate, Pride of Salonia. Our mission is a peaceful and diplomatic one. We're here to talk to Counselor Joboth." "Not so fast, Captain Main." The voice of the Faya was patient and steady. "You've only identified one ship. I count 14. "That's correct, Control. There's Pride of Salonia, Millennium Falcon, and Twin Sun Squadron." "And you command this mission, Captain?" "Only when it comes to logistical issues such as these. Otherwise I am under the orders of Leia Organa Solo." "Beneath the multitude. Leia Organa Solo?" "That's correct, Control." "Then we extend our warmest welcome to you, Captain," the Faya said effusively, "and indeed to all of her companions. And I am sure that Counselor Joboth would be delighted to speak with her once these formalities are out of the way." "What formalities, Control? We've identified ourselves and stated our intentions. What more?" "Captain, we on Galatos believe in doing things the proper way." The voice of Al-Solib Minetre, City Control, was polite but firm. "We still don't know how long you intend to stay, how many people intend descending to the surface, what the precise purpose of their visit is, where they intend to travel, and so on." There was a slight pause from Salonia. "Very well, Control," Captain Main said wearily. It had been a long journey, literally from one side of the galaxy to the other. "We'll fill you in. Where do you want us to start?" "Thank you, Captain." Jag could almost hear the prim and smug little smile in the Faya's voice over the comm unit. "First of all, can I have your exact mission designation for our records, please?" Jag mentally switched off the conversation, leaving those in charge to work out the details. He had enough to think about as it was. As that day's Twin Suns leader, he was responsible for the smooth running of the squadron on its arrival at a new system. Although he considered that he and Jaina had done a good job on short notice, small wrinkles in their procedures were still being ironed out. His clawcraft had an X-wing on each side, while two claws tailed Jaina's fighter. The same pattern was repeated with the remaining half of the squadron to ensure the components were mixed. This, they knew, would result in some initial awkwardness, but in the long run would ensure that the squadron knit together as a whole. He banked in a smooth arc, powering for the southern pole over the planet's gelatinous green pond seas. There was the occasional town and scientific outpost on some of the more firm, rockier areas, but nothing out of the ordinary that he could see. "All clear at our end, Twin Leader," came Jaina's voice over his comlink. "Thanks to how about you, 3 and 4? "Clear skies, Twin Leader." "Easy picking," added Twin Suns 4, originally from Jag's Chiss squadron. "We're not here to stir up any trouble," he reminded his pilots, "so no showing off for the locals." "From the looks of things, they could use some livening up," 7 commented dryly. Al-Solib Minetre City Control was still requesting information from Captain Main. "Do you really need to know the precise location where the Millennium Falcon intends to land?" "I'm afraid so, Captain Main. It'll save trouble in the long run, trust me. And you might also like to tell me who exactly will be comprising the landing party." The captain sighed. Jag smiled. He was normally something of a stickler for procedures, but the Faya had a tendency to take protocol to ridiculous extremes. If he'd been in Main's position right now, he would have just gone ahead and landed anyway, regardless of what Al-Solib Minetre City Control said. He doubted the consequences would have been too severe. The Faya had no planetary defenses to speak of, so what were they going to do if Captain Mayne decided to disregard their precious procedures? But then diplomacy wasn't his strong point. He was quite happy to leave that side of politics to people like Jaina's parents, although he got the distinct feeling that Han Solo would have agreed with him if pushed. Captain Mayne's bored reply filled the airwaves. Cybot Galactica, Protocol Droid C-3PO, Jedi Knight Tahiri Vela. Tahiri's name caught his ear. He switched to another channel so he could talk to Jaina without being overheard. "Did you know Tahiri was going with your parents?" "No," Jaina replied. "But it's not a problem, is it?" Jag didn't answer immediately. He knew that Tahiri was a friend of Jaina's and had been close to her brother Anakin, but that wouldn't have stopped him from expressing a suspicion had he something definite to back him up, but he didn't. There was just her breakdown at Mon Calamari, and something about her behavior. He couldn't put a finger on it, but he felt that something was just not quite right about her. "I guess not," he said eventually. He hadn't even been aware that he regarded her any differently than the other members of the mission until the day they left Mon Cal. The departure of the mission had been decidedly more low-key than that of Jade Shadow, even though Leia and Han did have official recognition as envoys of the Galactic Alliance. Chief of State Cal Omus, Supreme Commander Sin Sov, and Kent Hamner had all put in an appearance to bid them farewell, thankfully without fanfare or speeches. With the Galactic Alliance in good hands, the Millennium Falcon had ferried the pilots of Twin Sun Squadron, who were already in orbit, up to Pride of Salonia, and a brief shaking of hands was held there. Jaina embraced her parents. Jag awkwardly accepted a pat on the shoulder from Han. Captain Todramain, a tall, thin woman with a slight limp, had saluted the assembly with due respect, and that was it. Except for a glimpse of Tahiri, the Jag had stolen, as everyone moved off to their ships. She had been standing at the back of the gathering, carefully removed from the activity. She was still thin and very pale. The scars from her torture at the hands of the Yuuzhan Vong stood out vividly on her forehead, and her eyes. Jag Fell wasn't one for flights of fancy, but he also wasn't one for ignoring what his senses told him either. So when he saw the look of disgust on Tahiri's face and the intense hatred in her eyes, his hand had reached automatically for the blaster at his side. If she was to make any move whatsoever for Jaina or her family, he wanted to be ready. Had she shown any indication of attacking, he would have shot her down without hesitation. She didn't, though, and the moment had passed uneventfully. But he had still been reluctant to remove his hand from the weapon at his side. It almost seemed to Jag that she had sensed him looking at her, and her gaze had swung over to him. When their stares locked, she was suddenly herself again, and he was left feeling slightly foolish. Whatever it was he had seen in her eyes had gone, replaced with a soft and subtle uncertainty. Shoot Tahiri? What had he been thinking? She was just a sick teenager in desperate need of some rest, tagging along on the mission with lots of other tired warriors. Leia and Jaina thought she was having trouble getting over Anakin's death, that she had bottled up her grief so long and so hard that it was bursting out of her now in twisted, dark forms. When he had raised his concerns about her being on the mission, Leia had said firmly that it was just what Tahiri needed, a clear sense of direction provided by people she could trust. If something else went wrong, they would be there for her without hesitation. End of story. Jag had no reason to doubt that it was the story's end. Nevertheless, that look he had thought he'd seen on Tahiri's face stuck with him, and he found himself repeatedly thinking about it throughout the long jump to Galatos. He didn't know exactly what the Yuuzhan Vong had done to her on Yavin 4, but he did know the enemy employed biological technologies far in advance of anything the Galactic Alliance had. Was it possible that the malevolent flash he'd glimpsed in her was in some way connected to this? It was impossible to say for sure, but whatever was going on behind Tahiri's fragile facade, he was going to need more information before he could take any action, and to do that, he was going to have to keep a very close eye on her at all times. "I'm thinking of volunteering for ground duty," he told Jaina over the private line. I haven't seen much of the Galactic Alliance except from orbit. You couldn't have picked a worse place to start taking an interest, Jag, she said. It looks like someone dumped an ore hauler full of sludge from orbit. He laughed. Yeah, well, it makes a change anyway. Care to join me? Tempting, but no thanks. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather follow procedures from up here. Someone has to mind the baby, just in case the Yevita come calling. He thought he detected a mild rebuke in her voice. I'm not off to a good start, am I? He said, unwilling to give the real reason for going down to the surface. Only a few days into our arrangement, and I'm already trying to shuffle the roster around. No, that's okay, Jag. You should feel free to volunteer for these things, if that's what you really want to do. I was hoping we could jiggle the roster a little myself to make sure we got a chance to be off duty and on Salonia at the same time. A note of teasing replaced the rebuke. But if waiting around in sludge is more your idea of a good time than hanging out with me, he smiled to himself. You know that isn't the case, he said. I was just hoping we could combine the two. Her laugh was part shocked, part delighted. You've been too long in that crash couch, space boy. I'll be sure to report you to your superior officer next time I'm twin leader. The line clicked off. Satisfied that he would be able to put his name down for the landing party without arousing her suspicion or her ire, he turned his thoughts to regrouping with the rest of the squadron. Jaina was absolutely right in that respect. Whatever his suspicions were regarding Tahiri, his job, first and foremost, was to look after the squadron and ensure the external security of the mission. The well-being of Tahiri was ultimately the responsibility of the person who had invited her aboard. And if he couldn't trust Leia Organa solo, then whom could he trust? Nonetheless, he decided to volunteer, just to be sure. You're what? The red face of General Barida glowered at Jason from the Widowmaker's hologram. A Jedi Knight, sir, Jason repeated steadily. I've come to help you. Help us? The overweight general spluttered for a second. And what exactly makes you think we need your help, Jedi Knight? All I see is an overgrown boy in robes. Appearances can be deceptive, Jason said, refusing to wilt beneath the general's blustering and outrage. Barida laughed derisively. So where is this help you offer us, Jedi? Where's your support vessel? Jade Shadow has retreated to a safe distance. Jason had spoken to Uncle Luke and ensured that the rest of the mission stayed well out of sight until his gambit had paid off, or not, as the case might be. You don't have to worry about it. Don't tell me what I do or do not need to worry about, boy, Barida growled. His holographic image flickered momentarily. I don't like having unknown vessels lurking around my system. A sentiment I understand completely, General, which is why I've come to offer my help. We don't need your help, Barida said obstinately. I think you do. Jason paced around Widowmaker's cramped bridge, trying his best to radiate a sense of calm control. Inside, though, he was thinking faster than he had during any lightsaber battle. Tell me, why do you think the Yuuzhan Vong attacked Bastion? They have issued no explanation. Nor will they, probably, Jason said. Nonetheless, they must have one. No one risks resources in war without a reason. Now, I know you're not a fool, General, so I'm pretty sure you would have some idea as to their reasons. Why don't you share it with us? Barida straightened, the corner of his mouth twitching irritably. The Yuuzhan Vong attacked us in retaliation. For? Jason pressed. For Garki, Ithor, Exit-02, and for supplying information to the New Republic, specifically information on hyperspace routes to the Galactic Alliance, which enabled it to turn the tide of the battle and for the first time hurt the Yuuzhan Vong. Jason enjoyed the surprised look on Barida's face. On Widowmaker's bridge, Captain Yates raised her eyebrows. My mother negotiated that deal with the Empire, General. That's how I know about it. And I can assure you that not many other people do. There are people on our side as reluctant to deal with you as you are to deal with us. So? Britta snapped. The General made no attempt to hide his growing irritation with Jason. What are you driving at, boy? Speak plainly before I have you arrested for obstructing the Imperial war effort. It's really quite simple, General. Jason smiled as sweetly as he could. If the deal between the Empire and the Galactic Alliance was such a secret, then how do you think the Yuuzhan Vong ever learned about it? I mean, only your highest-ranking officers and my mother knew about it at the time. She passed it on to our military leaders, who employed it in our war effort. We know there's no leak at our end because the new routes worked. If the Yuuzhan Vong had infiltrated our chain of command, the information you gave us would have done us no good whatsoever. The only way, therefore, that the Yuuzhan Vong could have known that the Empire had given the Galactic Alliance information that hurt them is if the leak was at your end. Jason paused before pronouncing his conclusion. You have a spy, General. Nonsense. Britta's denial was mixed with just enough shock for Jason to realize that his reasoning had hit home. That's impossible. It's not impossible at all. Jason changed his tone to one of sympathy. He'd attacked enough. The General's defenses had been breached. It was Jason's task now to turn Britta into an ally, not to keep attacking and make him even more of an enemy. The fact is, we've had problems with infiltration ourselves, first with the Yuuzhan Vong and then with the Peace Brigade. Your staff could be riddled with alien impersonators and sympathizers, and you would never know. They have living disguises called Uglith maskers that allow them to impersonate anyone. We'll conduct security sweeps, random checks, Britta said, but Jason could tell that the man's self-assurance was flagging. All useless, I'm afraid, unless you know what it is you're looking for. Britta glared balefully at him. And you do know what to look for, I suppose? Jason nodded. My companions and I have had a great deal of experience with the Yuuzhan Vong. We don't profess to understand them, but I do feel that we are slowly coming to, and that, I believe, is the most important thing at the moment. More important than destroying them, he thought to himself, but he doubted that the General was ready for such philosophy. Be patient, he told himself, one step at a time. Let's assume I believe you, Britta said, and that I take you on your word that— You don't have to take my word, General, Jason interrupted. The evidence speaks for itself. Assuming I accept the argument, then, Britta pressed on. What next? Are you asking me to open my staff to your influence? How will I know then that I'm not trading one form of infiltration for another? I don't have to trust you, Jedi, just because you appear to be beating my enemy. I'm not asking you to do that, General. All I am doing is offering you and the Empire advice. You can take it or leave it. Just give me the opportunity to present it properly, and then you can decide what to do about it. Precisely what sort of advice are we talking about here? Jason ticked several items off on his fingers. First, we can advise you on how to detect and eliminate Yuuzhan Vong spies within your ranks. Second, we can teach your pilots new tactics that will help you fight more effectively on the front. And third, I can offer you my opinion of what you should do next. The General grumbled disdainfully. Which is? That we should leave Yaga Minor as soon as possible, Jason said. Any spies you have will already have reported to their superiors that this is where the fleet has regrouped. If your destruction is their aim, then it would be reasonable to assume that they'll attack here soon, before you have a chance to get your act together. The General grunted. Anything else? Only one other thing. We cordially invite you to join the Galactic Alliance to enable a continuation of this dialogue. We could have used your help many times over the course of the war, and I know that you can use ours now. We're not supplying anything with strings attached, General, but we do offer the hand of peace. All we ask is that you at least think about taking it in return. Jason brought his own hands behind his back as he waited for the general's reply. The holographic image of the general was motionless for a long time, long enough for Jason to wonder if the image hadn't frozen. Then Barida moved, tilting his head to one side with a grimace. "I'll get back to you," he said, before his image abruptly dissolved. Jason let out his breath in a trembling rush, for the first time realizing how damp with perspiration his palms were. "I'm not sure if that went better than expected or worse than I could have imagined." "Better," Yage said, stepping up beside him. "It's not in that fat fool's nature to negotiate or to entertain an original thought, so to get him halfway there is something of a major coup. If I know him, he'll already be on the line to Moff Flennick, who'll tell him to stop listening to such nonsense and impound us before we waste any more time. But by the time he acts on it, the situation might have changed." She looked around her bridge, her expression concerned. "It really depends on what's happened to the chain of command." "Who's filled the power vacuum, you mean?" Jason asked. Yage nodded. "Exactly. With Chimera still missing, the Moffs will assume that Pellaeon is dead, but until they know for sure either way, they won't stick their necks out. And Flennick might not make any bold moves until he's certain of how the Council will fall out. If he's got the support, he may even take the opportunity to make a move for leadership." "That wouldn't be good." "Not for you, no," Yage said, "and probably not for our chances of survival." Jason didn't say anything. It wasn't her he needed to convince. Later, when Techley and her gear were settled in one of the frigate's empty berths and the subspace channels were free, Jason commandeered a line to talk to Jade Shadow. "Do you want to come back?" Mara asked, her voice conveying the worry she felt for him and the diminutive Chadrafan. "We can slip back in system, and I'd advise against that," he said. "They're going to be looking for you, so I think you'd be better off staying where you are. And wherever it is you're hidden, don't tell me. It's probably best I don't know." "That's not your only concern, is it?" Luke said. "Well, no," he admitted with some embarrassment. "The thing is, Uncle Luke, I don't know much about Imperials, but I do know that they know you. I think they'd feel a lot more relaxed about negotiating with some young upstart than the man who brought down their emperor." "I totally agree with you, Jason," Luke said, "and I know that you'll do the job right. You seem to have a natural strength when it comes to negotiating. Your mother will be proud. Not even she was able to talk the Imperials around, and she's one of the best diplomats the New Republic has ever seen." Jason smiled at his uncle's praise. "That's kind of you," he said. "Although, to be fair to my mother, the last time she was here, the Imperials didn't have the Yuuzhan Vong snapping at their heels. Things like that tend to make people easier to persuade." "That's nothing but false modesty, Jason, and you know it," Mara said. "Be sure to keep us updated on how negotiations proceed, as well as Gillet's condition. And don't forget that you can call on us for anything, anytime. We'll be flight and fight ready around the chrono if you need us." "I hope it won't come to that. It could be hours before we hear back from Barida or Flennick, and you'll know if they decide not to talk at all and make a move on us instead. Or if the Yuuzhan Vong come." There was a small silence after Mara's words. Jason had proposed the possibility of another advance by the Yuuzhan Vong fleet simply as a bargaining chip, but the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He was less worried now about the Imperials than he was about being caught in an old frigate on the front line. Still, the kind of work he was doing certainly felt a lot more faithful to his path than wielding a lightsaber or flying an X-wing in battle. He'd originally thought the stopover in the Imperial Remnant little more than a distraction on the way to finding Zonama Sekot, but perhaps it would prove to be something much more than that. Perhaps he had found another calling where he had least expected it. But not even he thought that he could bring the Imperials around without Pellaeon behind him. Whoever filled the Admiral's place while he was unconscious would be too busy watching their back to listen to Jason, and the longer they were in that position of power, the less likely they would be to give it up. "Get well soon, old man," Jason thought, as he wrapped up the conversation with Jade Shadow and went off to find somewhere he could wait in peace. "Enjoy the quiet while you can. It may just be the calm before a terrible storm." "It's changed." The voice of Anakin's mother snapped Tahiri out of her daydream. She'd been staring out at the gelatinous oceans of Galatos as the Millennium Falcon descended rapidly through the planet's atmosphere. She dragged her eyes from the view through the cockpit viewport to where Leia sat in the Falcon's co-pilot seat next to Hans. "I'm sorry?" "Galatos," she said. "It's changed since I last saw it." Tahiri glanced again at the view. "I didn't know you'd been here." "I haven't. Borskfilia toured here briefly a while ago. He sent back some reports while I was still on the council. He didn't like it much, if I recall. Didn't get on with the locals." "I can't understand why," Han grumbled sarcastically, flicking switches with exaggerated impatience. "These people could out-talk a Toydarian trader." "It's just their way of going about things," Leia placated him. "I'm sure they'd find your ways equally as odd." "Yeah, well, at least I get things done. I'm amazed anything's changed around here, ever. They'd discuss any proposals to death before they ever started building." "Well, somehow they're getting things done," Leia said, pointing at the screens before her. "That city there isn't on any of the maps we have, or that one." Tahiri had boned up on Galatos's geography while in transit from Mon Calamari. She knew that the landscape below was inherently unstable, so the Fian cities were built to ride out seismic vibrations, shaped like flattened spheres with stabilizing spikes beneath. They floated heavily on the many organic seas dotting the surface. Tahiri wondered if people would feel the movement of the cities as they wobbled beneath them. The very idea made her feel motion sick. Hopefully, she thought, they had dampeners, like the cities on Mon Calamari. "So they've been building," Han said. "Joining the New Republic worked for them, obviously, even if it didn't teach them how to talk properly." The Falcon swooped out of the sky, guided by navigational beacons to a circular landing field at the summit of Al-Solib Minetri City. There was no evidence of any other starships, but there were a number of aircraft. Ground transport had been made difficult by the instability of the planet's crust. This had held back the development of the Faya until they had stumbled on balloons almost 2 centuries earlier. Now enormous Vertbo airships regularly carried livestock and other material goods across the shattered wastelands, between the oases floating on the seas, while the Faya themselves took to speeders and suborbital shuttles. The sky was a maze of contrails near a busy town, punctuated by the enormous blimps, lazy dots drifting across a vibrant blue. A celebration had gathered to greet the Falcon when it touched down. A band struck up when the engine noise died away and the landing ramp was extended. The music was strange to Tahiri's ears, a mixture of high-pitched whistles and hollow drones, but it gave the scene a festive air as she followed Anakin's parents down the ramp. Leia's Nogri bodyguards followed at a discreet distance, carefully eyeing the gathering for any activity that might be considered a danger to the princess. Not far away, Jagfel's clawcraft had also touched down. Al-Solib Minetri City Control had accepted his addition to the landing party, but only after confirming the details at length with Captain Mayne, for whom Tahiri couldn't help but feel sorry. Watched curiously by the crowd, the Chiss-trained pilot strode confidently to join the other humans at the center of the crowd of short, long-featured, web-footed Faya. "Welcome to Galatos," one of the Faya cried, moving forward and waving its long arms in apparent agitation. Although not much larger than an Ewok, the alien's gesticulating startled Tahiri, making her take a cautious step back. Then she realized that the gestures were only meant to convey excitement and delight. "I am Primate Persia." The Faya's voice was high-pitched, but musical rather than irritating. She spoke loudly, to be heard over the muted squeaks of the other Faya around them. "On behalf of Councillor Jobath, I'd like to welcome you to Galatos, Leia Organa Solo, Han Solo, Tahiri Vela, Jagged Fell, and Protocol Droid C-3PO. It is an unexpected honor and a privilege for us all." Leia smiled and bowed courteously. "Councillor Jobath could not attend?" "Unfortunately, no," the Faya said, her eyes looking somehow even more melancholy than they already were. "He had a pressing engagement in Galphion Depressy City. But he promises to be here as soon as physically possible, and wishes me to convey his warmest and most respectful greetings, and hopes that your stay will be an enjoyable and fruitful one. We have made our finest diplomatic facilities available to you, and will strive to fulfill your every request. Please don't hesitate to ask for anything you require or desire at any point in your stay, day or night. Either myself or my assistant, Thrum, will be only too happy to accommodate you." With one of her small, web-fingered hands, the Faya waved them to follow her, as she led them from their ships, waddling away on her wide, bell-shaped legs. A path opened up for them through a disconcertingly ecstatic crowd. The Faya were a small, inoffensive people whose wild arm gesticulations belied their otherwise placid nature. As Primate Persia kept up a steady stream of detailed instructions on how she or her assistant could be contacted over the next 2 days, Tahiri felt herself begin to lose track of the words. All meaning seemed to fade from them, as the rising and falling of Persia's voice became notes of a complicated melody. Tahiri doubted that she was missing much by hearing only one word in 3. Persia led them into an ornate turbo-lift. C-3PO bumped into Tahiri's back as the door slid shut. "Forgive me, Mistress Tahiri," the golden droid said. "This sort of fuss is all a bit overwhelming for the likes of a protocol droid like myself." "That's okay, 3PO," she whispered back, so as not to interrupt the steady flow of Primate Persia's ongoing speech, which had now moved on to express the Faya's joy at having such visitors on their usually unnoticed world, especially in such times of trouble and hardship that the galaxy was seeing. "I never thought I'd meet someone who talked as much as you, either." She knew the components of C-3PO's face never changed, but by the way he tilted his head at this comment, Tahiri could tell that he hadn't really understood her little joke. The diplomatic quarters in Al-Solib Minetri City were expansive and well-appointed. For all their isolation and other drawbacks, the Faya didn't skimp when it came to fittings and hospitality. Tahiri's room was decorated with white bone-like panels ornately carved in the likeness of local life forms. The images were peculiar-looking, as befitted their environment, but stunningly crafted. The furniture was fashioned from a local broad-grained wood, with some of the items so seamless that they looked as if they'd been grown that way, rather than artfully cobbled together from various pieces. All in all, the room was both comfortable and luxurious, even if the bed was a little too short for her legs. After checking out their quarters, the visitors reconvened in the anteroom at the heart of the diplomatic residence. Primate Persia had left them alone for the time being, graciously accepting their pleas to relax and unwind for a while, although not before reiterating her instructions again in meticulous detail on how to ask for anything at all they might require. "I'll just be glad when we're off this rock," Anakin's father was saying when Tahiri walked in. He looked more flustered than Tahiri had ever seen him. She wasn't sure if it was because of the Faya, or their proximity to the Kurnocht cluster, or perhaps it was a little of both. "Don't tell me," Leia said with a half-smile. "You're getting a bad feeling about this place, right?" He shot her a dirty look before turning beseechingly to Jag Fell. "Please tell me there's a reason we shouldn't stay, Jag. Please, anything." "Sorry," said the tall, handsome pilot. Can't help you, I'm afraid. Shrugging off his backpack containing equipment he'd brought with him and placing it on the table in the middle of the room, Jag turned to Leia and said, I've patched us into the planetary comm network and have opened a link to Salonia. I think we're safe in assuming that our encryption is light years ahead of what these guys have here. And the rooms? Leia asked. Bugged, of course, he said. But it's okay, I've jammed them. We're clean. Jag glanced at Tahiri when he said that, then quickly looked away. We should be safe here now. You wouldn't think these people would have a need for listening devices, Han said. They're so busy talking all the time. Leia ignored his griping. The Fire are all right, she said. Actually, it makes a nice change from people who don't talk enough. But then that's not to say that I'm entirely happy with what I see here, either. She fixed her husband with a sober stare. I'm getting a bad feeling about all of this, although I hate to say it. About what? Tahiri asked. Leia paused as if reaching out into the Force for an answer. I'm not sure, she said shortly, shaking her head. Everyone seems happy enough to see us, and Galatos is obviously a fairly peaceful place, but it's almost too peaceful, right? Han offered. Maybe, Leia said. And there's still the question of the communications blackout. Jag, will you contact Captain Mayne and ask her to try to patch into the planetary transceiver? Galatos had one when it joined the New Republic. If it doesn't anymore, I want to know what happened to it. Failing that, have her attempt to contact the nearest intersector network and see if she can get a message to Mon Calamari directly. We might be able to fix the problem locally if it's just a technical hitch, and move on elsewhere without wasting too much time. I'll second that, Han muttered. In the meantime, Tahiri and I are going for a walk. C-3PO instantly shuffled forward, only to be stopped by Leia putting a hand to his metal chest. Alone, 3PO, she said. I do not think that this is advisable, Mistress Leia, 3PO squawked in protest. For just the two of you to be out there alone. Someone has to talk to our hosts, she cut in gently but firmly. Otherwise we shall appear rude. When he started to voice his objections again, Leia said, I appreciate your concerns, 3PO, but they're not necessary. We'll be fine. And besides, Han and Jag will need you to talk to the planetary transceiver. That's if they can get it online. But, Mistress, I really must— The princess will be safe, rumbled Cockmane, one of the Nogri bodyguards who escorted Leia everywhere she went. See? Leia said, not just to C-3PO, but also to Han, who was looking as dubious about his wife's plan as the droid sounded. And anyway, I'll have Tahiri with me to keep an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. The princess winked at her. That's if the conversation doesn't put her to sleep, of course. Warmed by Leia's trust in her, Tahiri smiled. I'll try extra hard to stay awake. Just be careful, Jag said, and call us if you need any assistance, okay? Stop worrying, Tahiri insisted, thinking, why does he keep looking at me like that? It was difficult, she found, to regain self-confidence when those around seemed to have their own doubts about her. You just concentrate on the housekeeping while we get on with the serious work. She and Leia left the anteroom with the Nogri in tow, startling the small contingent of Faya who were huddled together outside in the hallway, whispering animatedly among one another. Oh, Princess Leia! Exclaimed a relatively broad-faced Faya with orange robes and pointy elbows. They all took a step back as Leia stepped out into the hall. You surprised us. I am Assistant Primate Thrum. I was discussing a matter of some minor importance with the diplomatic staff here. I apologize if we disturb you in any way. Not at all, Leia said, stopping directly in front of Thrum. May I ask the nature of the matter you were discussing? It is nothing, Thrum said, glancing awkwardly to the other Faya around him. It is just that there appears to be an electrical fault in the quarters we have given you, and we must regretfully ask, put in one of the others, leaning in close to Thrum. Regretfully ask, Thrum corrected himself, that you consider moving. We have noticed no such faults, Leia said imperiously. My husband is sleeping. When he wakes, though, I shall have him look more closely. Until then, I'd appreciate if he were left in peace. He is extremely tired after our long journey." "Ah, yes, of course, Princess, of course." Thrum bowed low, sweeping his spindly arms in undulating movements that Tahiri suspected were meant to indicate abasement. "We would never dream of disturbing the great Han Solo during a rare moment of rest." Tahiri hid a smile. She had no doubt that the minor electrical fault they were talking about lay in the listening bugs that Jag had jammed. It must have frustrated the Fire no end that the only way they would find out what Leia and her entourage wanted was by good old-fashioned questions and answers. "Thank you," Leia said, casting a brief and conspiratorial smile in Tahiri's direction. "I know he will appreciate that. For now, though, I was hoping that if it wasn't inconvenient, perhaps my friend and I could have a tour of your city." Thrum straightened almost with a snap, his face beaming with pride. "Of course, Princess. We would like nothing more than to show off our magnificent home." He snapped his fingers twice, and his fellow conspirators quickly scattered. "I shall arrange immediately for someone to notify Counselor." "That will take time," Leia said, sweeping forward and forcing the fussing Fire to half-run just to keep up. "And I'm really not in the mood for waiting. Like I said, it's been a long journey, and I need to stretch my legs. Why don't you just take me around, Assistant Primate Thrum? It will make things so much easier." He nervously followed along, clearly agitated. "But what of Counselor Joboth and Primate Persia?" he babbled. "I shall need to inform them." "I'm sure they can catch up in their own time," Leia went on, not even slowing her pace. "You know, they say that travel broadens the mind, and after a few days cooped up in an old freighter, I can assure you that mine is in some serious need of broadening. Now," she said, turning a corner at random, "what do we have down here? I don't think we came this way before. I must say I like the architecture, simple yet elegant. Are these corridors deliberately reminiscent of the old Republic style, or did that come about purely—" And so it went on, with Leia rarely giving the Fire a chance to speak, or indeed to protest that he simply didn't have time to escort them at the moment. Tahiri let herself fall behind, enjoying the sight of Assistant Primate Thrum trying to get a word in edgewise. Glancing over the Fire's flat head, the princess caught her eye and indicated for Tahiri to take another corridor. Tahiri hesitated, then inconspicuously slipped away, her bare feet padding silently along the stone floor. She felt slightly guilty going off on her own in this manner, and nervous. As Leia's voice slowly faded, Tahiri put her hand on the lightsaber at her hip and attuned her senses to the world around her. The diplomatic quarter of the city was extremely quiet, and for the most part deserted. This didn't overly surprise her, though. Galatos wouldn't receive many visitors, despite the mineral wealth of its soils, so she imagined that this section of the city was probably empty most of the time. Borskfilia's dismissal of Galatos many years ago had led to an avoidance of the place by New Republic officialdom. No other counselors had visited the planet, and following the Yevithan crisis, it seemed that Galatos had, for all intents and purposes, fallen off the map. It was odd, then, Tahiri thought, that the Fire had invested so much money in opulent quarters for guests who never came. And it wasn't just that the buildings and rooms were well maintained, it was more that they were actually brand new. Why would they build them now, Tahiri wondered, in the middle of a war? Assuming she was being watched, Tahiri resisted her urge to break into some of the other guest rooms. She suspected that someone recently had stayed in the newly built quarters, and she would have loved for the chance to find out exactly who that had been. It was only a gut instinct, but she had learned to pay attention to her gut feelings, especially those originating in the Force. As this one seemed to, someone had been here, she was sure of it. If not within the last few days, then certainly within the last month or two. Perhaps on her way back, she decided, When she had scoped out the rest of the place, and getting caught wouldn't be so much of a problem, she would chance taking a closer look. Following her instincts, she wove her way through numerous corridors until she reached a guard station separating the rest of the city from the diplomats' quarters. 2 guards were busy discussing the details of a recent regulation change. They didn't seem to have been alerted to her presence. She gently reached out with the force and encouraged them to leave their post for a moment, chasing a suspicion that they had perhaps seen someone lurking around a corner. While they were gone, she walked through their post as nonchalantly as she could. The city outside the security perimeter was noisier than the guests section. The corridors were plainer here, but had numerous skylights or light tubes, allowing natural daylight to filter throughout. She noticed species other than the Faya about the place, too, a couple of mournful Gran and a group of Celestins chattering among themselves. She presumed this area of the city contained government offices of some kind, since most of the Faya she passed wore similar clothes, not uniforms, but more the conservative kind of garb one might find in an office anywhere. They noticed her, too, but did nothing to stop her. In fact, some even went out of their way to avoid her, almost as if alarmed to see her walking these corridors. This troubled her as much as the newness of the diplomatic quarters. Why should they be so frightened of her? Perhaps it wasn't of her as such, she thought, but of a human loose in the city. But still, what had they seen to encourage such ill-feeling? A Yevitha she could understand, but Gran and Celestins? Tahiri set aside the thought for now. She would address it later with the others in the security of their quarters. For now she concentrated on looking both lost and curious, choosing routes with the least pedestrian traffic, and constantly checking over her shoulder for a sign of the guards she felt sure would by now be coming after her. Her comlink bleeped. Without breaking stride, she raised her wrist and said, "Hello." "This is Leia. Where are you, Tahiri?" Assistant Primate Thrum pointed out that we seem to have lost you. To be honest, I hadn't noticed. I was so wrapped up in the tour. Tahiri smiled to herself. "Sorry," she said, playing along with the charade. "I should have called you before now. I went to go back to my room to get something and must have taken a wrong turn along the way." "Would you like us to send someone to fetch you?" "No, that's all right. I can find my way back." "Are you sure?" Tahiri could hear Thrum babbling something behind Leia's words, but couldn't quite make it out. "I'll call you if I can't retrace my steps. Until then, I'm sure I'll be perfectly safe." There was no good argument to that. It wasn't as if she was out on the streets where a criminal element might threaten her. She was inside a government building populated by clerks, and Thrum could hardly insist that she return because they were nervous about her. "That's fine, Tahiri," Leia said. "Come back when you're ready. Have fun while you're young, that's what I say. And I'm sure Assistant Primate Thrum would agree." The line went dead. Tahiri smiled even wider, imagining the frustration Thrum must have been feeling in the face of Leia's incessant chattering. The thought of the talkative locals brought something home to her then. The Faya around here were conversing with none of the driven intensity of Primate Persia or her assistant. They were discussing the everyday occurrences of their lives in some detail, yes, but nothing more than that. She couldn't help wonder if the endless chattering of the Faya she had been formally introduced to was the nervous prattle of someone hoping to avoid awkward questions. She continued through the building for a while longer before coming to the realization that she wasn't about to learn anything new this way. The corridors were remarkable, only in that they all appeared almost exactly the same, and the only doors she found to be open led to nothing more interesting than storerooms or offices, often occupied by gossiping bureaucrats, because she didn't know what exactly to look for beyond anything that might explain the communications blackout to Galatos. She didn't have any clear objectives, and besides which, after an hour or more, she was starting to get a little bored with the game. Deciding to make her way back to the others, she found a turbo-lift and dropped 10 floors. She walked around briefly before going back up the same shaft to the floor she had started on. Then, figuring that if she had any pursuers on her tail, this would set them back a little, she wound her way back to the security post she had snuck through earlier. The same guards were there when she returned, both looking tremendously relieved to see her. "Mistress Vela, you have returned." "Please forgive our lack of courtesy when you came by earlier," said one, approaching her. "It was remiss of us not to be here to give you directions." "It's really nothing," she said breezily. "I had a nice stroll." "Please allow me to escort you back to your rooms," he said obsequiously. "We would hate for you to become lost again." "That won't be necessary," Tahiri said with a small wave of her hand. "I can find my own way back." "I'm sure that won't be necessary," the second guard said, stepping up beside the first. Her partner nodded. "She can find her own way back," he said, and gestured her through without another word. In fact, Tahiri did know her way back to her rooms, but that wasn't where she was heading. She was letting her instincts, not her head, guide her again. Someone else had stayed in these rooms. She was more convinced of this now than she had been before. She half closed her eyes to shut out the distraction of her physical senses, walking where her feelings led her, reaching out with the force to make sense of her suspicions. Whoever it was who had been the Faya's guest, she could feel their echoes and shadows all around her, in the walls, the carpets, the gilt-edged cornices, the carvings. She moved along the corridors, the feelings becoming stronger with each step she took, finally reaching their peak when she turned into one long passage leading to a wide viewport. The viewport itself looked directly out into the clear skies of Galatos, the sunlight through the decorative and colored glass casting rainbow hues across the numerous doors that lined the passage. She stepped uneasily forward, her hands reaching out to touch each door in turn as she passed. They all seemed devoid of anything out of the ordinary, and yet the corridor rang with an odd, discordant resonance. The feeling was so strong now, in fact, it was almost tangible. Someone— She stopped abruptly. Her entire body tingled as her fingertips came into contact with the door at the far end of the corridor. She wasn't normally able to sense individuals so strongly, particularly in the ambience of an unfamiliar world, so what made this one so special? Why was her stomach churning at the thought of opening this door? What exactly was it in these echoes that disturbed her so intensely? "You are being foolish," she chided herself. "You are a Jedi Knight, and that is an empty room. There's nothing in there to be frightened of but fear itself." The door slid open when she touched the keypad. Nothing to hide, it would seem, or else the door would have been locked. But the mysterious presence hit her like a wave of stale air, making her flinch. Somewhere in the distance, she thought she heard voices calling her. So, despite her apprehensions, she stepped into the room. Her movements were slow and awkward, as though she were trying to take strides in a Mimban swamp. As expected, the room was unoccupied. It was far from being empty, though. The feelings were so strong now that her entire body felt as though it was about to explode, and such was the discomfort they were giving her, right then she would have been happy if it had. Still allowing her instincts to guide her, Tahiri stepped over to the bed, lifting the quilt covering it to look underneath. Finding nothing, she lifted the entire mattress. There, at full stretch, she could just manage to get her fingers on the tiny silver object that lay on the dusty floor. And the moment she touched it, a shock went through her that sent her reeling. She lay on the floor, clutching the object, panting to catch her breath, and fighting to hold the darkness at the back of her mind from sweeping in. This was it. This was what had been calling to her, just like the voices were calling to her now. "Mistress Vela, are you all right?" Was it a Faya who had called her name? She couldn't be sure. She was too busy trying to stay conscious. "You must come with us, please," the owner of the voice continued. "You should not be here." She felt herself actively complying with the request, even though she seemed to have no real control over her body. It was as if she were lost in a vague fog, her movements as clumsy as a puppet's. Turning, she saw 3 Faya guards at the door, one stepping in to take her arm and guide her out into the corridor. There the other 2 took position close behind her. They were speaking, but she couldn't quite make out the words, as though she were disassociated completely from her body, looking down from above on all that was happening, and it was all because of the thing in her hand. She brought the pendant up to examine it more closely. It was silver in appearance, but fashioned from a substance unfamiliar to her, and molded in the shape of a bulbous-headed, many-tentacled jellyfish, a bizarre cross between an Ungolian blob and a sarlacc, but she knew what it was. Although she'd never seen anything quite like it before, she recognized it immediately. It was an image of the Yuuzhan Vong deity Unyamka, the Slayer. A wail came bubbling up from inside her, crying out in a language she wasn't supposed to know. Uklana Visakrai. Tahiri clutched the totem to her chest as the world grayed around her and plunged her finally into black. In the week following the telling of the Ropung story, No Manor accompanied Ipan on his missions to the upper levels. Using his knowledge of security codes and resource management, he was able to appropriate many of the raw materials the Shamed Ones needed to build their new home, things they hadn't previously been able to gain access to. Slowly but surely this ragtag bunch of Shamed Ones was becoming indebted to him, living a life they would not have been able to had he not been introduced to them. He had given them the lambents that supplied them light when the bioluminescent globes failed, and the arcs that gave them warmth during those colder nights, as well as the Mereg, the biological processor that produced a significant percentage of their daily food. He had stolen the materials in good conscience, not caring how the thefts might hurt Shimra's war effort. For now, all that concerned him was engendering the trust of his new companions. And while his small contributions had helped in this, it hadn't been enough to win over everyone, especially the likes of Kunra, who remained suspicious of his motives. None of that mattered right now, though. He was on another mission with Ipan, and this time collecting equipment and gaining the Shamed One's trust was far from his mind. This time he had a different agenda. How much farther? His tone was full of irritation as he squeezed himself between two enormous conduits. Almost there. Ipan looked around to get his bearings, then headed for a small hole in one of the walls. On the other side was a ferrocrete tunnel, originally intended to give maintenance droids access to a seemingly endless stream of cables and pipes bunched overhead. The tunnel curved away slightly to the left, and had no entrances or exits other than those that had been knocked through the ferrocrete by other explorers. For all No Manor could tell, it might have circumnavigated the entire wretched planet. They came across the corroded remains of a droid halfway along their journey. It was slumped on its side, burned out, and stripped of all its useful parts. The expression on its blackened, empty face was a hideous parody of life. No Manor kicked it over, stepping on the fragments for good measure as he passed. Soon they reached a narrow crack in the side of the tunnel, and Ipan put a knobby finger to his lips, calling for quiet. Then he slipped awkwardly but soundlessly through the crack. No Manor waited anxiously in the tunnel, fearing a trap. There was nowhere to hide in this endless, abominable place. Ipan's hand suddenly re-emerged from the crack and waved him through. "They're not here yet," he said. "We'll have to wait." No Manor followed Ipan into the sub-basement. Despite years of infiltrating the infidel societies, he still felt slightly hemmed in by the sharp edges, flat planes, and impossibly perfect corners that characterized such rooms. Nothing in nature exhibited such properties as these artificial monstrosities, or at least not simultaneously anyway. It felt as though their very design was intended to suck the life out of those who occupied them, as if in some vain attempt to fill their terrible emptiness. The room's only door was locked from the outside. If he was patient, he told himself, he would soon be safely back in the reassuring jumble of the deepest levels, where the weight of all the buildings above warped the edges, bowed the planes, and thwarted the corners sufficiently to fool the mind into thinking it might almost be natural, almost. Ipan collapsed bonelessly into a corner, appearing in the shadows to be little more than a pile of rubbish under all the rags. Finding a spot in the center of the room, where someone had unsuccessfully attempted to soften the room's harshness by planting a Vuric carpet, Numenor concentrated on breathing exercises to pass the time. He was much fitter than he had been before Evac 9. He hadn't noticed how the years of stress had racked his body until a few weeks of a solid, simple exercise regime washed it clean. His pulse was again strong, and the gash across his fingers had healed perfectly into a ragged, attractive scar. He felt younger than he had in decades. Numenor's self-imposed exile may not have advanced his return with any great speed, but physically it was doing him a world of good. The sound of scuffling from the far side of the basement's door broke his meditation. Numenor and Ipan rose to their feet together as the lock clunked. The door opened, and 3 people stepped through. The leader, a tall man with no eye sacs to speak of, stopped in front of Ipan, but stared critically over at Numenor. He held a sack in one hand, which he passed to Ipan without a word. Ipan took it. "Arn, Teles, Shunmai," he said when the door was safely shut, addressing each of the strangers in turn. "I have brought someone who wishes to learn more about the Jedi." The 3 shamed ones studied Numenor closely. It was clear they didn't recognize him. He knew their type well. They carried an air of toil with them, as though subservience was an atmosphere that could be bottled. Ipan had explained in advance that these 3 didn't belong to a rogue group, such as the one Numenor had stumbled across. Such were rare, even following the spread of the Jedi heresy. These 3 were properly employed workers operating under cover. "His name is—" Ipan started, but was stopped as Numenor stepped forward, pushing his companion aside. "I am Amorn," he said. The false name was intended ostensibly to avoid alarm over his former existence, but mainly to reduce the chances that word of his survival would reach Shimra. The tall one nodded. "I am Shunmai," he said, "Nyrit's creche brother. When she fell from grace, it was I who freed her from the priest's cells and allowed her to escape. She has told you about me?" Nyrit hadn't, but Numenor could see in the man's sad eyes a yearning for acknowledgment. He knew this sort, too. His immediate family would have been shamed along with Nyrit, and he was brave enough as a result to resist the established order in small ways, yet too cowardly to abandon it entirely. "She has told me many things," he said. "She tells me that you too follow the ways of the Jedi." This was mostly true. She had spoken of a person closer to the surface who believed in a slightly different version of the heresy. She and Numenor had had many conversations on the topic of the Jedi, but she had never once mentioned her relationship to Shunmai. He wondered if her devotion to the heresy had burned out all other concerns, perhaps even any feelings for Kunra that might once have existed. "I pay heed to what I hear," Shunmai said cautiously. "Will you tell me what that is?" One of Shunmai's companions looked nervous. "This is neither the place nor the time," she said. "We are due back in—" "You go, Teles," Shunmai said, with an edge as sharp as the room's corners. "Tell Shasim we were held up in the Yorick nursery. This is more important." He looked directly at Numenor, his narrow eyes studying the ex-executor intensely. "And this is as good a place as any." The one called Teles nodded, glancing at Numenor before hastily slipping out of the room. "Don't let us get you into any trouble," Numenor said ingratiatingly. "We won't be missed," said the shamed one Ipan had named Arn. "Things are chaotic on the surface. Whatever it is that afflicts the Duriam still causes great discomfort. There is confusion and instability. Many are joining our ranks as they are blamed for mistakes or inefficiencies caused by those higher up, and this influx makes it easier for us to slip through the cracks." Numenor listened with stunned amazement. Arn clearly suffered from a different kind of heresy, that of rebellion. He'd had no idea that such things were discussed at any level of Yuuzhan Vong society, even among the shamed ones. "Ipan has told me the story he heard on Duro," Nomanor said, swallowing his surprise. "But he tells me also that there are differences between his story and yours." Shunmai nodded. "In the version he tells, it was Mejan Quad who killed Vua Rapung, but I have heard that he survived her blow, and that he sacrificed himself directly so that the Jedi could escape. And I also heard that it was his brother who killed him. Hol Rapung was willing to consider that Mejan Quad had shamed him intentionally, but could not go so far as to accept the Jedi as allies. When Vua died, his supporters fell on Hol and killed him, and it was during this confusion that the Jedi escaped." "Even so," Nomanor said, "the message is essentially the same, is it not?" Shunmai shook his head. "There are differences there, too. The Jedi stands accused of using fire in his attack on the Yavin 4 installation. That is an abomination to the First Order. Most people who hear the story shy away from it, preferring to ignore it as an awkward detail, rather than try to examine it and thereby come to a better understanding of the Jedi's way. But understanding is the key. Anakin Solo proved himself to be more than just an infidel tool user. Later, when his crushmates were in danger, he sacrificed himself in glorious combat so that they might live. He did not shy away from death. You and I both know that these are not the actions of primitive infidels. They are adaptive strategies we can learn from." Nomanor nodded, absorbing what he'd been told. This story of Vua Rapung's death rang closer to his memories. There was no mass uprising in the records, no clash between warriors with different ideologies, as Ipan had related it, but Shunmai had not mentioned the slaughter of the shamed ones on Yavin 4 either. In the mythic sense, clearly the deaths of 1,000 shamed ones were irrelevant compared to the death of a single significant one. The fact that Nomanor had once turned down an invitation to duel with the great Anakin Solo would never be known. The executor had killed an entire squad of warriors with an infidel's blaster in order to keep that particular secret from getting out. "Where did you hear this story?" he asked. "From me," Arn said, stepping forward. The relatively youthful shamed one had narrow features that spoke of generations of shame before him, so much so, in fact, that Nomanor found it an affront to his dignity even to be in the same room as the man, let alone talk to him. "I heard it from one of us who served on Garki." "And where did they hear it?" Arn shrugged, his craggy face pinched into a frown. "I'm not sure," he said. "Why do you need to know?" Nomanor shrugged this time. "I am merely curious how there came to be two stories that differ so dramatically about the same event," he said. "It's not as if it happened that long ago. One of the stories must be partly false, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the other is entirely true. If one should be false, why not the other too?" "They overlap enough to convince me that the foundations, at least, are true," Shunmai said. "You know how quickly rumors change. Word of mouth can distort truth in a very short space of time. But that does not change the essence of the story." Nomanor nodded thoughtfully, pretending to consider the point Shunmai had made. "But which, then, is the most true? Which Jedi do I listen to? The one who uses fire, or the one who doesn't?" "You must follow your instincts," Arn said. Nomanor glanced at the shamed one, briefly and with a hint of a snarl at the corner of his mouth. It incensed him to have to associate with the likes of the man, when a few months back it would have been beneath him to even waste a thought on his kind. "I'd rather hoped to follow the story back to its source," he said, speaking directly to Shunmai. "To the one who took it off Yavin 4 in the first place, the one who saw it with his own eyes and was brave enough to repeat it." I don't have that one's name, Shunmai said. I don't know that anyone does either. He was never named in your version of the story? Nereid's brother shook his head. I'd remember if he had been. That person would be as famous as Vua Rapung. He'd also be dead, Nomanor thought to himself. Going around telling stories about heretics was one thing, but admitting who it was who disobeyed War Master Tsavong Law's direct order was another thing altogether. It could have been anyone, though. A warrior might have smuggled out a favorite slave. The shaper Nen Yim might have spoken of her experiences on Yavin 4, or someone belonging to a domain rivaling Quad might have even spread such rumors. The possibilities were numerous. Are there any other differences between the stories, then? He asked, hoping to sound more like an innocent student of the Jedi rather than someone with an ulterior motive. There's some discrepancy over when the events occurred, Arn said. Yes, I know. One version suggests that all this happened when Yavin 4 was still in the hands of the Jedi. Doesn't that bother you? Not really, Arn said. Stories do change of their own accord. I would be more suspicious if all the versions were exactly the same. Do you know of any others who tell tales like this, then? Nomanor asked. A few, Shunmai said. Everyone tells a handful of trusted friends, and each of those, in turn, tells another handful. That is the manner by which rumors spread. Not knowing who told who more than one or two reiterations ago may be frustrating, but it certainly makes things safer for all of us. That much was true, at least, Nomanor thought. Without that fact working in its favor, the Jedi myth wouldn't have filtered far enough to reach his ears. At the same time, though, not being able to trace it back would hardly work in his favor. Shimra wouldn't be happy with only half the information if Nomanor decided to divulge it. Unless the Supreme Overlord could be assured of wiping it out at its source, he would never believe that it had been completely eradicated. This would undoubtedly frustrate him, and that would make Nomanor the source of this frustration. The heresy was like disease eating away at the underside of Yuuzhan Vong culture. Beneath the surface, as he had always thought of it, beneath the warrior, shaper, and intendant castes, lay the foundations built by the workers. The efforts of the workers were sustained by the priests, who shored up any weak areas with babble that would barely hold water if one poked a single claw at it. The priests made everything possible because, without gods demanding sacrifice and servitude, what was there to stop the workers from rising up, or the warriors from turning on the weak, the intendants from stealing from anyone they felt like? It was the glue of the gods that kept not just the Yuuzhan Vong invasion on course, but the Yuuzhan Vong race as a whole together. If something were to supplant the gods, new gods or no gods at all, Nomanor suspected that Yuuzhan Vong society would fly apart like a shattered planet. There would be no center left to hold it together. It would be eaten away, decayed. He knew it was his duty to report the extent of the heresy to Shimra. To do otherwise would be to actively participate in the destruction of everything he had worked toward for decades. Yet part of him still wondered if there might not be some way he could turn all of this around to work in his favor, without bringing everything down around him. And wouldn't that be the greatest irony of all, to use his enemies, the Jedi, as the means to his own victory? Amorn? He realized that he had been too preoccupied with his thoughts to notice the conversation taking place around him. I'm sorry, he said, gritting his teeth on the false camaraderie. I was thinking of how strange it must have been for Vua Rapung to be so close to a Jedi for so long. There have been others, Arn asserted. I heard of a Jedi who allowed himself to be captured, and he couldn't be broken. Ipan nodded. I've heard of him, too, he said. His name was Worth Skidder. He seduced a Yamask with his mind, and then killed it. Nomanor said nothing, although he was certain he knew more about the incident than the shamed ones relating it to him. The Jedi, Worth Skidder, had been a prisoner on Kresh, a Yamas-carrying cluster ship destroyed at Fondor. Its commander, Kine Call, had been circumspect in reports prior to his death, but what seemed certain was that Skidder had been close to the breaking point before an attempted rescue by one of the New Republic's most daring irritants, Kip Duron's so-called dozen. One member of this group, a Jedi by the name of Ganner, managed to kill the Yamask, but he had been unable to rescue his friend. The galling thing was that, although Worth Skidder had died, it was true he had never been broken. Mejan Quad couldn't break the Jedi who was shaped, Arn said. And then there are the twins also, Shun Mai said. Both have been captured and both have escaped. Yunyamka has never been able to break them either. So you are saying that they are even more powerful than the gods? Nomanor asked. The question seemed to make Shun Mai nervous. Not necessarily, he said, but perhaps the Jedi know more about the gods than the priests do. And there it was, stated boldly, the true heresy that had the potential to bring the Yuuzhan Vong species to its knees. Once the workers stopped listening to the priests, who would fill the vacuum? The warriors? The intendants? The Jedi? The latter truly would be an abomination, Nomanor knew. He would never allow himself to be dictated to by an infidel, but he would use them to get what he wanted. Either news of the heresy could regain his favor with Shimra, or the heresy itself could destabilize the Supreme Overlord's rule. That seemed a simple enough progression. It wasn't the normal way an ambitious Yuuzhan Vong climbed the ranks, but since the latter one would normally ascend to further one's status in the Yuuzhan Vong hierarchy had effectively been kicked out from under him, he was forced to resort to other methods. It wasn't something he was particularly proud of, but it was necessary. We must return. Arn shuffled about on his feet. Nomanor wondered if Shun Mai's blatant statement of faith had unsettled him, too. I understand, Nomanor said, but I would very much like to talk to you again. The notion of truth intrigues me, and I'd like to hear as many different versions of Vua Rapung's story as possible. If you hear it from anyone else, then we shall tell you, Amorn, Shun Mai said, nodding. Ipan should take you to see Heretic, too. I've heard she is also busy spreading the message. I will, Ipan said. I know a couple of others as well. The truth is spreading. The truth is spreading, Shun Mai repeated, as though by rote. Bidding a quick farewell, the two from the surface exited via the abominably right-angled door, leaving Ipan and Nomanor alone again. His deformed companion opened the sack Shun Mai had given him and looked inside. What is it? Nomanor asked. Food, some old clothes, Ipan answered. The usual stuff. Shun Mai likes to look after his sister. Why doesn't she talk about him? Because she believes he is a traitor to the truth, Ipan said, as though the answer should have been obvious. As far as she is concerned, he should leave his unit and join her, rather than paying lip service to the old gods. Until he does this, she will not even acknowledge his existence. But she will accept his gifts, Nomanor observed wryly. Ipan laughed at this. She is not so proud that she will refuse help, he said. Survival is her priority. Changing her brother is secondary. Nomanor remembered the way Niri's eyes had glowed in the light during the telling of Ipan's story. She was a true fanatic, more dangerous to the system than any of the others. There was nothing more lethal than a trained warrior who had turned against her old leaders. He smiled to himself, confident with the beginnings of a plan that was slowly forming in his head. All he needed now was the source of the Vua Rapung rumor. Are you coming? Ipan said, breaking into his thoughts. Nomanor smiled again, wider this time. Time to go home, Ipan, he said, nodding. Ipan climbed through the fissure in the wall they had entered through earlier, leading him in the direction of the home he thought No Manor had been referring to. Jaina watched the hollow through a third time. She still couldn't believe what she was seeing, although the heavy feeling in her gut suggested that part of her was at least beginning to. The hollow came from Al-Solib Minetri City Control, piped up to Pride of Salonia on a secure line. Jaina had returned to the frigate specifically to view it, at the request of her parents, who felt she needed to see what had happened to Tahiri. It also gave her the opportunity to get her X-Wing serviced and diagnostic checks done on her craft's weapon systems while things were quiet. The hollow had been taken 2 hours before in the diplomatic quarters where her parents were staying with Jag, Tahiri, and C-3PO. It showed Tahiri being guided along a corridor by a small contingent of Fian security guards. According to the report Jaina had received from her mother, Tahiri had gone on a brief exploratory mission through the city after slipping away with Leia's assistance from the Fian escort. It seemed that she had led the guards on a merry chase before they had finally managed to track her down to one particular room where they'd found her lying on the floor in a seemingly dazed state. She had accompanied them without protest, allowing them to return her to the others in her party. From the casual manner that they carried their blasters, and from their unconcerned expressions, it was obvious that the guards were not expecting any kind of trouble whatsoever. Nevertheless, their leader appeared less than impressed by the runaround that Tahiri had given them. Jaina watched as Tahiri looked down at something she had clutched in her hand. The cam angle didn't allow a good shot of what the object was exactly, but Tahiri's reaction upon seeing it was both startling and disturbing. The girl recoiled as though struck by a blaster bolt to the forehead, her expression one of absolute horror. In an instant, too fast for the cam to follow, her ice-blue lightsaber was out and at the ready, sweeping to cover her from any attack. The security guards fell back, themselves startled, bringing their blasters up to the ready. The leader barked a warning, but Tahiri didn't seem to hear or see him. Her eyes were wide as they darted maniacally from side to side, exactly as if she was expecting an attack. Her lightsaber whipped around in a bright arc as she pirouetted to cover herself from some non-existent attack from the rear. The guards jumped back a step or two farther at this. Confused by the sudden change in the situation, Jaina could understand their fear, too. There was a look on Tahiri's face that warned of what might happen if she was provoked. The ranking security guard was marginally braver than the others, despite his own obvious apprehensions regarding Tahiri. He cautiously stepped forward and demanded she deactivate her lightsaber. If she didn't, he said, he would be forced to open fire upon her. Jaina slowed the playback at that point, watching closely as Tahiri listened to the guard's request. The girl half-turned, her expression changed to one of alarm, as though seeing the guards around her for the first time. A procession of emotions flashed across her delicate features: dismay, regret, fear, and finally despair. For a split second, Jaina even thought Tahiri might attack the leader who had approached her. Then, as though struck from behind by a stun baton, her eyes rolled back into her head and her legs folded beneath her. Her lightsaber died the instant she released it, the hand grip clattering across the floor and into a wall. Even then, with Tahiri seemingly unconscious and her weapon nowhere near her, the guards remained wary, keeping their distance, with their blasters trained on Tahiri's prostrate figure. The leader was also reluctant to approach, nervously calling for backup on his comlink. Even when they did find the courage to step up to her and prod her with their feet, Tahiri didn't respond. It was only when the reinforcements arrived that the girl finally stirred, sitting up with obvious bewilderment. But she didn't protest against the weapons being leveled at her, or resist when she was loaded aboard a hover cart and examined by a medic. A short time later she fell into what appeared to be a deep sleep, from which she couldn't be awakened. By then the others had been notified and were arriving on the scene. Jaina's mother came first, along with Aphaya, who was later identified as Assistant Primate Thrum, followed closely by Jag. "Is she hurt?" Leia asked the paramedic, leaning over Tahiri. "No," she was told. "She simply appears to have fainted." The leader of the security guards explained how Tahiri had drawn her lightsaber. When pushed on the matter of why she should do something like this, the Fian security guard replied, "That's just it. I don't think it was us she was attacking." When asked to explain, however, the guard was unable to do so. Nonetheless, Jaina knew what he meant. Even though the hollow had been taken at awkward angles that often didn't allow her to see Tahiri's face, Jaina could tell that whoever Tahiri had been fighting, it hadn't been those guards. Her lightsaber was swinging, yes, but her attention had been on something else, something unseen. What that something was, Jaina had no way of telling. Her mother, using every bit of leverage her diplomatic weight afforded her, convinced the medic guards and assistant primate that Tahiri would be better off in her own quarters, where she could be examined properly. The anxious procession had wound its way through the empty corridors of the diplomatic quarters to where Jaina's father and C-3PO were waiting. There, Leia had insisted they be left alone so that they might tend to the girl in peace and quiet. The Fiat had agreed to allow this, but clearly with reservations. Even from her position in orbit, Jaina could see that Assistant Primate Thrum was not overly convinced that this was the right thing to do. His job had been to keep an eye on the visitors. What with Tahiri's unauthorized jaunt and the jamming of the bugs in the diplomatic suites, he wasn't really having much success at it. Jaina's mother had called her as soon as they determined that Tahiri wasn't in any immediate danger, and was, as the Faya in charge of the medical droid had diagnosed, simply unconscious. Jaina's first thoughts were concerned that Tahiri's illness, whatever it was, hadn't been relieved by leaving Coruscant. Leia agreed. She had hoped that keeping her busy would be enough to clear the angst that seemed to have taken hold of her. "But perhaps I'm hoping for too much," Leia said, frowning. "It's still early." Jaina wasn't convinced it could all be put down to stress. "Whatever's going on, Mom, I don't think it's entirely in her head." "Something in the Force, you think?" "I honestly don't know. If it is, then it's something subtle that you're not picking up." She shrugged, feeling frustrated at being so far away from her sick friend. She was a long time without a master after Ikrit died. Who knows what's been going through her mind? "Luke wouldn't have made her a Jedi Knight without being certain she was all right," Leia said, but something in her expression told Jaina that her mother didn't really believe it could be dismissed so easily. Midway through the conversation, C-3PO announced that he'd managed to access a security holo showing what had happened to her before her collapse. The droid succeeded just in time. Barely had he appropriated the holo when it was snatched out from under him and secured in a domain he had no access to. The Faya were clearly becoming sensitive to the overactive curiosity of their guests. Jaina and the others watched the holo, increasingly mystified. "Tahiri looks terrified," she said over the secure link with her family. "Of what, though?" Han asked. "There's nothing there but the guards, and the most they would have done is bore her with details of procedures she should have followed." "Well, something upset her," Leia said. "Something that none of us can even see," Jaina mused, and there the matter rested. Leia insisted that the best thing for Tahiri right now was to let her sleep. She hadn't been harmed by the Faya. There was nothing out of the ordinary on any of the scans C-3PO took of her. They would have to wait until she woke up to find out exactly what had happened. "Here's another mystery," Jaina's mother said after a few moments' silence. "The Faya aren't afraid of the Yavitha anymore." "What?" Han exclaimed. "That's like standing on the Jundland wastes in high summer and not being afraid of crate dragons." "You'd think so, wouldn't you?" Leia agreed. "But that's what I was told by Thrum. When I asked him what precautions they're taking against the threat of another Yavithan attack, he said they didn't need to take precautions, as N'Zoth was no longer a problem." "Just like that?" said Han. Leia nodded. "I asked him about diplomatic ties. Thinking that maybe the Yevitha have had a change of heart about alien species, he said that they didn't exist. There's no embassy on Galatos, no negotiated peace settlement. It's like— She paused, as if unable to find the words to express her thoughts. I don't know. It's like the Yevitha simply gave up and decided to stay at home from now on. I don't believe that for a second, Han said. It'd be like them to lie low for years while secretly rebuilding and plotting their revenge. He shook his head. Mark my words, they have to be up to something. I tell you, if my home was on Galatos, I wouldn't be taking my eyes off that cluster for a second. Leia nodded again, and far above in the ship, Jaina had to agree with the suspicion. Vicious xenophobes didn't just roll over after a sound beating. They came back twice as nasty and 3 times as determined. The Yevitha were liable to come bursting out of the Cornox cluster at any time. Do you want me to take a look? She asked down the subspace link. She caught the momentary hesitation on both her parents' faces as they glanced at each other, but then, equally as fast, their expressions softened. Don't stick around to make any enemies, Han said. Just get in and get out again, understood? Don't make me have to come in there after you. Jaina smiled at this. And get back to us in one piece, Leia added. The only dissenting voice came from Jag. This is crazy, he said to her parents. You can't be seriously considering sending Jaina off into unknown territory like this. We're not sending her, Leia said. She volunteered. Besides, if the Faya are telling the truth, Han put in, then the territory is likely to be safer now than it ever was. And if they're not telling the truth? Jag asked. What's your problem, Jag? Jaina piped up frostily. Look, I don't mean to imply that you couldn't handle it, Jag said. He looked uncomfortable confronting the combined Solo family. I'm just thinking of the squadron, that's all. Who's going to run it with you gone? You, of course, she said, surprised that she should even have to point this out. It'll take me a couple of hours or more to prep for the mission. That'll give you time to get back up here and take over, won't it? I guess so, he said. There was a look of uncertainty on his face that she wasn't used to seeing. He was clearly uneasy with this whole idea. But there's something I want to do here first, if that's all right. Of course, Jaina said. He nodded, still without conviction. And you'll take some backup with you, right, Jaina? She smiled, suddenly realizing the source of his concern. He wasn't thinking about the squadron at all. He was thinking about her. He was worried about her well-being, and the fact that he cared so much for her filled her with a warm satisfaction. If it makes you feel any better, she said, then I'll take Misa and Josel along with me. She knew that would ease his mind on at least one score. They were 2 pilots from his Chiss squadron, so he knew he could trust them. Okay, so that's settled, Han put in, with a look she couldn't quite fathom. When you're ready, Jag, I'd like to go with you to check on the Falcon, to make sure she hasn't been interfered with. I doubt we've given these guys enough time to plan anything like sabotage, but we can't afford to take any chances. I'll stay here with Tahiri and 3PO, Leia said with a slight frown. Good luck, dear. And do as your father says, don't ruffle any crests, all right? If the Yevitha have softened, we could really use their help against the Yuuzhan Vong. Understood, Mom. The sight of Tahiri in the background, unconscious, pale, and vulnerable, gave Jaina a twinge of guilt for leaving. I'll be back soon. Jason reached deep inside himself, searching for the wisdom of his last teacher's words. The Force is everything, and everything is the Force, Vergere had said shortly before she died. There is no dark side. The Force is one, eternal and indivisible. You need worry about no darkness save that in your own heart. Not even the darkness of others? He wanted to ask her, as he stood listening to Moff Lennox ranting, the terrible anti-life obscenities dripping from the mouth of this self-styled savior of the Imperial Remnant was almost more than Jason could bear. Retreat? The man was growling. Retreat? I hear that word and I think of cowards. I think of cowards and I find myself reaching for my blaster." He paused to fix Jason with a baleful glare, presumably to let him know he wasn't exaggerating. "There's not one man under my command who would accept an order to retreat from me without questioning my sanity. They'd sooner relieve me of my command than follow such an order, and they'd have every right to." "Ma Flennick," Jason said as placatingly as he could, "if you'll just listen to what I have to say." Ma Flennick snorted. "And give you the opportunity to plant your thoughts in my head? I'm not stupid, boy. I'm not senile. Who do you take me for? I was hunting Elams decades before you were even born." Finding solace and strength in the memory of Verger's wisdom, Jason found an island of calm within himself and relaxed his clenched hands. The solidly built man paced the flight deck in full uniform, waiting out Jason's silence with tense energy. "Well?" he snapped after a moment. "Aren't you going to tell me that hunting intelligent life forms constitutes some violation of your weak Jedi sensibilities?" Jason shrugged philosophically. "My sensibilities are my own, sir, and I have no wish to impose them upon you." "And yet you want me to do what you tell me," the man scoffed. "Isn't that the same thing, boy?" "Not at all. I am merely explaining what, to me, would be your most prudent course of action at this moment. How you choose to respond to my opinion, of course, is entirely up to you." "But you won't like it if I ignore you, will you?" "If you ignore me, your people will be slaughtered," Jason said softly. "And no, I would not like that at all." Flennick hesitated, something approximating amusement flickering behind his keen eyes. Then he resumed his pacing, slower, each step more deliberate than the last. "You know, boy, if you were one of my officers, I would have had you shot for speaking to me the way you just did." Jason fought to maintain calm. For all the Moff's abhorrence at the idea of Jason implanting ideas in his head, he seemed to have no problem in practicing a few mind games of his own. The constant use of the word boy was no doubt intended to make Jason feel small and inadequate. It was lame at best, and served only to further Jason's frustration. "Ma Flennick," he started tiredly. The Moff raised a hand to silence Jason. "I know what you're going to say," he said, "that you're not one of my officers, nor would you want to be, I imagine. But I wouldn't take you even if you wanted me to. And do you know why?" "It's not relevant, sir," Jason said, trying to maintain his tone of respect, even though all he wanted to do was grab the man by the collar of his uniform and shout at him to just listen. The man stopped pacing and turned to face him. "I have no idea why you're bothering to talk to me, boy. I'm clearly wasting your time. That's what you're thinking, isn't it?" "Actually, sir, I don't believe for a second that I'm wasting my time," Jason said. "If anything, I think you know that what I'm saying makes sense, but you're just too proud to admit it. You're desperately trying to convince yourself that I'm wrong." "Really?" The word was more of a challenge than a question. "You're no fool, sir," Jason said smoothly. "Convene the other Moffs if you want to. Tell them what I've told you and see what they have to say. I'd be particularly interested in speaking to Moff Kroll of Valk 7, since she might have access to something I'm looking for." "And what might that be?" asked Flennick. Jason smiled slightly at the suspicion that suddenly pinched the man's face. "Information, of course," he said. "Understand, sir, that our time in the Empire is limited. Our mission lies elsewhere. When we have what we need, we will be leaving." Flennick's eyes narrowed. "And you think Valk 7 would be an ideal fallback position for our fleet when we retreat from Yaga Minor?" "Actually, that's the last thing you'd want to do. Valk 7 is on the edge of the unknown regions. Fall back that far and you've already lost the Empire. No, my choice to fall back, the place you would do best to lay a trap, if you prefer, would be Borosk." The Moff was silent for a long moment. Jason knew what he was thinking, Borosk was one of several small fortified worlds guarding the edge of the Empire. The Moff would be wondering if this was part of some convoluted plot on behalf of the Galactic Alliance to gain territory from an old enemy, but Jason hoped that even Flennick would see that that was just ridiculous. If the Imperial Remnant lost such a stand, Borosk would fall to the Yuuzhan Vong, not the Galactic Alliance, and the Galactic Alliance had more important things to worry about than a small system on the edge of its territory. The continuing silence suggested that Flennick was unable, for the moment at least, to fault the plan. Pressing home his advantage, Jason went on, "Moff Flennick, if you move quickly enough, you might save Yaga Minor." This got a reaction. Yaga Minor was the Moff's personal holding. When it fell, as it surely would if the fleet stayed where it was, Flennick would have nothing, regardless of what happened to the Empire as a whole. "Explain," Flennick demanded. "The Yuuzhan Vong are stretched to the limit right now. Thanks to our hit-and-run campaigns, the forces they've assembled to knock out the Empire are badly needed elsewhere. They can't afford to commit here for too long. Knocking out your fleet quickly is their priority. Wherever it is, they'll go. Once it's destroyed, they figure they can wipe out your shipyards at their leisure." "So if we send them packing now," Flennick put in, "you're saying they won't come back?" Jason shook his head. "I can't guarantee that," he said. "But if they did come back, it certainly wouldn't be in such numbers." Flennick was pacing again. "And what makes you so sure staging a counterattack at Borosk will work?" he asked, his attention directed to the floor ahead of him. "2 reasons," Jason replied. "1, the spies infiltrating your staff will make sure their war masters know about the move. And 2, we'll teach you how to fight the Yuuzhan Vong more effectively." That pulled them off up to a complete halt, swinging his full attention around to Jason. "In exchange for what?" "Nothing, actually. My only interest is in saving lives and maintaining the stability of this region. We can haggle over information with Moff Kroll when this matter is resolved." Moff Flennick grunted. "This matter?" he echoed incredulously. "You make it sound like we're in the middle of a minor squabble over an asteroid." "Please don't take offense, sir. But from the point of view of the galaxy, that's more or less what this is. The Empire has dominion over a few thousand systems out of hundreds of thousands of millions. Yes, you have tactical significance, and no, I do not like to see lives wasted unnecessarily, but your failure to survive will make little difference in the greater scheme of things." Flennick's face filled with blood. His jowls quivered from the rage building up inside him. Jason had gotten the reaction he'd hoped for. Through the Force, he could feel the pressure rising like stresses in a neutron star. Any moment now, something would give. The question was, would he explode or implode? The answer never came. The comm on Flennick's desk buzzed, and the Moff vented his anger on it. "I told you, no interruptions," he bellowed into the comm unit. "But, sir, there's an incoming call from—" "I don't care who it's from, you fool. Get rid of them now, or so help me I'll have you ejected into space without—" He stopped short when another voice issued from the comm unit. "That's hardly the way to speak to a subordinate officer," the voice said, "especially when you're on my ship." Flennick's features went from startlingly purple to deathly white in the time it would have taken light to cross the room. "Grand Admiral," he said unbelievingly, "you're alive?" "Of course I'm alive," Pellaeon said, his voice oddly muffled but clear. "It will take more than a bunch of over-eager Yuuzhan Vong to put me out of the picture." "But—" "What's the matter, Curlin? You don't sound as overjoyed to hear my voice as I'd thought you might." "No, that's not it at all. It's just— that is, I'm—" The man stammered awkwardly for a moment, then straightened and returned his glare to Jason. "How do I know this isn't one of your mind tricks, Jedi?" It was Pellaeon who answered. "Just take a look at him, Curlin. He's as surprised about this as you are." That was true. The last thing Jason had expected was assistance from the man he had last seen unconscious in a Bacta tank, looking as though death was but a few short breaths away. It also confirmed something he had been wondering, that Pellaeon had access to more than just audio via his comlink, but was hiding his own visuals. "It's nice to hear your voice, Grand Admiral Pellaeon," Jason said with absolute honesty. "Under better circumstances, Jason Solo, I would say the same." There was the hint of a smile in the man's voice. "Thank you for your help at Bastion. I owe the Jedi my life, and I never forget my debts. You can safely assume I shall listen to your thoughts on the Yuuzhan Vong with far more interest than some of my colleagues." "It would be my pleasure to discuss them with you, sir," Jason said, mindful to keep any conceit from his tone. Even though he would be dealing with Grand Admiral Pellaeon, he still didn't want to get on Fennec's bad side. The future was full of unseen waters. It was important to leave as many means of crossing those waters open to him as possible. "Another time, perhaps," the Grand Admiral said. "I've been a little out of touch these past couple of days, and right now I have a strategic withdrawal to discuss with Moff Fennec." "We were just discussing that very thing," the Moff said, licking his lips nervously. "Were you, indeed?" Pellaeon asked. "And have you issued directives to the surviving officers?" "Well, no, but—" "Assessed possible locations for a more substantial regroup?" "Borisk was one location that came to mind," Fennec said, shooting Jason a warning look. "A good choice, Curlin. I suggest you get onto it straight away. The longer we sit here, the more stupid we'll look when the next wave arrives. Capital ships should start moving within the hour, leaving a small defense force behind. I trust I can leave the arrangements in your hands. I have business elsewhere that needs attending." Grand Admiral—" "Yes, Curlin?" "Don't you think this deserves a little more discussion?" There was a long silence. Jason maintained an expression of serene patience, while Moff Fennec looked increasingly nervous. When Pellaeon spoke again, it was in a voice with all the cold clarity of a hydrogen bath. "Understand this, Curlin. What I just gave you was an order, not an invitation. While I command the Imperial Navy, you will do as I say, regardless of whether or not you agree with those orders. Otherwise, and believe me when I say this, if I have to secede from the Empire in order to ensure this Navy's survival, then I shall do so without hesitation, and I guarantee that we won't be back to pick up the pieces of your shipyards afterward." "I understand, Grand Admiral," the Moff stammered. "Good," Pellaeon returned crisply. "But I'm not finished. This is just the beginning. You will also issue orders to allow Jade Shadow free access to this system and any system within the Empire. The Moff Council has gravely underestimated the threat of the Yuuzhan Vong against my advice one too many times, and it won't happen again. I won't let it happen again. The time has come to take what few assets we have left and ensure that nothing like this ever recurs. If we survive Borisk, the Galactic Alliance and the Jedi will be our best hope of long-term survival, and I intend to take advantage of them while the Empire still exists. Is that understood?" The large but temporarily cowed man just nodded. "The connection must be poor, Curlin, because I didn't quite catch what you said." "I understand perfectly, Grand Admiral Pellaeon." "Excellent. Now send our young friend back to Widowmaker. I want to pick his brain about the Yuuzhan Vong while I still have the opportunity to do so." Fennec didn't look at Jason as he pushed a button for the door to open. It did so with a faint hiss. Jason bowed in farewell, but the Moff turned away as though he wasn't even there. Hiding his relief to be out of the man's presence, Jason walked rapidly down to the docks, where the Lambda-class shuttle waited to take him back. Jaina took her time prepping for launch, hoping to catch Jag when he arrived. but a suspicious-looking scuff mark on the Falcon held him up on the surface, and she couldn't delay forever. As soon as she and her two wingmates were kitted up and had clearance authorization from Pride of Salonia, she launched her X-Wing and powered away from Galatos. The sight of two clawcraft shadowing her was still a little unnerving. It wasn't all that long ago that craft with similar cockpits, TIE fighters, had represented fear and hostility for those who had survived the rebellion and the tumultuous years that had followed. She was too young herself to have any first-hand memories of that time, but Jaina had heard enough stories and seen sufficient footage to have had the same instinct instilled in her. She didn't know how many times the Empire had tried to kill her parents in all, but she was sure it was in double figures at least. At the same time, though, the Clawcraft's four sweeping weapon arms resembled an X-Wing's S-foils. Sometimes she wondered if the Chiss hadn't deliberately designed their fighters to unsettle and reassure both New Republic and Empire. It was like sitting on the fence, giving the impression that they might have allegiance to either power. "Locking onto your navicomputer," Joselle said. A brisk, efficient woman from Cilia, homeworld of the Chiss. She was easy to work with. Misa was the better pilot of the two, but less reliable as far as Jaina was concerned. "Last one there's a flatline Drebin," came Misa over the comm unit. The decidedly non-Chiss phrase immediately caught Jaina's attention. "Jump late in," she replied, figuring she knew where the pilot had picked it up. The frigate accompanying the mission was staffed by Navy personnel from all across the galaxy. When Twin Suns' squadron wasn't on patrol, there was plenty of time for socializing in the mess and picking up on some of the native lingo. "Be on your guard for when we arrive," she said. "I'm bringing us in at the edge of the system, but you never know what might be waiting for us. Even if the Yavitha have embraced the idea of peaceful coexistence with their neighbors, they're not likely to welcome someone barging in through their shipping lanes." "Understood," Joselle said. "Discretion is my middle name," Misa added. "Ready, Cappy?" Jaina asked. Her R2 unit whistled cheerfully as her forward view swung around to face the bright cloud of the Cornoct cluster. "Then into the multitude we go." Stars suddenly extended into streaks of light as she and her wingmates blasted into hyperspace. From there on, it would be up to her navicomputer and R2 unit to ensure that the three vessels reached their destination safely, leaving her with nothing more to do in the cramped cockpit than sit and wait and think. Tahiri's frailty worried her more than she was prepared to admit, at least to others. Back on Mon Calamari, the girl had called her that one time, before collapsing, but since then she'd barely said a word to her when Jaina had visited her in Master Silgal's infirmary. Tahiri had been glad to see her, there was no question about that, but she had been uneasy and troubled at the same time, and maybe even a little embarrassed. Tahiri had always been so fiery and independent, defying conventional sensibilities in numerous ways, from insisting on bare feet to disobeying direct orders. Showing off for Anakin had been part of the latter, Jaina was sure, but if the impulse hadn't been there in the first place, then her little brother would never have had such a willing sidekick. No, Jaina thought, not sidekick. She really had to dispel the image of Anakin and Tahiri as perfectly matched pals getting into harmless scrapes. Those scrapes they'd been involved in could hardly be regarded as harmless. If anything, some of them, such as their adventure with Corran Horn at Yogg-Dul, had been outright dangerous, and their last one together had been fatal, culminating in Anakin's death. No, Anakin and Tahiri had definitely been more than just kids, and their relationship had been advancing toward something more than just friends near the end, too. The grief that Tahiri had been suffering was not for the loss of a friend, but for the loss of a loved one. Even if that love never had a chance to fully blossom, it didn't diminish Tahiri's pain. The potential for a relationship had been there, and it was for this that Tahiri grieved. A love not fully realized. Jaina imagined that the grief Tahiri suffered was on a par with her own, but at least she had the benefit of being able to focus her grief on what had been lost, Tahiri's grief was for something that could never be. It was, and might forever be, completely intangible. Jaina wondered if her mother's decision to invite Tahiri along on the mission had been entirely sensible. Yes, the girl would do better kept busy rather than lying around in an infirmary, alone and dwelling on her grief. But was being surrounded by the Solo family the right thing for her? If Jag died, Jaina was certain she wouldn't want to be stuck in the company of General Baron Soontir Fel and Sial Antilles for too long. They would only serve as reminders of what she'd lost. The image of Tahiri unconscious on Galatos, as pale and thin as she'd been on Mon Calamari, made Jaina's heart ache. After several awkward visits to the infirmary and a number of silences during the mission so far, Jaina still had no idea what it was Tahiri had wanted when she'd called her that day after Uncle Luke's meeting of the Jedi. To say she was sorry? To blame Jaina for letting Anakin die? She didn't know. The black tide of grief made people do crazy things. She knew that firsthand, and so did her parents, but if there was anything she could do to make life easier for Tahiri, she would do it in an instant. The problem was that she doubted even Tahiri herself knew what that might be. All they could do was hope that they could work it out before something else happened. Too many hours, 2 system checks, a detailed scan of her R2's files regarding the N'Zoth system, and a half-hearted attempt to learn some words in the fiendishly difficult Chiss native tongue. Later, her navicomputer bleeped to warn her that they were about to emerge from hyperspace. "Heads up," she said to her wingmates. "We're there. And remember, this is just a surveillance sweep, so don't provoke anything unless you absolutely have to. Is that clear?" "Understood, Colonel," Josel said, preparing to disengage navigational lock. "I don't know about you," Misa said, "but I'm becoming a little sluggish from all this rest we're supposed to be enjoying. I'll almost be glad if we could find something to shoot at." "I know what you mean," Jaina said, "but I don't want you using so much as a hard stare without my direct authority, Misa. Clear?" Misa chuckled. "I'll keep my hands safely in my lap." "You do that." Her R2 unit bleeped again. Jaina glanced at the translator to learn they had 5 seconds before arrival. "Okay, guys, here we go." The first thing that struck her as her X-Wing rattled back into real space was the brightness of the sky. She'd been in close clusters before, but it was easy to forget just how much of a difference it made when a large number of hot young stars clustered so closely together, especially after spending so much time at the edges of the galaxy, avoiding the Yuuzhan Vong. Because she had brought them in at the outskirts of the system, N'Zoth's primary was hidden in the radiance from the many other suns, and it took her some moments to actually locate it. Bright and blue-tinged, it burned at her with an almost forbidding glare. Her wingmates dropped out of hyperspace beside her and immediately peeled away into formation. Sensors swept the space around them. Astromech droids chattered via comlinks. Intra-system landmarks were confirmed. According to New Republic records, no one had been to N'Zoth since the Yavithan crisis 12 years earlier. Then, the Yavithan Black Fleet had been routed by New Republic forces after it attempted a genocidal cleansing of the area around the Kurnocht cluster. Jaina agreed with her father that the silence since was probably an indication of frantic retooling rather than peaceful reconsideration. This would be the first opportunity anyone had to find out one way or the other. "I'm picking up extensive mass readings," Misa said. "Judging by the uneven distribution, I'd say we have at least 3 fleets massed in orbit around Worlds 2 and 5. "Which one's N'Zoth?" Josel asked. 2, Jaina supplied. "I'm not picking up signatures consistent with old Imperial designs, but that's not unexpected. The Yavitha were quick to learn, and they would have had to start again from scratch. Why not redesign at the same time?" "No capital ships that I can see," Misa said. "Just plenty of small ones, easy pickings." Jaina didn't caution him again. She knew it was just his sense of humor. Still, she would have preferred it if he remained serious like Josel. There are no thrust ship exhaust traces either, Joselle said. Rad and IR readings are odd. After a brief pause, she added, Jaina, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Jaina studied her screen. The mass shadows were exactly where Misa had said, clumped in broad orbital corridors around the rocky second planet, and a bloated gas giant on the far side of the system. It made sense, she thought, to keep your fleets close to both home and a refueling base. You wouldn't put them all in one spot. That would be tactically unsound. Just because you weren't expecting trouble didn't mean it wouldn't come to find you. The probing triangle of ships continued their surveillance of the system. From the Yevita's point of view, she supposed they were trouble, and she didn't doubt that the xenophobes would have monitoring stations all around the system, ready to spot just such an intrusion as theirs. But where were the flashes of engine exhausts as interceptors launched? Where were the echoes of hyperspace distortions as squadrons of updated thrust ships rushed to confront them? Why was there nothing but diffuse mass and heat appearing on the scanners, nothing concentrated in any particular place? N'Zoth was radiating heat like a small sun. Not surprising for a desert world, perhaps, but why wasn't the heat concentrated around the cities? Sith spawn, she silently cursed. If her father had been here, she knew just what he would have said. We're going in closer, she said, and I have a feeling I know what we're going to find. Neither of the Chiss pilots asked her to elaborate, suggesting that perhaps they had had the same feeling. Instead, they silently slaved their clawcraft to her X-Wing as she laid in a course for N'Zoth. The hyperspace jump was mercifully short. When they arrived where the two fleets had been in orbit around the Yevithan homeworld, Jaina found the reality of the situation much worse than she had imagined. There was nothing but wreckage. Thousands of thrust ships, dozens of capital vessels, and one battle station capable of maintaining the entire lot floated in pieces around the planet below. The wreckage was still hot. It could take months for excess heat to radiate through vacuum, and it was this that had shown up on the scopes. Jaina took her small contingent on a wide parabola around the deathly silent wreckage, moving them in closer to the planet itself. She didn't need to look, but she had to. N'Zoth had been pounded from orbit, possibly by chunks torn from the wreckage of the fleet above. Lava and sulfuric clouds belched from the bottom of a score of new craters around the globe, and the atmosphere was filled with ash. Where there had once been cities, there were now only great holes in the crust. Every trace of the Yevithan civilization had been reduced to atoms. For once, Misa didn't have any smart comments. He was as quiet as the others as they swung around N'Zoth's equator. Jaina turned her sensors toward the distant gas giant, not doubting what she would find there. Someone had attacked the Yevitha, taking them unawares and totally decimating a fleet of considerable size. The Faya stood to benefit most from the destruction of the Yevitha, and it would certainly explain why they no longer seemed to care about the xenophobes in their backyard. But there was no way they could have come by this sort of firepower. No, this could have only been the work of the Yuuzhan Vong. A cold and uncomfortable feeling spread through Jaina's stomach as she thought of her parents and Jag back on Galatos, little knowing what she'd found. She reached out with the force to find her mother, but the distance was too great, and with communications down in the sector, there was no other way to warn them. She was about to order their immediate return to Galatos when Misa messaged her. Jaina, I'm picking up a transmission from that small moon we passed a moment ago. Put it on the air, she ordered. There was a pause, followed by some cold static. Jaina tried to boost the signal, but no amount of switches flicked would clean up the noise. Misa, Joselle, either of you getting anything? Nothing, Joselle replied. Likewise, Misa said. It's like they're trying to open a line, but for some reason they're not saying anything. Maybe they can't, Joselle suggested. They might be too badly injured. Jaina nodded thoughtfully to herself. It was a possibility, she supposed. Flicking her own comm unit, she said, Whoever you are, if you can hear this, click your mic twice. There was a slight delay, followed by a distinct double click. Okay, now, if you're injured, click twice again. Another delay, followed by 2 clicks. I'm picking up weak power reading from the bottom of a crater, Misa said. It's consistent with that of a small vessel. I guess he's been hiding there in the ruins of his thrust ship. He probably survived by laying low until whoever did this had passed on. Jaina considered this, but quickly dismissed it. It didn't ring true somehow. No, that's not the Yavithan way. They don't hide from fights. My guess is he crashed there and was knocked unconscious, awakening only when the battle was over. That's if he is a Yavitha, Giselle said. What else would he be? Jaina asked. You're not suggesting he might be one of the Yuuzhan Vong, are you? I don't know, but without a visual we have no way of knowing. Misa, what do you think? My gut instinct tells me it's a Yavitha, and an injured one at that. Like you said, Jaina, it's not in their nature to hide, so why else would he be down there? And it makes no sense for it to be a Vong either. Whatever caused this was a big fleet. They came in, hit hard, and moved on. What would it serve them to leave a single small ship behind? I agree, Jaina said. But I also agree with Giselle that we're going to need a visual, especially if we're to rescue the pilot. Misa's clawcraft was veering off before she could give the order. Already on my way. This shouldn't take too long. Giselle, keep an eye out for anything unusual. If we have to get out of here in a hurry, then I want plenty of warning. Understood, Colonel. Jaina watched Misa's ship shrink to a tiny speck of light shooting across the face of the moon. She felt uneasy having her wingmate so far away, even though there seemed to be no overt threat anywhere in the system right now. Or maybe she was nervous because there was no overt threat around. It was too quiet for her liking. To take her mind off everything, she opened a line with the Yavithan pilot. We're going to try to get you out of there. Do you copy? 2 clicks. Hang in there. One of my pilots is on the way down now. He'll be passing over your head in a matter of seconds. Then we'll— This time, a low, malevolent chuckle came over the comm unit, followed by a raspy, fluidy cough. Your optimism is as shallow as your compassion, said the voice, definitely Yavithan and male. You care no more for me than I do for you. Not quite the response I was expecting, Giselle muttered. Jaina ignored her wingmate. We do care. Why do you think we're trying to— Soon I shall join my people, the Yavitha continued. Soon the Yavitha shall be no more. But we shall not go down quietly. There is no reason to go down at all. Just let us— In the face of death's bright dawn, the Yavitha went on, I shall offer one final act of defiance, so that when we are talked about in times to come, they will say that the Yavitha were warriors to the end. Jaina felt a cold discomfort pulse through her. Misa, get out of there. Way ahead of you, Jaina. There is nowhere to run, the Yavitha said. The galaxy belongs only to those who had the power to destroy our once mighty race. A faint and disturbing hiss issued from the comm unit. Die with me, won't you? Misa, talk to me. Almost. A powerful flash of energy lashed out from the ball of rock. Misa's clawcraft vanished into it a split instant before reaching Jaina's X-Wing, sending her tumbling end over end, shields down and cockpit dead. You did it! Jason found himself enveloped in a hug the moment he stepped off the shuttle's boarding ramp. Taken by surprise, he automatically returned the hug before realizing who was giving it to him. The warm, petite body pressed against his, the hair, the delicate yet very female scent. I always knew you would, Danny said, pulling away slightly. But I was still worried about you. You Solos have a knack for doing things the hard way. It was Admiral Pellaeon, really, Jason protested. If he hadn't woken up when he did, I doubt I could have convinced Flennick of anything." "You're just being modest," Danny laughed, playfully punching his shoulder. "I bet Jason Solo could convince a Solonian to lie if he really wanted it to." Footsteps approaching from the docking bay's main entrance prevented him from responding to this. Danny stepped back, looking embarrassed, as Luke walked around the corner. "I thought I felt you come aboard," said Jason's uncle, dressed in his customary Jedi robes. "How long have you been here?" Jason asked both of them. He hadn't seen Jade Shadow anywhere near Widowmaker on his return flight. "Captain Yage sent a shuttle when Gillett woke up," Luke explained. "By the time Danny and I arrived, they'd used his codes to patch into the Imperial security network without being noticed, and from there eavesdropped on your conversation with Flennick. He insisted on interrupting. I hope you don't mind us doing that. It wasn't that we thought you couldn't manage on your own, Jason. It just seemed simpler this way, and a chance to prove to Flennick that the Empire's Supreme Commander is still alive." "I'm just relieved that the Admiral came out of this all right," Jason said. "Can I talk to him?" "That will be up to Techley," Danny said. "He's still recuperating in the Bacta tank. That talk with Moff Flennick tired him out, short though it was." Then, leaning in slightly toward Jason, she added, "You know, for someone normally so quiet, she certainly has a lot to say when it comes to her patients." Jason smiled. He had developed a great deal of respect for Master Silgal's apprentice. Although not strong in the Force, her knowledge of healing was extensive, and she had clearly demonstrated the ability to handle herself during recent emergencies. The three of them walked unimpeded through the corridors of Widowmaker. Luke seemed perfectly at ease, explaining as they went that Mara and Saba had stayed behind to keep an eye on events from afar. Jason had to admire his uncle's poise. Even surrounded as he was by Imperial trappings, the Jedi Master moved and talked with an air that suggested this ship could have been his own, rather than one that belonged to a once formidable enemy. They reached the medical bay and were automatically waved through by the stormtrooper guards. Inside, they found Techley studying reports on her patient's progress, while a weary-looking Captain Yage talked to him. Gillett Pellaeon looked better than when Jason had last seen him, but not as recovered from his injuries as Jason would have liked. He was still immersed in the Bacta tank and looked just as terribly thin and pale as before. He was communicating solely via attachments to his breath mask, which gave his voice the faintly muffled tone Jason had noticed while dealing with Flennick. "And what about Screed? Is he still alive?" "Admiral Screed was executed by Warlord Zinj," Yage said. "Really?" As if in thought, Pellaeon paused for the time it took a few handfuls of bubbles to float up past his body. "My memory must be going to have forgotten that. I always had a soft spot for that old hawk-bat." Yage glanced at Luke and his companions, realizing for the first time they had company. "You have visitors, sir," she said. Pellaeon opened his eyes to peer through the thick nutrient filling the tank, then closed them again. His face was distorted by the curved, transparent wall enclosing him, making it impossible to read his expression with any accuracy. "Ah, yes," he said. "Skywalker." There followed a sound like a grunt, but it could just as easily have been a short bleat of amusement. "Come to view the relic, have you?" Jason glanced at his uncle. The Jedi Master's face was calm and unruffled. He offered no response, because clearly the comment didn't deserve one. "How are things proceeding, then?" the Grand Admiral asked after a few seconds. "Mara reports that ships are moving in ways consistent with the withdrawal you ordered," Luke replied. "The jump points are filling up fast." "Good." He nodded slowly, the movement causing his body to swivel gently in the fluid. "It's nice to know that what Flennick is telling me is the truth. Nevertheless, I'll wager that he is skimming a percentage off the top to defend his holdings here." "I wouldn't take that bet," Jason said. "I don't think Flennick is going to like sitting here defenseless while the fleet abandons him." "You're probably right," Pellaeon said. "He'll be snug and safe, where the concentration of firepower is greatest. He wouldn't do anything that might risk his life. That won't stop him doing what he can to protect his investment, though." The Grand Admiral's eyes opened again, fixing directly upon Jason. "You did well back there, young Solo. But reason and common sense were never going to bring Flennick around. He understands nothing but force, and I'm not talking about the one you Jedi regard so highly either. I'm talking about the brute sort." His eyes closed once more, as if irritated by the solution. Reminding him of his insignificance, unless he joined the greater scheme of things, might have done the trick, but in the end I'd rather have him angry with me than you. I'm used to it. Jason bowed slightly, even though he was aware that Pellaeon wouldn't see the gesture. "Ma Flennick is someone whose displeasure I wouldn't wish to cultivate, Admiral," he said. "But I wouldn't lose any sleep over it either." Pellaeon laughed. "Well put, lad. As indeed was your argument back there. We really do find ourselves in a difficult place at the moment. I fear we won't have much time to practice the new maneuvers while relocating the fleet, or afterward for that matter. If what you say is true, then the Yuzhong Vong will be sure to strike when we are least able to defend ourselves. They'll want to strike hard and fast like they did in Bastion, and leave us too battered to be of any use to anyone. I doubt they'll be converting our worlds just yet. They'll come back for those when they have both the time and resources to do so." "It could be resources they're after," Danny said, "as well as neutralizing a threat." "They could get resources from anywhere," Pellaeon said. "There are millions of uninhabited chunks of rock out there just brimming with raw materials, and they wouldn't require an army to take them either." "They don't use them the way we do, Admiral," Danny explained. "They still need planets for their plantations. But that's not what I meant anyway. I was thinking of armies, coral skippers and yamasks they might need to grow from scratch, but cannon fodder is much easier to come by." There was a small silence. "You're talking about combat slaves?" Pellaeon said. "That would explain why they hit Bastion first, not Yaga Minor. If it had been me ordering the attack, I would have done it the other way around. And it also explains something else. Arian, that holo you showed me earlier, put it back up on the screen." Captain Yage tapped at the keyboard, and instantly one of the monitors displaying Pellaeon's vital signs was replaced by a patchy view of the Bastion system. The distributions of Imperial and Yuzhong Vong forces were marked with sweeping schematics containing thousands of minute details. By scrolling the diagram forward through time, Yage could show how the battle had progressed on any number of fronts, as collated from information gleaned by sensors on all the Imperial vessels. Jason noted that the map became patchier as the battle progressed. Great empty spaces appeared in the intelligence as ship after ship was destroyed, along with observational satellites and beacons. Soon it was like trying to watch stars through storm clouds. Apart from the area around the gas giant where Pellaeon had made his last stand, the rest of the system was visible only through infrequent, incomplete glimpses. When she reached the point in the analysis she was looking for, Yage froze the image and zoomed in close on one of Bastion's poles. There, designated by a ringed dot, was a single ship. "We don't know where this came from," she said. "The last survivors only caught a glimpse of it. Its vector suggests that it came in late into the battle, when the planet was all but taken. That didn't seem to make sense, since it's so big." She called up some sketchy schematics. The vessel was shaped like a flattened sphere, with 5 trailing stalks of various lengths. It was large enough to hold several of the Yuuzhan Vong carrier analogs Jason was all too familiar with. If it was a military vessel, Yates concluded, then why did they wait until the end of the battle to utilize it? But if it wasn't a military vessel, then what's it doing there at all? It has to be a slave carrier, Pellaeon said. They wiped out the fleets in orbit around Bastion, and that gave them an entire population, ripe for capture. Those who couldn't get away in time are probably already on their way to the nearest processing plant to be turned into mindless drones willing to sacrifice themselves for the War Master. I saw creatures similar to them at work on Diro. They have been used in many other places since, Luke said. In fact, I'm sure that this was the same kind of ship that Saba encountered a few months back at Barab One. Pellaeon nodded grimly. Citizens of the Empire, all people, deserve better than this. Had we known that this was what they were after? He trailed off, the thought as obviously disturbing for him as it was for everyone else in the room. You were outgunned, Admiral, Jason offered. There was nothing else you could have done. Outgunned and poorly organized, Pellaeon agreed. Wherever that ship came from, the chances are it's probably hundreds of light years away from us by now. The only thing we can think about now is how to stop it from happening again, at Borosk, or anywhere, to anyone. As far as Jag felt was concerned, very little was going right on Galatos. Counselor Jobath was still tied up somewhere on the other side of the planet. Tahiri remained unconscious, and he and C-3PO had yet to determine precisely why communications with Galatos had been disrupted. On top of that, Jaina, the one person he would have liked to have with him right now, was on her way to N'Zoth, while he was still stuck on the planet. All in all, Jag felt he'd seen better days, and been on more successful missions. Finally, after an hour pacing the common room of their diplomatic quarters, he decided that enough was enough. He had to do something. He couldn't delay rejoining Twin Sun Squadron any longer. I'm going for a walk, he said brusquely. Thrum stood in alarm from the table at which he was showing Leia plans of recent additions to the planet's infrastructure. I don't think that would... It's okay. He cut off the nervous Faya. I won't be that long, and I don't mind if I'm shadowed either. A guard, recently assigned to their door, accompanied him as he strolled through the wide, luxurious corridors, trying to remember the way to where Tahiri had collapsed. There was something about the recording of that moment that had been bothering him. Just before she'd drawn her lightsaber, she had looked down. At first he had thought she might have been dizzy and had brought up her hand in the typical response people had to such spells. But then he realized that she'd been holding something, and it was possibly this that had triggered her reaction. No one else had mentioned it, which surprised him, but he had to check for his own peace of mind. There had been nothing on the holo to indicate what it might have been, though, which meant he had no real idea what he would even be looking for. He still had to try. He'd already checked the pockets of Tahiri's robes, which had been empty, and he certainly couldn't ask her directly, so the only chance of finding out just what it might have been was to examine where it had all happened. He reached the right corridor and strode along it to roughly where he thought the incident had occurred. Sweeping his gaze along the ground, he began a methodical search of the area, while his guard watched on curiously. My friend lost something, Jag explained when he saw the deep furrows in the Faya's brow pressed down upon his melancholy eyes. I just wanted to see if she dropped it here when she fell. It could have been overlooked in all the excitement. The guard nodded his understanding, but the expression of confusion remained. After a couple more minutes, scouring the corridor, Jag said, I don't suppose you could help me look, could you? It might help things along a little. What does it look like? The guard asked. That stumped him for a second. The Faya would probably want a detailed description, and he didn't have the faintest idea what it was. You'll know when you see it, he said elusively, adding under his breath, "I hope." Their search was hampered by the thick weave of the carpet, along with the fact that the ambient light of the corridor wasn't particularly bright. His back soon ached, and he found himself wondering if he might not have imagined the whole thing. If there was anything there, it was proving harder to find than a flea on a bantha. "Is this it?" the guard asked after a while. He held out a small piece of transparent plastic for Jag to examine. Jag climbed to his feet and stepped over to the guard. As he took the proffered object and examined it, he tried not to look as though he had no more of a clue than the guard himself. The object, it turned out, was nothing more than a scrap of packaging, missed by the cleaning droids. He didn't see how it could have provoked such an extreme reaction from Tahiri. "No, that's not it," he said, hoping he was right. Nevertheless, he slipped it into his pocket just in case. "Let's keep looking." Even as he said this, already bending over again to continue his search, he caught a glint of something silver in the carpet farther along the corridor. Cautiously, so as not to lose sight of it, he walked toward it. There, at the edge of the corridor, fully 4 meters from where they had been looking, was a small object poking out of the carpet. If it was the thing that Tahiri had been holding, then she must have flung it when spinning around defensively with her lightsaber. Then he imagined it had been pushed deeper into the pile by the large feet of one of the Faya. Otherwise it would have surely been spotted before now. He reached down and plucked it from the carpet. It was small, about half the size of his thumb joint, and looked to him to be a pendant or charm of some kind. It was metallic in nature, but with a grown texture rather than forged. There was a hole through which a chain or thong might have been threaded, and on the face were carvings in an unknown language. It was surprisingly heavy. The creature it portrayed was hideous and completely unfamiliar, but that wasn't so surprising, Jag thought. There were many different types of creature in the Galactic Alliance, and most of them were unfamiliar to him, just as the various cultures of the unknown regions would be unfamiliar to them. One thing about the creature portrayed did trouble him, though. It seemed to be covered in scars. "Is that it?" the guard asked, peering over his shoulder. "Yes," Jag said, quickly tucking the object into one of his flight suit's pockets. "I'm sure my friend will be glad to see it again. She thought she'd lost it." Thanking the guard for his help, Jag let himself be led back to the diplomatic quarters. Nothing had changed. Tahiri was still unconscious, and C-3PO couldn't give an estimate as to how long she might remain like this. He sighed wearily. He really couldn't delay any longer. Jaina was long gone, and he had to get back to his squadron. Being accused of dereliction of duty was, at the moment, more of a concern to him than any of the uneasy feelings he had about the small, silvery object in his pocket and its relevance to the mission. His clawcraft had been refueled by Al-Solib Minetri City's landing field technicians. As he ran through the craft's maintenance records to double-check what exactly had been done in his absence, a brief note appeared on the computer screen. "You must leave here immediately." Jag stared at it for a long moment, startled. He quickly surveyed the bay for signs of someone watching him, but saw no one suspicious lurking about. Then, when he looked back at the screen, the message had disappeared. He tried to access it again, but the maintenance logs showed no record of it ever having existed in the first place. Whoever had left the message for him had made sure it would be erased as soon as it had been read. But why? And if the sender had been so keen to have him leave, then why put the message in such an inaccessible spot? Placing it in the flight systems, where he wasn't likely to see it until he was already leaving anyway, seemed redundant, unless, maybe, the person responsible for the message had no choice but to use this means. Or perhaps the message was intended for him alone, and this was the only way to ensure that no one else saw or heard it. He fought a growing sense of unease. Tahiri? The pendant? This message? There were too many questions without answers, and none of them sat easily with him. He fleetingly considered staying behind to help Leia and Han, but quickly dismissed the idea. There was no actual evidence that anything was up. There were just a couple of hints and warnings, as well as the workings of his suspicious mind. Besides, Han and Leia could look after themselves. They had had plenty of practice at it, after all. "This is Twin Suns Leader, Al-Solib Control," he said into the comm unit. "Preparing for ascent to orbit. Do you have a preferred corridor?" "Not so fast, Twin Suns Leader," came the patient Fion voice from the other end. "There are still some questions we need to ask before—" Jag rolled his eyes and activated the clawcraft's engines. Confident he could avoid any Fion vessels that might get in his way, he ignored the squawking of Al-Solib city control and roared up into the atmosphere. As he matched orbits with Pride of Salonia, he contacted the two pilots Jaina had left on patrol when she left. "Nice move, Jag," Seven said. "Captain Maine's been itching to thumb her nose at all of these Fion formalities since we arrived. They've been hailing her every time our orbit drifts by so much as a meter." There was amusement in Seven's tone, but Jag remained serious. "Has there been anything more than that?" he asked. "Anything unusual at all?" "Are you kidding?" she shot back. "Apart from all the chatter, it's been quiet. No incoming, no outgoing, nothing. The communications blackout is still in place. Beats me what people do around here." Jag focused on that problem instead of the many others batting at him. He had initially assumed that the communications fault would be easily fixed, so they could move on to their second port of call. But when he and C-3PO had analyzed the records automatically kept by the planetary transceiver serving Galatos and the rest of the system, he had found that there was no fault at all. From there they had contacted the nearest intersector network and ascertained that communications between Galatos and the rest of the galaxy could be easily re-established once a small routing correction was made. The fact that it hadn't been made was suggestive, but Jag hadn't decided of exactly what yet. It was almost as though the Fire had deliberately cut themselves off. But why would they do that? With the Yevitha at their back door, along with a wealth of minerals the rest of the galaxy would surely be interested in, contact with the outside would be exactly what they'd want, except, Jag thought, that the Fire claimed that the Yevitha were no longer a threat, and they seemed to be turning a tiding profit from someone anyway. There was something afoot on Galatos, and he'd work it out sooner or later. All he needed was another couple of those puzzle segments. An urgent bleeping issued from his instrument panel. "Twin Suns," came the voice of Salonia's duty officer. "We're picking up hyperspace disturbances in Sector 12. It looks like we have company. Want to check them out?" "Twin 7 on my way." "What sort of company?" Jag asked the duty officer as he watched Seven's X-Wing sweep out of formation and accelerate away from the planet. "It's hard to tell," the duty officer returned after a moment's consideration. "They're still a long way out, but there appears to be a number of smaller vessels accompanying two much larger ones." "Can you at least determine the type of vessel they are?" Jag pressed. "No can do, I'm afraid," came the reply. "They could be—" Another bleeping cut him off. "Hang on, Twin Leader," the duty officer said. "More ships, Sector 6 this time, on the other side of the system. Two small vessels only, and one of them's an X-Wing. The other could be a clawcraft, but its emissions are strange. It's almost as though—" "Emergency!" came Jaina's voice suddenly over the subspace link. "I have an emergency situation. I've lost Twin 8, and 9 isn't going to last much longer. I need immediate assistance. I repeat, immediate assistance." Jag's mind worked overtime. 8 was Misa, a Chiss Squadron pilot. "What happened, Jaina? Did the Yevitha attack you?" "Not quite," she said, sounding weary. "They were all dead when we arrived, bar one. He chose to blow his drive rather than talk to us, and that's what did all the damage. I only just managed to patch things together enough to get back here. But this will have to wait, Jag. You'd better watch your back to make sure what happened to N'Zoth doesn't happen here, too." "This is 7. came the voice of the pilot, scouting the far side of the system. "I have a positive ID on those incoming vessels. They're Yuuzhan Vong, 2 squadrons of skips, and a blast boat analog escorting 2 larger types I've never seen before. They've spotted me and have started in pursuit. I need help out here, guys." Jag urged his clawcraft up and away from Salonia. "All right, Twin Sun Squadron," he broadcast to the rest of his pilots. "Let's scramble."